Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's Slay the Spire 2 day. So we're gonna play that. Been looking forward to this for a while. Really curious to see what they've done differently in Slay the Spire 2 this time. But yeah, let's just get right into it. So far, we only have Ironclad available. It looks like for every other character, we have to do just a single run with each of the other prior characters. Looks like we don't even have to win a run, but yeah, I'm excited. I'm particularly excited to see the new characters, the Necrobinder and whatever this guy is called. But I obviously am excited to see what the other ones are capable of as well. I'm a little sad that Watcher's not in. I mean, presumably they'll be added at some point, but it just feels a little weird that 3 of the Slay the Spire 1 characters are returning and not the 4th. But so be it. Anyways, let's see what we do. I mean, I feel like I don't need the tutorial, but we'll do it. It's probably not going to be that onerous. Well, who would have guessed? The classic Slay the Spire map. Select a room to travel to. Yep. Yeah, same set of options as before. And we can't see what you are. Interesting. Okay. I do like this map layout, but I always have wished that you could, like, zoom out more so you could see it all at once without having to scroll up and down. Alas, here we are. So I so wish that the game didn't have a timer. It just drives me crazy that it has a timer. Anyways, well, it's probably incorrect. I think we're going to hang to the right so we can hit the 3 elites that are on this route. Because that seems nice. Yeah, let's just start and see how it goes. Defeat enemies by playing cards from your hand. Cards require energy. Yep. I mean, it's Slay the Spire. I don't really think I need to enable the tutorials. Just in case there was something new, I figured it would be worth doing, but no, not really. Oh, gotcha. So it shows here what the boss's name is. I mean, sure. Doesn't mean anything to me. Don't know what the boss does, but so be it. It's a Nibbit. Alright, so he's going to attack for 12. So there's no way that we're going to block enough, but we'll block as much as we can and hit him. Ironclad, same as in the first game, their starting artifact is Burning Blood. End of combat, heal 6 HP. So it is okay if we take a little bit of chip damage. Gotcha. So different icon. I don't know if that's also going to, like, weaken us or vulnerable us. But, yeah. Anyways, it looks like Ironclad's starting deck is exactly the same as the first game. I'm not really surprised by that. I do think we probably just want to do the bash and then, like, a defend. I mean, I could also just go for 9 damage. Yeah, I mean, it is just going to take me a while to kill this guy. No more cards. Oh no, they get shuffled. What a surprise. That's an interesting animation. Alright, he's going to empower. I guess we just vulnerable him again, because then we should be able to kill him next turn. Since we have 3 strikes here, they're all going to do 9 damage each. We just murder him. And then we go back to full and it's all good. Tremble. Apply to vulnerable. Blood Wall. Lose HP, gain 16 block. Setup Strike. 7 damage, gain 2 strength this turn. I mean, I kind of like that. Okay, I wish that I could just hold down and right-click to see the upgrades. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a hotkey for that. Out of curiosity, is there Is there something for that? Peak. No, doesn't look like it. Alright, fine. It just would be nice if I could more easily see the upgrades. Anyways, I think we're doing setup strike. Yeah, I mean, Bloodwall is interesting in that it is, like, a lot of block for a pretty minimal cost. Because, like, for instance, playing 2 defends, besides just being 2 separate cards that I'd have to devote to it, only gets me 10 block instead of the 16. Anyways, nonetheless, we'll take setup strike. I like it. We'll see how it goes. +4 block for an upgrade is way too low. Maybe. I'm always a little hesitant to judge something like that, because even something that looks small it can be enough to hit, like, important breakpoints. And so it can be more impactful than it looks. That said, don't know for sure in this instance, but hey. Anyway, so I assume they're giving me slimes. I maybe should just tank that. And just kill him. Because otherwise I could just, like, bash and then do the strike. Yeah, I guess we'll just do that. Oh boy. Okay, so the slimes now draw a card when you play them, which I'm pretty sure was not the case in Slay the Spire 1. I mean, it's been a while since I played it, but I'm pretty sure they were purely just pay 1 to exhaust it. Anyways, we kill him. We block. We're currently taking 6, so as long as we don't take any more than that, we will heal back to full. So yeah, that would be 7, and then these would be doing 8 each, so that should be enough. Nope. There we go. Ta-da! Power cards. Yeah, I really didn't need the tutorial. Inflame. I do like the strength. Breakthrough. Lose 1 HP. Deal 9 damage to all enemies. I mean, that's sort of nice. And anger is whatever. I don't think I want it. I might take Inflame here. I do think Breakthrough is pretty valuable, though, especially since I have no idea what the enemies in this game are like. And so diversifying our abilities seems useful. And there's also probably going to be other ways for me to gain strength over time anyways. So we'll take Breakthrough. The HP loss is pretty inconsequential. And here we are. Ugh. You have setup strike, so anger is not bad. Yeah, the problem is that anger starts, like... It starts multiplying. And it just doesn't probably do enough on its own. Here's the long-awaited Spire jank. Good to see you, Fury. And since I didn't say it earlier, good to see you, Ether and Splat. How you doing, Robot? Yeah, I've been looking forward to this. I wanted to start earlier today, but I had other things I had to do, so... Did those, and now we're going to be playing this for the rest of the day. I get annoyed by the events in Slay the Spire, and I assume that Slay the Spire 2 is going to make me similarly annoyed, but I do think it's probably best for us to at least experience the events and see what's here. I think realistically, I should probably go for multiple fights, or at least one fight in an event, so we'd have more gold going into the merchant. Nonetheless, we're going to do this. Its low ascension should be no challenge for Sal. Yeah. I do want to think that, but we'll see what happens. Birdonus Nest. Spot an enormous Shambling beast chased off an injured green bird. In the alcove, the bird fled from. A single unguarded egg lies abandoned. Your stomach gurgles. Eat the egg. Gain 7 max HP. I mean, we have to take the egg. Like, the problem is that I'm not visiting a rest site until the very end, unless I skip one of the elites. And so I'd be taking a curse card, essentially, for the entire zone. But we have to know what it does. Get off the screen. You gently scoop up the egg and stow it, thinking it may hatch in something useful later. Sapphire Seed. You narrowly avoid stepping on a bright, sharp seed? Its unmistakable color gives away that it's a sapphire seed. Weren't these incredible seeds supposed to be extinct? Legends say that consuming one can greatly amplify your endurance, but what if you plant and nourish it instead? By the way, let me know how the volume is and all that, since I always have to guess at that. It sounds fine on my end, but... Heal, upgrade a card in your deck. I don't need to heal, but upgrading is good. Enchant a card with Sown. The first time you play this card each combat, gain energy. I think we probably want that. I don't have, like, the best target for it yet. But it would likely be Setup Strike or Bash. Yeah, I think we're just doing this. I wonder if you can have multiple enchantments on a card. This is something totally new to Slay the Spire, and I'm already rather intrigued that they added it. I expect it to not be super prevalent, but if it is, I am pretty excited for that. The problem is I don't know if I actually really want to use the Bash long term, but, you know, if it is effectively one energy to use, that does make it way more appealing. Yeah, I'll just do that. You scour the overgrowth and find a pot with good aeration. Then you trek around searching for an untouched spot where light peeks through a cracked wall. Carefully, you reinforce the pot with bark and vine to camouflage it. Fill it with a loamy, nutrient-rich soil and nestle seed just beneath the surface. Finally, you gather dew from nearby plants and pour it over the soil. Grow big, little seed. Unknowingly, the sapphire seed attaches to you spiritually, thankful for your hard work. It's weird how they color code some of these things, as though it's important. I assume it's not, but... Anyways, let's go into the shop. I don't have a whole ton to spend, but, you know. Mangle. 15 damage, enemy loses 10 strength this turn. If this were like Monster Train, where I could put Permafrost on it, I would be more excited for something like this. I mean, it's still okay, since it's not a consume card, or exhaust as this game calls it. Yeah, Body Slam is Body Slam. Gain 5 block. Upgrade a card or all cards in your hand. These feel familiar. Whenever you apply Vulnerable, draw 1 or 2 cards. Interesting. Add 1 random colorless card into your hand. Gain 50 block if you take unblocked attack damage this combat. Die. Okay. Alright. Sparkling Rouge. At the start of your third turn, gain 1 strength, 1 dexterity. Cards containing strike deal 3 additional damage. Chemical X. Gigantification Potion. The next attack you play deals triple damage. Yeah. I mean, I would take the Rouge if I could afford it. I kind of want Vicious. I don't think it's super necessary for me right now, though. But it's interesting. But we'll just do a removal. We're just gonna do... Just gonna do a strike, I guess. Sadly, you can still only remove one card at the merchant. Not that I expected this to change, but... I just really appreciate when other games give me more control over my deck. Shrinker Beetle. Well, we'll take the 1 damage from that just so we can get the damage in, because that's like half its health. I'm so tiny! While Shrinker Beetle is alive, your attacks deal 30% less damage. What a jerk. Alright, we'll do that. I actually probably should have just tanked a little bit of the damage, like played 1 block and not the other. But, ends up not mattering. That's a cute effect, though. I do appreciate that. Potions! Yep. We already know. Iron Wave. 5 block, 5 damage. It's fine. Dismantle. There feels like weirdly low res when I zoom in like this. Deal damage if enemies vulnerable hits twice. I probably want that. 17 damage. Exhaust the top card of your draw pile. No. I mean, it's not outright terrible, but it's not what we're taking. We'll take Dismantle, though. Those are cute. Slippery. The next time Inklet loses HP, it only loses 1 HP instead. Okay. Whoa! Upgraded animation. What a breakthrough. Yeah. I didn't realize that you have more HP. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done that. I was targeting him because he was the most threatening one, but what I wanted to do was just strike 1 to knock off the Slippery and then do the 2 other strikes to kill it. But, not how that works. I guess we'll do that. I am just going to take a chunk of damage, which is fine. I can afford to take some. Unfortunate. Yeah, I really wanted the breakthrough. That's what I wanted. Oh, you're doing 10 damage? Fuck me, didn't realize. Well, fine. We'll just go ahead and kill you. I don't know why I didn't kill this one. I'm taking a bunch of damage for no good reason. I just clearly am not looking at things properly. That's fine. There must be exhaust synergies. It's Ironclad's shtick. Yeah, I mean, I fully expect that there will be. Alright, unfortunately can't kill him. Oh well, that's fine. We took way more damage than I should have. I easily could have taken substantially less, but that's okay. That's fine. Stomp. 12 damage to all enemies. Costs 1 less for each attack played this turn. I mean, that's cool. I do want that. I feel like I should probably be taking Shrug It Off or maybe Armaments, but probably Shrug It Off. Since it's just better than my shitty defense and overall is good, especially if I get more energy later. And my defense is somewhat lacking right now, but Stomp is appealing. I'm still going to take the Shrug It Off, I guess. I'm not, like, super excited for that, but here we are. It's a big-ass bird! It's the Birdonis! At the end of its turn, gains 1 strength. Well, we have his egg. Yeah, sadly, we don't have the vulnerable yet. And how much damage does this do? 20? Yeah, I can't tell you why I chose the strike. Alright, whatever. We'll just take some damage right now, block some of it. It's a lot, though. Ooh, yeah, that's a concern. Yeah, it's only damage from attacks. Okay, I'll still block it, I guess. Yeah, the problem is, like, he's going to get out of hand real fast. I wish I had the setup strike this turn. So I could either do 18 with those or 12 and extend the vulnerable. Alright, we're gonna use the potion. And we'll hedge our bets. I probably should have just gone for full damage, because like I'm already taking a bunch of damage from him. And it's just only going to get worse as time goes on. But we have enough for the kill here. And we heal a little bit back. And then hopefully what you give me is useful. Yep. 12 block. Yeah, Vajra is not bad. It's not like insane, but just deal 1 more damage with everything we do is not bad. Bludgeon, 32 damage. Or 42 damage. Seems an odd number, but okay. Evil Eye, gain 8 block. Gain another 8 block if you exhausted a card this turn. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. Pyre. Yeah, gain extra energy. I will do it. I feel like that's maybe bad for us because it's slow to set up. And unlike, you know, Monster Train, I can't put Intrinsic on it. I think maybe we're going to have to go to the rest point so I can hatch the egg, but we'll see. Let's go here, give me something good, or just give me an enemy. It's a Mauler. Okay, so that's enough block already. Yeah, I'll go for the stronger one, even though I lose 1 HP to do it. If it cuts out a turn of damage from him, then it's worth it, basically. They intend to debuff me. Well, let's do that and then play the Pyre, so now I can effectively just play basically every card that I draw from here on out. Okay, I was hoping for the setup strike, so then this does even more damage. I mean, we didn't really need that, we were killing him anyways, but it did look impressive. I do think Rage is cool. But I'd have to pretty heavily alter it, my deck, to use it. Thunderclap seems decent, you know. Having vulnerable enemies is good. Another setup strike I kind of like. Used to be 2 turns after upgrade. Are you talking about Rage? Because Because I didn't think so, if that's the case. Unless you're talking about Thunderclap. Okay, yeah. I thought you meant Thunderclap at first, and then the way that was phrased, I misinterpreted. Anyways. I feel like I should definitely take this Setup Strike or the Rage. I mean, again, Thunderclap's not bad. It's another AoE thing, which is useful, and being able to apply Vulnerable is good. I'll take another Setup Strike, I guess. I'm not totally convinced by that, but here we are. What's inside? Gorget. Start of each combat, gain 4 plating. End of your turn, gain block. Plating reduced by 1 at the start of your turn. Gotcha. Well, that's different from Slay the Spire 1, but fair enough. Crossbow Raider, Brute Raider, Tracker Raider. I mean, I would like to do the Pyre, but I also feel like just knocking out one of the enemies would be pretty nice. Yeah, so if I do 9, it goes down to 11. I can definitely kill him. And so vulnerable would be 50% more, so I could do 9, and then this would do 12, and then this would do like 15. I was just checking to see if I can kill any of these guys, and I think I can kill even the Brute Raider, so I think let's do that because he has the most HP, and obviously he's the most, like, offensive one. Yeah, so we'll do that. Okay, so gain less block. Oh, you do a lot of damage. Yeah, I could have just killed it. I paid attention, and I didn't. So that was a mistake. So currently 22 damage is incoming. Alright, I'm not happy about it, but we'll use the potion. Okay, we'll just go ahead and kill you. My plating is almost worn off, but we've also most of the way killed them, so here we are. And if that didn't kill him, then we would do the dismantle and absolutely slaughter him. Draw 3 cards. Cannot draw additional cards this turn. Yeah, we probably want Battle Trance. Okay, so and yeah, Uppercut is decently cool, but we'll take Battle Trance. I mean, I do want this, but I think we'll all be disappointed if I just don't go for the triple elite, so here we are. Dense vegetation. Having taken the wrong path for a good while, you find yourself in a thick jungle of ferns, shrubs, and vines, especially vines. Exhaustion sets in, and a dark thought comes to mind. You are lost, unprepared, and the inevitability of death is approaching. What do? Trudge on, remove a card from your deck, lose HP. Heal 24, fight some enemies. I mean, I do want to remove something, but I think we probably should do the heal. You are dead tired and take a nap, only to be awoken by something wriggling around on top of you. Those are awful looking. Wrigglers. Okay, well, let's see what we draw first off. Fair enough. Okay, so I can kill like 2 of them this turn. Okay, I'll kill the ones that are damaging me, even though I am a little worried about these guys buffing. Okay, but those go into the discard pile, so if I just kill them before, it won't matter. That's an interesting effect on the border, by the way. End of your turn. If this card is in your hand, take 3 damage. It's unplayable. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. No surprise. Okay, so that can just kill you outright, and then we just kill you, and we're good. And we're back to full health. Deal damage to all enemies. Not really that wild about it. Bloodletting is cool, but we're not going to take that. And no. It's jank. We expect all the poor decisions. Yep. Anyways, having healed, I'm now in substantially better shape. Frog Parasite. Oh god, it really is a parasite-infected frog. That looks awful. Alright, upon dying, summons something. Fair enough. Well, let's go ahead and do that, and then we'll play the extra Ember. I'm not, like, super wild about this, because he's going to give me garbage. Yep. And so this is clearly going to get a lot worse pretty quickly. So close to being acceptable. And yeah, I am taking a bunch of damage from him, but I want to just get through him as quick as I can, because it's clear that the longer this fight goes on, the worse it's going to be. Just, you know, by a wide margin. Yeah, okay, so it's all of these guys. Ideally, we draw into the breakthrough and the setup strike next turn. So I think what we're going to do is we're just going to weaken 2 of them. Okay, but we can block the damage from the infections at least. And thank God they don't do anything immediately. Okay, so we do that, and we finish him off. And there we go. Not too bad. We took some damage, but we also healed back. Every time you play 3 attacks in a single turn, gain 4 block. Yep, that's pretty cool. I do wish, again, that I had the rage now. Kind of. Pillage, 6 damage. Draw cards until you draw a non-attack card. That's cool. 9 damage. Increases the card's damage for this combat. Yep. And then Flame Barrier, gain block whenever you attack this turn. You know, deal some damage back. I do like Flame Barrier. I think it's cool. But I think we want Pillage. It's not amazing for me yet. But it could become amazing. Actually should have focused on the one that's buffing himself, but here we are. Especially because the other one is blocking this turn, making him harder to kill, but it's fine. Okay, we'll just go ahead and kill you. And there we go. Gain dexterity, which improves block. Perfected strike. 6 damage, 2 additional damage for all your cards containing strike. Yep, we're not going to worry about that. Fight me. 5 damage twice, gain 2 strength. The enemy gains 1 strength. Interesting. I don't hate it. Although it is concerning against, like, bosses. If you exhausted a card this turn, gain 3 energy or 4 energy. It's cool. It's not at all appropriate to our needs currently. I kind of want Fight Me. I think we're not going to take it, though. But it is cool. I wasn't expecting a statue. It's the Bygone Effigy. Enemy is doing nothing this turn. Slow. Whenever you play a card, this enemy receives 10% more damage from attacks this turn. Yeah, it's that thing. Okay, presumably when we hit it, it will wake up. So we're just going to play the Pyre. Ooh, early style stream. Just the thing is I'm grinding in an MMO. I mean, I did mention multiple times that I would be doing an early stream. But yes, fair enough. It's a bit of a shame not to play out the setup strikes this turn. Your journey ends here. I feel like maybe I should just use the strength potion. Although, if I was going to use that, I should have used it earlier. Because I think he's going to give me a potion regardless. Yeah, let's not, though. And yes, I did that in the wrong order, but so be it. I'm still doing a lot of damage to him, at least. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Well, we're gonna draw unhelpfully. Yeah. Sure, I'll just take the damage. I wasn't expecting him to move like that, but hey. Because, yeah, I figured he's just going to keep doing basically the same thing from here on out, so... There we go. So I figured just taking a little bit of damage up front was better. And he did not give me a potion, so really didn't need to waste it. Start of each combat, discarding a number of cards, draw that many, seems useful. Expect a fight. Gain energy for each attack in your hand. Okay, cute. Hemokinesis, lose HP, deal damage. It's cool. Do I want expect to fight? We'd really have to upgrade it for it to, like, matter, and I'd really need a lot of draw for it to be particularly useful. We'll just go ahead and skip. At a rest site, you can stop and take a breather. Yep. That's kind of a cute screen. I assume it is... It looks like this because with multiplayer you can have multiple characters, so it's giving you plenty of space to display all the other characters resting as well. Anyways, heal for 30% of your max HP. Who gives a shit? Upgrade a card. Would love to do. We're going to hatch the egg, though. Bird Swoop. Deal 14 damage. I mean, really? That's all I got? I mean, like, it's not the worst thing. I just also don't care. I wanted, like, an artifact. I was expecting it to become a different card, but still. Oh, never mind. Didn't realize that I also got a thing over here. Bird Pip. Upon pickup, gain the card Bird Swoop. A Bird Pip will accompany you in battles. Alright, never mind. That is more exciting. Does the Bird Pip do anything? Alright. Yeah, so he starts with 9 stacks of Slippery. So it takes a while before we can even do any damage. That bird better do taxes for you too for the amount of babysitting. Yeah. Honestly, we're just going to drop all 5 so I can try to get the Pyre as soon as possible. Okay. I mean, it's cute. I'll give it that much. Okay. I'm just going to accept some damage because I'd like to do this because it hits twice, and so we'll knock off 2 stacks of Slippery. I might just use the energy potion now. Yeah, you know what? I will. Now the question is, do we block or do we just knock off some more Slippery? I think we're just going to block. I'm not, like, super excited about that, especially because at this Ascension level, I assume we full heal afterwards. Ooh. Gotcha. Concerning. Alright, we'll go ahead and hit him. Especially because I do get block from the Ornamental Fan. I'm still going to take a lot of damage, but hey. I don't know if, like, knocking off the Slippery would have been enough to, like... Like, some bosses or enemies, it will force them to change their intent. So I don't know if that would have done anything. Unfortunately, the Dismantle is not applicable right now. But, anyways, whatever. At least we can properly hurt him right now. It took quite a lot of doing to get there. Okay, and the wounds we just can't play. Fair enough. Yeah, we definitely want to do that. Alright, and then we take a little bit of damage. That's fine. We're doing solid work on him. And again, if we get the full heal, it's okay. I don't love what's occurring right here, mind you. But, again, with a full heal, we should be fine. That's a lot of incoming damage. And we'll draw a defend. So, I mean, I can block 18. But I think we're just going to bank on me getting a full heal. And just suck it up. And I still block a chunk of it. If I'd burned my strength potion, we would have killed him a lot faster than now. Anyways, there we go. Epoch discovered. I have no idea what the fucking Epoch is. How are you doing today? I'm doing alright, Moongen. A little tired, weirdly, despite having gotten a fair bit of sleep, but, you know, overall, doing okay. Really excited to check out Slay the Spire 2. Particularly looking forward to seeing the new characters, although it's going to be a while till we play them. Unless we just, like, start and abandon runs with the other characters. Primal Force. Transform all attacks in your hand into giant rock. Okay. Interesting. It's cute. It's weird, though. So return, gain strength. I mean, I do like demon form, but it's also a big ask. 4 damage twice. Exhaust a random attack in your hand and adds damage to this card. That's interesting. I mean, like, that's pretty cool. It's not really applicable to me right now. It's really just, do I want demon form or no? Yeah, I'll take it. I think it's probably too much setup, but so be it. Oh, I did not heal. And we're up against the insatiable. Oh. You can draw. Oh, God. Okay. That's weird. I was going to say before that I wish you could mark a route. And apparently you can. You can draw whatever you want. But to erase it is a lot more cumbersome than I want. Like, this eraser's so small, and there's no just, like, erase everything button as far as I can tell. Oh, I guess there is. Yeah, anyways. Weird. Okay. I mean, I appreciate that there's a route planer. I wish that it was a little easier. And actually, this might be what heals me, because it looks like this is a special node. Yeah, and we didn't get, like, a boss upgrade, so presumably that's what we get from here. Weird that it's its own special node now. But, okay. Well, all the elites are on the right side. Either way, we start here. We have to do that. Oh, that's quite the picture. Tezcatra, it which feeds the fire. Oh, a visitor! Do come in, dear. What can Tezcatara do for you? Nutritious soup. Enchant all strikes in your deck with Tezcatara's Ember. Cost 0, gains eternal. Cannot be removed or transformed. Gotcha. Storybook. Add 1 brightest flame to your deck. Gain energy, draw cards, lose max HP. Toy box. Obtain 4 wax relics. Every 3 combats, your leftmost wax relic will melt away. Well, these all piss me off. Like, I knew I was going to be mad about this going into Slay the Spire 2, but, yeah, you've all heard me rant about my disdain for the Slay the Spire style boss relics. Unsurprisingly, I'd be like, these are sort of interesting, but I just really would love just getting more Ember, more mana, energy, whatever it's called in this game. I just would love to just get more energy per turn as you go into the later acts. I mean, letting it be its own node also means you get to see the next area before picking boss relic. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but also they could just, you know, let you see all of the bosses ahead of time, which I wasn't expecting them to do, but I would enjoy. Okay, so we might want the soup. Because in a world where I've got, like, Battle Trance and Pillage, being able to play out zero-cost strikes is not the worst thing. It does make the Pyre somewhat irrelevant. But I think that's probably what we want. I don't think I want Brightest Flame. Unfortunately, I can't see what upgraded Brightest Flame does. Assuming I can upgrade it. And then the 4 wax relics is sort of interesting. And, like, when we've got 3 events in a row, we can maybe stretch them out a bit. Like, we'd lose the first relic right here. Oh, and I did heal by going here, yeah. Yeah, I think we're just doing the nutritious soup. Again, still really curious if you can get more than 1 enchantment on a thing. Or not. So I maybe want to go through this path so I can get this. Just so I can, like, upgrade a card. I just want to see the upgrades. That's all I want to see. Just give me a fucking hotkey to see upgrades. Because, yeah, upgrading that to Vulnerable 3 would be nice. Obviously, the extra strength is good. Don't care about the damage increase. Slay the Spire has picked a level of innate difficulty, and I can respect them sticking to it, despite how infuriating it might be. So, yeah, it's... I complain about not being able to see, like, the upcoming bosses, not because of difficulty. I complain about it because of the other... It influences other things about the game. Particularly, this is notable in Slay the Spire 1. Obviously, I don't know if it's going to be the same in Slay the Spire 2. But in Slay the Spire 1, at High Ascension, where you are fighting, 2 of the 3 Act 3 bosses on every run. And each of those bosses is very much meant to counter certain builds. Like, they're meant as hard counters. Obviously, you can still beat them with those builds with, like, a good enough deck. But for the most part, they are meant to counter certain strategies. And so, not knowing which boss you're up against from the beginning, and especially when you then have to fight 2 of the 3, really heavily encourages a player to be building kind of generalist decks. And that is a fine design decision for them to make. Like, it is okay if they want players to do that. I personally really dislike that. I like my runs to feel very different. I like to be able to take my deck into a particular direction and feel good about that. I don't like having to feel like it is always the correct decision to be hedging my bets and making a all-comers sort of deck. It also encourages players to, like, identify, like, the strongest strategy, strongest cards, and just stick to that same set of cards and strategy every time. Obviously, I know I'm, like, being a bit reductive here. There's more nuance to it than that, obviously. But that is what that sort of design decision leads to, and I really dislike that. I much prefer when a game gives players more information to work with, more, like, so they can make more educated choices about what they are doing, and then still just makes it difficult to compensate. Like, I'm perfectly fine with Slay the Spire being difficult. That's not the issue. My issue is just that I find some of those design decisions just outright unsatisfying. Anyways, we'll go this direction. It would be kind of interesting to go through the events, but I do want to do that. Also, already forgot that I have Gambling Chip. Sort of your deals. Imbalance. If Bullbug Rock's attacks are fully blocked, it becomes stunned. Interesting. I maybe just want to keep all of these. Yeah, I guess I will. Yeah, I still only have 3 Ember. Or not Ember, but Energy. Okay, so I have 8 block already. I get another 4 from the plating, and so if I just do that, then I am blocking enough. He becomes stunned, and then we just kind of beat him to death. Well, I'm going to play the demon form, even though the bash would have been nice. Also, I took the demon form partly expecting that I would get extra Ember, and that didn't happen. And yes, I know I keep saying Ember instead of Energy. It'll take me a bit. Regardless, that went well. 4 damage, 2 additional damage for each vulnerable on the enemy. That's cute. Hellraiser. Whenever you draw a card containing strike, it is played against a random enemy. Well, we don't need that. That's cool. If it drew us another card to compensate, I would happily take that. And I for sure understand why that is not the case. So 15 damage to all enemies, cost 1 less for each attack played this turn. Yeah, I guess I'll take the Stomp. I don't know that I fully need to. And I am, like, imbalancing my deck. It's fine. I'm trying to do some particular things, but with Slay the Spire giving me less control over my deck, I have a lot less options. Okay, so I assume the Afflictions are, like, the just negative versions of the enchantments. So you're going to flee in 5 turns. Well, I don't think we want that, and I'm going to say no on the defense as well. Okay, so we almost kill. We get 12 blocks. So we're only taking 5 damage. And he steals a card. Upon killing his enemy, stolen cards return. So presumably, if he escapes, he will take that card. Either we don't let him do that. Take your stolen card back. Oh, it's interesting that you can choose not to take it back. I mean, I definitely want the dismantle, I think. But it's interesting that you could choose not to. Sword Boomerang, 3 damage to random enemies multiple times. I mean, that is appealing. I don't want to, like, too thoroughly fuck with my deck, though. An Infernal Blade. Add a random attack into your hand. Free to play this turn. Yeah, I don't give a shit about Infernal Blade. I completely agree, but in a world where a lot of games become shittier and shittier as the developers keep chasing new costumers, looking at you, Paradox. I assume that's supposed to be because customers. It's nice to see developers that just say, oh, we sold enough to make a sequel for our game. Neat. Here's more of that with some better graphics. Yeah, so, again, let me be clear. I want games to be challenging, and I want games... I want developers to be able to stick to their, like, design sense. Like, I want them to complete their vision. That said, I do disagree with a number of design decisions in Slay the Spire. And yeah, like, I'm not saying they need to chase trends, but I do think there's plenty of examples of good ideas in other deck builders that have come out since Slay the Spire, and I would love for them to adopt some of those things. And or just to, I don't know. It's sort of like with Hollow Knight and Silksong. I was thinking about this earlier, actually. Like, a lot of people hated the map in Hollow Knight. For good reason. It's a bad map. It's the worst map in any Metroidvania game, which is an infuriating thing because we solved maps in Metroidvanias, like, literally 30 years ago. We know how to make a good map, and they chose to make the worst map system. And despite people not liking it and them having multiple years to decide maybe we should make a better map system, no, they doubled down on it and did the same thing with Silksong. And sure enough, most people hate the map system in Silksong as well because it's a bad map system. The point is, I would love for them to maybe not stick to some of their design decisions from Slay the Spire. Because, like, what I worry is that they want to stick to those same decisions to deliver what their fans expect, even if I personally don't think... Hey, whatever. I'm getting off topic, but the point is, I'm sure they're going to make a number of decisions that I personally am going to disagree with, and I wish they would not. Hello, Misty. Haven't seen you in a while. How you been? Anyways, yeah. Sword Boomerang does seem pretty good for us, especially if I do actually play out the demon form. So I will take it. I'm a little worried about bloating my deck too much, but this is fine. I'm alive and kicking. Glad to hear that you're meeting the minimum requirements of life. Yeah, I don't need these cards. Okay, so let's do this and first see what we draw. How are you? I'm okay. Doing reasonably okay. People will tolerate the map because it's a good game. Maybe not happy, but they will tolerate it. Yeah, but again, I want whatever. Sal, it's rude to know me that well. I'm glad you know me that well. Fair enough. Anyways, let's, I guess, just play out the Pyre. Toxic. At the end of your turn, if it's in your hand, take 5 damage. Oh, and they immediately go into my hand. Okay. Cool. Good to know. Yeah, well, we'll take a little bit of damage. That's fine. So I have a longer rant about the ideal relationship between artist and manager, but Twitch chat is too small to contain it. Fair enough. I love this game, and I love it more when they nerf it for release. Fair enough. I mean, so far I'm having a good time, but obviously I'm not very far in yet. Okay, that then is free to play, and murders them, and we only took 1 damage effectively, and we're good. Another Sword Boomerang is interesting. Ooh. Kind of like that. I'm just gonna take another Sword Boomerang, even though, again, I worry that I am very heavily skewing my deck in a way that I don't want. What the fuck are you? They intend to summon monsters. Okay. Well, I'm going to play with the demon form this turn. Is what I'm going to do. Because when I'm told that I'm going to have to kill a high health enemy and extra enemies, it seems reasonable that I make myself stronger. When this dies, it revives the next turn at full HP. Interesting. Yeah, so it's projecting an enemy. That's a cute idea. Alright, so we get enough block off of our passive effects. Yeah, this thing comes back, whatever. Okay, let's see what we draw. Alright, let's see where the Sword Boomerangs land. And there we go. Not too bad. She's at least given a 1-turn stun. I mean, it's working fine. Like, it's clear that the design of this is that the Obscura is not very strong. Although, like, if you take too long, it starts giving itself strength and starts giving its buddy strength as well. So it's meant to be just a balancing act of, do you bother killing the illusion or not? I think I'd rather have the energy potion than the attack potion. Anger's sort of interesting for us right now, but I think no. Okay, Sal, after playing this game for a while, I can give you some really good advice. Be better than me. I suck. Fair enough. I would really love to go to the Merchant. I just feel so wrong not to go to the Elite. But I really would love to remove cards, because I'll tell you right now, my ideal is basically I remove the Defends from my deck. And I would love to get, like, a second Pillage. But here we are. Okay, so what are we upgrading? So like the sword boomerangs are very appealing. Battle Trance, also pretty appealing. I think Demon Form is what we want to do. The problem is, like, I just don't really want to play Demon Form half the time. Also, the Pyre Plus is sort of okay. It's just that when I do play Demon Form, I really want it to be doing as much as it can for me. Bash also is pretty okay. I think we do Demon Form, but that feels like too much. We are going to get a couple other upgrades. God, I really do want to go to the Merchant. This seems less forgiving than the first. So far, probably, but also, like, I was sort of expecting that since, you know, they are used to people having years of experience. Also, this is, you know, day one, and they're not, like, it's in early access. They're expecting to be doing changes and adjustments, all that, yada, yada, yada. As much as I really want to go for the Elite, I think legitimately we probably should go to the left. Like, I've got a lot of gold to spend. Removing a card and picking up an artifact or two is just good. It so pains me to not be doing Elites. Also, God, I fucking hate the timer. Like, it doesn't actually matter. I know it doesn't matter, but it just pisses me off that they have tied score to real world time in a you know, in a turn-based game. Should not be that way. I just fucking hate it. It drives me crazy in every turn-based game where that's the case. Especially because I play these deck builders on stream primarily. And so I want to feel good about being able to sit here and talk about the game and my decisions and all of that. And it feels like I'm being punished for that. It's a minor way that I'm being punished, but I am still being punished for it, and I hate that. Anyways, whatever. We'll go here. We'll suck it up. Bury our pride in gold. Ashen Strike. Yeah, that's pretty cute. Deals more damage for each card in the exhaust pile. Does not help us right now. Gain plating, which is kind of cute. At least you look healthy and well. Well, thank you, Misty. I've been doing okay, for the most part. Also, if I know devs, their testers have been destroying everything they do, so they have forgotten what balance is. I mean, you can still get good balance with very experienced testers. Also, typically, testers will be a range of experienced players and less experienced players. Obviously, you're going to get more feedback from the, like, high-level players, because they're the ones who are typically going to stick with the testing experience longer. But anyways. Hey, thanks for resubscribing, Joe. I really appreciate it. Every time you play 5 cards in a single turn, deal 10 damage to all enemies. I mean, it's not the worst for us. I do play a lot of cards every turn, and I am going to be playing more turns going forward. Oh, it's because life is treating you good? It's okay. I've got my ups, I've got my downs. Deal damage at the start of your next turn, return this to hand. That's rather cute. Raise max HP. First time you lose HP to combat, draw cards. That's cool. Retain your hand on the first turn of combat. Okay, well, we're definitely going to remove a defend. I wish I could get rid of more, but I can't. I think we're going to take Centennial Puzzle, probably. Although, as much as I hate to admit it, just gaining HP is also nice. But we'll take the Centennial Puzzle. That's fine. And I kind of want Panache, but I think we're not going to bother. Panache and Bola sound like a good bundle. I mean, they're certainly not bad, but not going to worry about it right now. Panache maybe would have been worth it, though. What the fuck are you? Tunneler. And then you're a Silk Bowl Bug. Yeah, so presumably you're going to give me... You're going to, like, weaken my attack, or you're going to give me garbage for my deck. Yeah, I think we're just going to play out the Demon form. Okay. Okay. I at least passively get some block. So I take 5 damage here. And yeah, he gives me weak. I figured that was probably what we'd get from them. Not the end of the world. I'm just going to play the Pyre, actually. Because I don't want to draw into those cards. I was not expecting him to burrow, though I guess that makes sense. Yep, and then he comes back up, stunned, because I beat the shit out of him. And he's dead. Not too bad. Honestly, maybe want the Power Potion more than the Energy Potion. Sure. I'm gonna skip these. Another Sword Boomerang's not bad, but I don't want to, like, fill up my deck too much with that. Do I want to go through the event? Kind of? Sure. Wasn't what I was planning on doing, but... Whenever you enter a shop room, heal 15. Fine. It's not the worst. I also don't care. Slippery Bridge. While crossing a rickety wooden bridge, there's a sudden torrent of rain. Massive gusts of wind buffet you, threatening to end your journey. Dismantles removed from your deck. Lose 3 HP. The card in the above options randomize. Ooh. Honestly, at this point, I'm not, like... too against losing a dismantle, but if I can keep losing HP and get it to pick something I'm more happy to lose, that's pretty appealing. Nope. Nope. Yeah. I hate bridges. That's cute. Alright, well, we did lose a lot of HP on that, but that's okay. Oh, that's quite the enemy. Decimillipedes. Okay. Reattach. If the other segments are still alive, revives in 2 turns with 25 HP. I was wondering why they are attached like that. Okay. Good to know. The centipede version of the human centipede. Fair enough. It should not be a stage 1 fight. If you mean act 1, this isn't. We're in act 2 right now. Oh, I didn't realize that enough for the setup strike too. I mean, it's sort of okay for this thing to survive like this, maybe. Because I could kill it, but I don't think I can kill the other two in the time frame, basically. Oh, especially if they weaken me, which I wasn't expecting them to do. Do I want to do that? I think the answer is no. Yep, because we can just go ahead and get the kill this turn. Alright, took some damage. Not the worst. Gain Thorns. I think I'd rather have what I have. Whenever you add a power into your deck, upgrade it. Well, wish I had gotten that before. I'm going to skip a Sugared off, though I kind of like it. That's kind of a cool picture. Bug Slayer. As you're fending off a swarm of aggressive insects, you suddenly notice a mighty, rugged warrior man. What a description. If only people would be so kind as to describe me that way someday. Anyways, you notice a mighty, rugged warrior man fighting beside you this whole time. The insects, sensing defeat, scatter. You turn to your fellow fighter. Would you like any tips on exterminating these pests? How polite. You nod and accept his offer. Learn extermination technique. I was looking at the picture as I was reading that. 3 damage 4 times to all enemies is not bad for us. I don't like that you can't turn down. Also, I wish that you could see what the fucking upgrades to these cards are when you're viewing this. Drives me crazy that you can't. Anyways, the vulnerable's good. We're gonna take the exterminate, I guess. I see, you wish to learn the extermination technique. Very good. He pauses briefly, thinking how best to endow you with this maneuver. This is the technique! Behold! He boasts while holding up a can of insecticide. Okay. They sure really want you to have the sword boomerang. That was the 4th one they offered me. Yeah. It was quite a bit. Okay, yeah, so it goes up by 1 damage, which is, like, fine. It does mean a fair bit of extra damage, but it's also somewhat underwhelming. Okay, that's kind of a cool looking bug. It's a hunter killer. So we've got 2 options here. Option number 1 is we just do the bash into the dismantle, which is good. Or option 2 is we full send and try to get the demon form turn 1. And I think that's what I want. Well, demon form or pyre. Yeah, okay. Just because he's not attacking, he is debuffing. I don't know exactly what he's going to debuff us with. Tender. Whenever you play a card, lose 1 strength and 1 dexterity this turn. Well, fuck me. That is pretty bad. Though at least we are gaining extra strength. And the minus dexterity doesn't affect the ornamental fan or the plating. So, that's something. Alright, well, we almost kill him. We do take a little bit of damage, but we're basically just going to full heal. Well, not full heal, but we're basically going to heal back everything we lost. We lost 1 HP from the damage we inflicted on ourselves, but otherwise, it's good. Clarity Extract. Draw 1 card. Start of your next 3 turns, draw 1 additional card. I mean, that is good. Um... Okay, so Sal, I just want to remind you that you're too damn good at these games. Why are we not watching you go tourney style? I don't even know what you mean by tourney style, but yeah, I do play a lot of deck builders, and here we are. I kind of want the Rage. It's just like, it'd be very good if I can get more draw. And I'm not sure it's worth me taking. Okay, we're just not going to do that. And I do want the Clarity Extract. I think we're going to skip, though. But it's maybe better than the Power Potion. Yeah, you know what? We'll actually take it instead of the Power Potion. We're definitely taking this. I will say, very excited to see all the new designs. Like, a lot of cool stuff. Entomancer. Personal Hive. Whenever this enemy is hit by an attack, add 1 dazed into your draw pile. Great. Again, bad matchup for us. And you're attacking for 21 this turn? I mean, this is not a bad first turn. And therefore, I may be willing to just go for it. It also might be worth just doing the Strength Potion. Obviously, I'd like to save that for, like, bosses, but he is a pretty bad matchup for me. Okay. We'll keep it, I guess. And I will drink this begrudgingly. Okay. Now, we are taking a good chunk of damage, but... yeah, here we are. Okay, no more cards to draw. Yeah, so that will do 22 plus the vulnerable. And that would do... yes, that would do 20. Yeah, so it is definitely better to do the dismantle here. Unsurprisingly. Okay, he's dead. We did take a chunk of damage, and we did lose a potion. But hey, upon pickup, gain 2 potion slots. I mean, I don't hate it. It does bother me that we now have an empty slot here. But whatever, not the most helpful at the moment. Exhaust all non-attack cards in hand, gain 5 block for each exhausted card. I mean, that is kind of cool for what I'm doing, but no. Iron Wave, also kind of helpful. You only say that because your deck is going to be all dazes in like 2 seconds. Yep, it was in fact not great for us. Okay, I'm just gonna greedily not take it. We're very like light on defense. I'm kind of just hoping that we get certain cards, but hey. So the Sword Boomerangs are good. I haven't actually been playing them all that often, though. I think we maybe want to do the Bash because the extra turn of Vulnerable does really mean a lot to me. The Pyre, also sort of interesting. Battle Trance, also quite useful. Smith Dat Pyre. I mean, I think I lean towards this most of all. Yeah, we'll do that for now. Alright, let's see what this horrible creature is all about. We'll say, wasn't expecting it to be an antlion sort of situation. You're going to give me a bunch of status cards. What a jerk. Okay, so we're definitely going to toss all of those. Yeah, not what I was hoping for, but acceptable, kind of. Because like we're doing a lot of damage on this turn. It's just that I really wanted to play Demon Form and just get it set up now. Collecting days like the Infinity Stones. Frantic Escape. Interesting that it goes in both directions. Get farther away. Increase Sand Pit by 1. Increase the cost of this card by 1. In 4 turns, you will be eaten and die. Gotcha. And this is not an exhaust card. It just goes increasing in cost. I assume that is each Frantic Escape goes up by... Or like, I assume they are individual. And not just like every Frantic Escape goes up by 1. But just this specific one goes up by 1. Okay, fine. We'll play the Pyre and we'll cry. And we'll just do this. Take some damage. But we do also get to draw extra cards in recompense, which is nice. Okay, I'm going to do the Demon Form. I'm also going to take a lot of damage. Yeah, it wasn't as impressive as I wanted. I probably should have done the Frantic Escape. Oh, that's so much damage. Well, we don't have a whole ton of options here. And yeah, so only one of them goes up. I will say this is kind of a cute boss. Okay. I was going to survive whether we killed him right there or not, but I would have been at very low life. Feed! 10 damage if fatal. Raise your max HP by 3, which is pretty cute. 1-2 punch. This turn, your next attack is played an extra time. There was a card like that in Slay the Spire 1, but it was called something different. And I don't remember if the upgrade was the next 2 attacks like this one is. I think it was called like Double Strike. Anyways. And then Juggernaut, whenever you gain block, deal damage. It's pretty cool. Not really applicable to our needs. Kind of. It is cute because it applies even to like the Ornamental Fan, but just not worth it. Again, if this were like Monster Train where I could put Intrinsic on it or do other things, like I'd be a lot happier with that, but can't. Anyways, we are going to take Feed. It's a little awkward for us, but it's still not bad. Act 3, Glory! Alright, so what are we looking at? It is apparently called Queen. It's kind of a cool picture, I will say. Not sure what to expect. It being called Queen makes me think it's going to be chess-themed. But, don't know. Double tap. Gotcha. That is quite the picture. I do appreciate there being a merchant right there. Except that I wanted to be able to get this merchant and that merchant, and that is not an option. I could go to the left, though, and just get more rest spots. It isn't terrible. I don't know. We'll see. Chess? Question mark. Even with all the bug lore they've been dropping. Yeah, but the bug stuff was mostly for Act 2. And so I assumed that was more... No New Pepe? Serendipity Incarnate? Okay. Anyways, I assume that the bug stuff was mostly just for that act. Especially because, I don't know if it's implemented yet, but they had talked about doing alternate acts. And so I kind of assume that the different acts will have more unique enemy types, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Haven't had a visitor in a millennia. You're looking quite drab here. Let's find something delightful for you to wear. Raise your max HP by 31. Gain energy at the start of each turn. At the start of each combat, shuffle 3 days into your draw pile. Whenever you play 2 or fewer cards in a turn, take half damage from enemies. We absolutely are not using Diamond Diadem. The energy is nice, but, like, it's a shitty effect. I get mad at the boss artifacts, and no surprise, they're going to continue to annoy me. We'll just take the Looming Fruit. It feels lame, but it's fine. Also, legitimately, I should probably buy some potions just to, like, fill up my belt. Okay, so what are we looking at? So I think there's, at most, 2 elites regardless. I think we're just going to do the early shop and then go through these elites. I think that is what we're doing. Yeah, I think that is the plan. 111 is a pretty number. That it is. It is pretty satisfying. Yeah, fuck it. We're not going to think about it too hard. Living Shield. And Turret Operator. He is horrifying looking. Start of the player's turn. Gains 25 block. No surprise. Yeah, I probably want to do Demon Form turn 1. Okay, this works out fine. Sadly, I don't get to use the Exterminate, but that's okay. Yeah, so you give 25 block to the Turret Operator each turn. Yeah, this is fine. Unfortunately, the Stomp is going to be wasted on him, but that's okay. We most of the way kill the Living Shield. We are going to take some damage, but fine. Okay, we're going to play that on you. Sure. I don't know that the pillage really matters for me. Yeah, we're not going to bother with the pillage. Yeah, in fact, we are going to use the pillage because we can just straight up kill. I thought I needed to do something slightly different. We didn't. Yeah, I do like Headbutt. Doesn't matter. And we're not going to take a 3-cost Bludgeon. It's just too much. Uppercut, pretty okay, but we already have Bash, and we're just going to use Bash. I will say, it's cute that you can draw on the map. I just wish, though, that it was like Vault of the Void's node tracking instead. I would rather just be able to highlight the nodes rather than have to draw my own line. Especially because I would like the path to go away as I am now past the part where it's relevant. I know that's a picky thing, but I just want my map to look clean and nice while still also giving me direction. But whatever. Here we are. I get another feed, which is cute. Unfortunately, I didn't use the feed in that last fight. Vicious is cool. Use the eraser. Yeah, I don't want to have to use the eraser every time I go into a new node, though. That is my point. I want to just automatically, like, do a thing. Deal damage equals the number of cards played this combat. Honestly, that's not bad for us. Whenever you rest, heal an additional 15. Yeah, we're definitely taking Shuriken. Brimstone is also pretty cute for us, but Shuriken is better. Unfortunately, I can't afford Shuriken and the card removal, but I think it's just good enough for us. And then we're going to buy something. Probably the weak. Yeah, Pommel Strike also kind of cool, but it's just not happening. We'll just buy the weak potion for later. But the Golden Axe would have been cool, but alas, here we are. Scroll of Biting. Honestly, kind of love the design. When Scroll of Biting deals unblocked attack and damage to you, you lose 2 max HP. Go fuck yourself. Okay, so they're all Scroll of Biting. It's just that this one looks different. Okay. Well... Don't mind me, we're just pretty strong. Okay, well, there we go. Yeah, I mean, the bloodletting's kind of cute. We're not going to worry about it, though. My deck is relatively low cost in general, so... Hungry for mushrooms! How long has it been since you ate? Wait, what's that fantastic smell? Following the scent, you reach a cozy campground with all manner of tasty mushrooms being cooked. You don't consider the safety of eating these mushrooms because you are so hungry. So hungry that you don't notice the dead adventurer. I mean, I definitely did notice the dead adventurer. Big mushroom. Draw 2 fewer cards at the start of each combat. Raise your max HP by 20. Lose 15. Upgrade through random cards. Yeah, done. I wish that I could see what the third one was. It was just a strike. I mean, I don't care about that. But the other 2 were good. Well, acceptable. The dismantle was not the most exciting since it only went up by 2. But mostly the point is I'm happy that it upgraded the battle trance. You sample the fragrant one. A small woody mushroom with a delicate scent of shellfish. A burst of energy spurs you to run, jump, and rigorously train. Then, a sudden stabbing pain hits you as the living fungi struggles within you during its brief final moments. Okay. Waves a hand dismissively. You don't notice the dead adventurer. Should have fished for the feed. What happened to the greed? Well, I didn't want to lose max HP. You're right, though. I didn't really think about it, and I could have done that with the final scroll. Axebot. When killed, a new Axebot is summoned in its place. Interesting. Okay, well, we're going to just go full out. I was hoping that we would get the demon form. Alright, we're gonna hurt the weaker one. Oh, I forgot that I should have waited till, like, well, that's fine. Okay, so he does immediately get an intent, which I was hoping would be the case. Yeah, there's a lot of enemies in this fight. And you made me both weak and frail. Go fuck yourself. I mean, like, I can handle it, but I'm not happy about it. I do wonder if Stomp sees the cost reduction from cards that were played before it was drawn. Don't know. Alright, well, I definitely appreciate us having both Ornamental Fan and Shuriken. They're doing some good work for us. Well, there's the Demon form. Bit too late for us to care, but fine. And yeah, so it does definitely see the cost reductions from cards played earlier. And it looks like even though they do get an intent, I think they always come in blocking, which is not bad. Okay. Fuck me, I messed that up. Okay, we're going to greed somewhat. And I think we're going to try to stall while we look for the feed. Although I am just going to take damage at this rate. That's fine. Whatever. Probably shouldn't, but... Well, that was the first time I took damage, so we at least get to draw the extra cards. Okay. There we go. Was it worth it? Maybe not. I do like the rage. We're just going to skip, though. Because, like, my deck pretty heavily wants me to just be playing a bunch of attacks. Self-help book. On the floor lies a tome. Top 3 ways to conquer the Spire. The book is encrusted with blood. So you find this manuscript highly suspicious. Will you read it? Choose an attack to enchant with Sharp 2. Increase damage on this card by 2. I have some good things for that. Enchant a skill with Nimble 2, or choose power Swift 2. First time you play this card, draw 2 cards. Well, the only powers I have, what I want is I want them to cost less. So, no. We'll definitely take the Sharp, and pretty sure that's gonna go on the Exterminate. You flip the book over and read the summary. Critics and cultists agree that sharp and pointy weapons are the best way to inflict damage. There's a price sticker on the back of the book, crossed out and marked with a greatly reduced price. Okay. Bag of Preparation. Start of each combat, draw 2 additional cards. Not bad when I've also got Gambling Chip. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I really need to upgrade that. And that's just a pretty minor increase. I guess I'm going to do Pyre, finally. I am not, like, wild about it, but it's probably going to be helpful for the boss, if anything. Well, that's a thing. Soul Nexus. Yeah, let's just fully drop it. Surprised that that's what I drew, but okay. Yeah. Disappointed, but not surprised. I guess I'll just block a tiny bit and hope it's not going to attack for 30 damage again next turn. Okay. Yeah, so like I do kind of want to do the demon form, but I don't want to do it enough. Okay, so let's do setup strike. So I can do 36 damage, or I can block 8. I think maybe we just go for the block, actually. Because I'm only taking 3 damage here. I do become weak and vulnerable, which I don't love. Didn't know that was going to be the case. But so be it, I guess. So that would do 36, or that does a lot of damage. There we go. Alright, well, fairly spooky enemy, but that's okay. We have another potion. End of your turn, gain 1 block for each card in your hand. Honestly, not the worst for me. Not perfect, but not the worst. Okay, so aggression. Yeah, and so it gets innate for being upgraded. Start of your turn, put a random attack from your discard pile into your hand and upgrade it. I mean, it's not bad for me, because it's basically drawing an additional card each turn. It's a little awkward, but I will take it. Basically only because it's innate. Although I wish it were like intrinsic in Monster Train, where it was an additional card, not just guaranteeing that it is in my opening hand. Poor feed I've barely used. I'm not surprised this is the case, but I am sad. I will do this. I haven't been using the sword boomerangs all that much, but you know, still good to make sure that they're doing the best that they can. Globehead. Well, that is a name on point. Powers are afflicted with Galvanize. Take 6 damage when this card is played. Well, annoying that I just picked up a thing, but fine. Also, I don't really need the breakthrough anymore. Alright, I mean, not a bad turn 1. I take a little bit of damage, but not so much that I can't handle it. So, like, I can kill him right here. It's just a matter of whether I want to try to get the feed. And I think it's not worth me doing, even though it's kind of cute. Especially because I'm frail. Also, like, half my blocking comes from dealing damage. Because, yeah, 18. I would go to 10 here. And then I could do another 3. And so I go to 13, and then 16. Like, I could block enough for this turn. Okay, fine. Just for the greed of it, we'll do that. Like, he's low enough that I can basically kill him with anything, so we'll give ourselves a chance to draw into it. Alright, we didn't. He's dead. Juggling. Innate, add a copy of the third attack you play each turn into your hand. I mean, that's cool. It's one of those times I really wish I knew what the boss did. But, yeah, it's a little awkward, but I will take it. I also wish that I had an energy potion for my first turn against the boss. But yeah, we'll take juggling, I guess. It's just pretty cute. Alright, these guys look like something. Flail Knight. I definitely misread that as Frail Knight for a moment. Spectral Knight. Magi Knight. Okay, so here's the deal. Which one do I want to hit? I guess we'll just do you. And then we're going to do aggression and juggling. And we get another strike back because that's just how we are. And then we hurt them all for a bit, and then we are going to take some damage. Unless I want to use 2 fire potions. I don't think we need to. I think I am probably going to heal at this just for safety's sake, so I'm okay with taking a little bit of damage here either way. And I'm not taking much damage to begin with, to be clear. Oh, cool. Yeah, wasn't anticipating that, I will say. So yeah, all of my cards are ethereal while he lives, so if I don't play them, they're gone for good. Okay, so I get a copy of that back. That's kind of a cool death animation. Anyways, then we can just feed, and we're good. We're just very strong. Upon pickup, upgrade 2 random skills. Sure, fine. I don't care about those. Should have looked at this first, but that's fine. I'm not going to take another setup strike, even though they've been doing good for me. Conflagration. 8 damage to all enemies, 2 additional damage for each other attack you played this turn. I mean, it's cool. I don't know that I really need it, though. I don't know, fuck it. I'll take it. And so what's the upgrade on Conflagration? Yeah, like, that's not bad. I think we'll just, for safety's sake, do the rest. I don't think I really need any of these, and I probably shouldn't have taken the Conflagration. Fuck it, we ball. Sal, probably. You're not wrong. Okay, Queen. Torch Head Amalgam. And yes, you're a minion, and you're doing stuff. Okay. Yeah, I would love to play the demon form, but pretty sure I really just want to do these. Yeah, no reason not to be drinking my potions. Yeah, I did want to play the Pyre, and I kind of fucked this up. I was kind of hoping to get an attack. Well, so be it. Okay, I get a copy of that back. We do some damage. Unfortunately, I can't play out the Pyre. That's fine. I'm still in generally good shape, even if I don't get to use some of my cool stuff. Alright, so what did you actually do? Chains of Binding. First 3 cards drawn each turn are afflicted with Bound. Only 1 bound card can be played each turn. Cards are unbound at end of turn. Okay. Yeah, that is not the most helpful effect. But that's okay. So if I use the Battle Trance, those are what I draw. Okay. Not the worst. Oh, so there is a max hand size, and I didn't realize it. Because I did kind of want that setup strike. Not the end of the world. Yep. Yeah, and then I can't play... Oh, I can't play that. I assumed I couldn't because it was bound? I don't know. I guess I hadn't played a bound card, and I just thought I had because of how it looked for the moment. Wear undo button, re... Yeah. Okay, so... Like, I'm doing just fine on HP. And yes, I know I'm ignoring this thing, and it will hurt me for a fair bit. Especially because you did vulnerable me, and weak me, and frail me, which is not lovely. I probably should have played the Pillage, by the way, but here we are. Okay. We'll weaken you just for the sake of it. And I didn't really need to use those yet, but we'll do them anyways. So, I take a tiny bit of damage. She's very low in health. She's already vulnerable. So we'll just go ahead and murder them. And there we go! Easy! Yeah, we were very over-prepared for the boss. So the Archdemon's Thrall has arrived. Threaten. Enemy. Kill. Proceed. It's a lot of damage. And it doesn't matter. Victory. You dealt 1,240 damage to the Architect, but it wasn't enough. You've dealt a total of some amount. Yep. I'm curious how it arrived at 1,240 damage. I assume that's just like score, but... Okay. Alright, so we discovered some new cards, new relics, new enemies, and epochs. I don't know what epochs are, but fair enough. In the timeline, reveal epochs to unlock cards, relics, and much more. Okay. Niao, play a single run to reveal this epoch. Chapter 5, Niao, the reopening. Mother of Resurrection, Niao, awaken from her slumber. Rise, champion. Again. Again. Niao will now greet you at the start of each run. And hopefully they don't have the stupid bonus. I really disliked in Slay the Spire 1 that the bonus was linked to how far you got on the prior run. It wasn't like a hard bar to reach, but it just... I want every run to be separate from the last. And also, like, having a punishment for not getting as far, again, is another way that it discourages players from, like, experimenting and trying out fun, different things. Especially at higher ascension levels. So anyways. Okay. Interesting that they have sort of a story. I assume that's what the timeline is here. Unlock by accumulating score. Beat Act 3 3 times to reveal. Beat Act 3 with the Ironclad. Act 2 with the Ironclad. Act 1 with the Ironclad. 15 elites with the Ironclad. Or a boss. Play a run with every character. 15 bosses with the Ironclad. Play a run with Ironclad. Encounter all other ancients. I have no idea what that means. Beat Ascension 1 with Ironclad. I'm worried / I assume they're going to do what they did with Slay the Spire 1, where they're going to make the Ascensions per character, which is such a dumb decision. Just absolutely make the Ascensions universal between characters. It is a waste of literally everyone's time to have it any other way. Play a single run with all characters and beat Act 3 to reveal this epoch. Okay. Well, let's unlock the things. Chapter 1, Prion, Magnum Opus. A void of nothingness. Oh, it's a placeholder. Weird. I didn't think they were going to have any placeholders for the early access. Whatever. Anyways, a void of nothingness. But then, the world came into existence. It turned about and molded itself to that which tells stories. Along this journey lay a planet named Prion, a mere speck in this universe. They say that a great story about a spire took place there. Okay. Cards unlocked. Automation. Every 10 cards you draw, gain energy. Entropy. Entropy just will not leave me alone. At the start of your turn, transform 1 card in your hand. Okay. Again, wish I could easily see what the upgrades to these do. Catastrophe. Play 2 random cards from your draw pile. Okay. Okay, so it does introduce more things on the timeline. I figured because we don't have anything showing, like, for the other characters. Because, like, we have, you know, beat Act 1 with Ironclad. We don't have anything showing beat Act 1 with, you know, Silent. Yada, yada, yada. Chapter 1, The Pact. For centuries, war raged between the Ironclads and the Valley Guard. Driven by ambition, a young Ironclad ventures to the forbidden boundary and bargains with the sacred demon. Blood Potion. Heal 20% max HP. Soldier Stew. All cards containing strike gain 1 replay this combat. Interesting. Ashwater. Exhausting number of cards in your hands. Okay. The Ironclad's rage cannot be tamed. Ascension difficulties can be activated when starting a run. Okay. Chapter 2, Devastation. The Ironclad's strength surges. The flames of the demonic pact course through his blood. Cuts and bruises heal rapidly. The Valley Guard are cleaved in two. The Desert Tribe are burned to a crisp. Windwalkers smashed into the ground, and even a familiar horde of aggressive bronze-cladded warriors are set ablaze with these exciting new flames. All of Ironclad's enemies are shown no mercy. All of the Ironclads? Ironclad? Where is everyone? Red Skull, while your HP is at or below 50%, enjoy strength. Enemies with vulnerable take more damage. Ruined Helmet. First time you gain strength each combat, double the amount gained. Okay. The Ironclad, a warrior from a faraway land, entered the Spire, driven by pure instinct and accursed blood. He has lost all reason and identity. All who prevent his ascent shall perish. Of note, this is how he looks in Slay the Spire 1, and I believe he has a different helmet / armor in Slay the Spire 2. Molten Fist, 10 damage, double the enemy's vulnerable. Cruelty, vulnerable enemies take additional damage. Dominate. Gain 1 strength for each vulnerable on the enemy. Okay. So there's definitely a new archetype of stack as much vulnerable as you can and get bonuses. Since we've seen a number of cards that scale off of vulnerable stacks that I'm pretty confident weren't in Slay the Spire 1. Chapter 6. Fog rolls in. The Silent. News of the Spire's reopening made his way to the Silent. She ferries a boat to the capital. I like this Silent's new design. It's cool. I mean, it's not really like super new design, but just their new sprite looks cool. Silent sneaks past the gate wards with ease and enters the Spire once more. Unlock the Silent as a playable character. Okay. Yep, unsurprisingly, these are the Silent ones. Okay, so those are all of our epochs. Anyhow, that's just the same thing. Okay. Gotcha. So the ancients are the things that we can encounter for the boss upgrades. That's what it meant by encounter, like all the ancients. Okay, fair enough. Oops, there we go. Oh, and so that's like an upgraded one of that. Gotcha. I'm not gonna lie, this looks like the silhouette for Carving Koriska. I know it's not. I'm pretty sure it's the bronze scales, the one that has you start the battle with thorns. But just looking at it, that's immediately what I see. Okay, so we have a lot of things locked to us still. And so interesting to know that each of the ancients can do a variety of different things. Also, I don't know if it was actually relevant that the bird pip was with us. Yeah, he's the one who, he actually did the attack with the bird swoop, but I'm pretty sure it scaled off of our strengths all the same and all that, so I don't think there was functionally any difference. But anyways, yeah, there we go. The Silent, a huntress from outside the Spire, ready to stab and poison anything in her way. And yeah, same as Slay the Spire 1, she has a Ring of the Snake. Start of each combat, draw 2 additional cards. It functionally raised my morale. I mean, it was a cute bird. I did enjoy that. I love this new Silent art. Yeah, it's super cool. I really look forward to the new characters. I mean, I like Silent too. And I don't want to skip ahead by just tanking the run to unlock the new characters. But I do really want to try out the new characters. Okay. Niao, Mother of Resurrection, exiled. I've remade you. Go up. Booming Conch, start of elite combats, draw 2 additional cards. Okay. Lost Coffer, 1 card reward, procure 1 random potion, or Leafy Poultice, transform 1 of your strikes on 1 of your defense, lose 10 max HP. Oh, I hate these sorts of things. Whatever. We'll just take the Booming Conch. Ceremonial Beast. Well, that is our boss. Emotional support burb is really important. Not wrong. Okay. So. Looks like there's 2 paths where we can fight 2 elites. So one path is after multiple events. Doesn't technically have to be after multiple events. We can also go this way. And then they do get that later. I think we want to go to them slightly later on. Also, the additional rest site is not unwelcome, so I can potentially upgrade something. Yeah, that's fine. Oh yeah, and of course the thing is green now, which is cute. Okay, we're going this way. Left's path is best, no. Those events could be magic. Yeah, they could also be unsatisfying as sin. And yeah, so taking chip damage does actually sort of matter now. And yeah, just like the Slay the Spire 1 deck, it's the same. Yeah, we'll take 2 damage, that's fine. Wish I had drawn differently, because we just don't need all the block this turn. Okay, and then he's just buffing. Not a bad time to draw some strikes. He's getting stronger. I don't remember. Can we play Survivor even if we have no card for it to discard? I feel like the answer is yes, but I don't actually know. Okay. So 0 cost Slice, deal 6 damage. Pretty sure that's down from Slay the Spire 1. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought it did 7. Prepare, draw a card, discard a card. Don't hate that. Any return or retain cards. I kind of like the Slice. Pretty sure we just want prepared. So this time we get a medium leaf slime instead of a medium twig slime. Don't fully know the difference yet. I wish I didn't have to click all the way on the right side of the screen to get rid of them, but there we go. I'm just like 1 damage away from being able to kill them more easily, sadly. Whatever, we'll do this, that's fine. I just want the confirmation to be like in the middle of the screen. That's what I want. Alright, we're playing a bit cautiously, but I'm trying to take as little damage as I can. Why is the confirmation not center screen? We get the same cards in Slay the Spire 1, but now the enemy HP is 4 times as high. Grump. I mean, it's been going okay so far. Well, I was really hoping to get the Survivor. Ugh. Unhelpful. Okay, if I get the neutralize, I did not. I was gonna say, if I get the neutralize, I can kill him. Otherwise, I am 1 damage short, even with 3 strikes. So we'll continue playing this super slow. Just because since he always rotates between damage and not damage, I am basically guaranteed to be able to do this without taking substantial damage. Okay. Cloak and Dagger. Gain block. Add a Shiv into your hand. I do like that. Don't know if we're going to be punished for playing Shivs like we were in Slay the Spire 1, though. Poison Stab. Damage and poison. I do like it. Untouchable. Sly. If this card is discarded from your hand before the end of the turn, play it for free. That's cool. So it's offering. I mean, I do want that, but I also kind of want to go for shivs. I'm going to take Untouchable nonetheless. Like, I do need better damage output because my damage output currently is absolutely fucking atrocious. I'm gonna not play the Prepared in case I... Yeah, well... Not exciting. It's so weird to see myself tiny. But here we are. Alright, we're blocking exactly enough. We'll chip him down. Eventually we'll get there. He's basically dead. There we go. There we go. Alright, leg sweep. Apply weak, gain block. I mean, it is a very useful defensive card. I still don't think I want it. Gain dexterity this turn. 10 damage to all enemies. Repeat this effect for each enemy killed. I don't know if that means specifically each enemy killed by this effect or by this turn, or if it's just every enemy that has been killed. Either way, we're taking it. It is just my best attack card now by a wide margin. So sure, fine. By this effect, okay. Like, that's less good than I want. Still good, though. Anyway, so, Snapping Jackfruit. It deals damage and empowers. And then a Flyconid. Kind of cute name. So, yes. Exactly what I wanted. So we get some free block. We're going to make you weaker. You can set it up to chain if there are a lot of enemies. Yeah, but that's very contingent upon the enemies. Like, there are going to be plenty of battles where there aren't going to be enemies that I can chain it with. Like, it's still a cool card. It's just that there are going to be a lot of situations where it does not do anything for me. Anyways, unfortunately, that hand, I happily would have done more damage, and I just could not. Yeah, that's still 16 damage. I could do the weak. I think I'd rather save that for one of the upcoming elites. Like, yeah, losing 16 is not something I'm happy about, but it happens. Okay, we're just going to go for the block. I was really hoping that we'd get the Untouchable. I also very much want to upgrade the Preparation. Also, Neutralize would have been really nice the other turn. Not happy about this, but I am trying to mitigate my HP loss. And this feels like the right thing to do, especially because we do know that he just sometimes doesn't attack. So we just do what we can. Yeah, okay. So we definitely have it no matter what. And there we go. Okay. Not great. Took a lot of damage. But, fine. 15 damage. Next turn, draw 2 cards. Don't hate it. I'm not sure I love it. Discard your hand. Draw them many cards. Maybe want that. Remove all artifact and block from the enemy. Apply vulnerable. Just like vulnerabling an enemy is maybe good. I think we're maybe taking the calculated gamble, though. On the other hand, just like Predator is useful right now. Getting rid of the block is amazing. Yeah, I mean, sort of. There are a lot of enemies that don't use block, but that is nice. I'm just worried about how terrible my damage output is right now, and Predator does notably help with that. So we're going to take Predator. Okay, so that does 2 weak, which is pretty helpful. This goes up in attack. That goes up a small bit in block. That's just a little bit of extra damage. Again, like, I don't want to fully underestimate the value of the extra damage because, like, it does help hit certain breakpoints, especially with something like this where we might get it to repeat its effect. But it still doesn't sound that exciting. We're going to do Prepared, I think, or Neutralize. Okay, yeah. Let's do Prepared. Wood carvings. You open a dusty box to find a set of 3 elaborate wood carvings. A bird, snake, and a Taurus? That's cute. A nearby pedestal has indentations which match the bottom of the carvings. Which carving will you place on the pedestal? Bird. Choose 1 starter card to transform into Peck. 2 damage 3 times. Okay. Enchant a card with Slither. When you draw this card, randomizes cost from 0 to 3. Choose 1 starter card to transform into Toric. Toughness. 5 block. Gain 5 block at the start of the next 2 turns. I mean, that's not bad. Again, really wish that I could see what the fucking upgrade does. I will say, as much as I hate randomness, I think we're taking Slither for Predator specifically. Because 75% of the time, it's going to be... well, 50% of the time, it's going to be an improvement. 75% of the time, it's going to be an improvement or neutral. And I think that's worth doing. You place the snake carving upon the pedestal, and the statue's scales light up. You feel a bit warm, comfortable, and wobbly. Slithering Stranger. I gotta say, this is probably my favorite looking enemy so far. Something about it just, like, really appeals to me. Oh boy, the first time we draw it, it is the same. Okay, we're gonna hurt you because I'm worried that you're gonna build up thorns just based on your look. Constrict. While the Slithering Stranger is alive, at the end of your turns, take 3 damage. Okay, well, so be it. So we're definitely discarding the Untouchable by doing this. So it's currently 14 plus the damage that we take from that. It appeals to your Wormkin love that he looks like that. I mean, yeah, kind of. I'd love to do more, but we're going to go for the block. That might be wrong. Because, like, they are getting stronger, which is concerning. Okay, we have exactly enough block for this turn. Oh, and then he increases that. Okay. God, unfortunately, I'm 1 damage off. Alright, I'm gonna take a good chunk of damage, but here we are. Not wildly happy about it. We were so close to it not being a problem. I mean, I didn't really need to be picky there. We have the kills. It's kind of hoping we could get the echoing slash so we could just kill both of them with it, but it didn't actually matter. Draw 3 cards, discard 1 card. I do like acrobatics. I maybe just want another prepared, though. On the other hand, like, leg sweep is good. I'm gonna take another prepared, although it's not amazing until upgraded. I'm gonna upgrade this. I would very much like to upgrade the Predator as well, and the new Prepared would also be appealing, but hey. Happy Flower! Every 3 turns, gain energy. Fine. Sounds great. Not my favorite, but can't hate it too much. Okay. I believe there's a limit of 10 cards, so... Okay, so he does just stay asleep this first turn anyways. I assumed that attacking would wake him up. Turns out, no. I was hoping that we'd get the Predator, but we didn't. But we'll at least do a chunk of damage here. Might end up needing to use the Dexterity Potion. Just because I'm not confident that we'll be able to kill him in a reasonable time frame. Unfortunately, the Predator did not roll well. Yeah, I'm not wildly excited about this. Okay, we are going to use this. So we're taking less damage. I'm still taking some damage, which isn't good, but it is less. Wrong ordering, but fine. Yeah, again, still taking damage, which is concerning, because I do have another elite coming up, and unlike Ironclad, I don't get to heal. But our deck is at least working better now. It's just, unfortunately, it didn't work better earlier, which would have helped us not take so much damage. 5 strength, end of your turn, lose 5 strength. Okay. Ornamental Fan is cool. We're not nearly as well set up to use it as we were with Ironclad, but we're working on it. Just getting some dexterity is not bad. 3 damage to a random enemy 5 times. I do like both the Ricochet or another Untouchable. I think we're doing the Ricochet. It would really help if I had ways to buff it up, though. Yeah, once again, like, what is the upgrade? 5 times? Okay. Yeah, okay. And yes, I did realize that there's a view upgrades. I still just wish that while hovering a card, and especially while, like, seeing a card from an event, I wish I could just see the upgrades. It's just a clunky system. And other games have shown easy, good ways to do it. But anyways, whatever, fine. 7 damage to all enemies with Sly. Precise cut. 13 damage. Deal 2 less damage for each other card in your hand. That's cute. Another untouchable is a maybe. Whenever you draw a card during your turn, deal 2 damage to all enemies. I do like that. Whenever you shuffle your dropout, choose a card from it to put into your hand. That's cool. Whenever you add a card to your deck, gain gold. I'd have to spend so much gold to get that, though. Start each elite combat 2 strength. I mean, it is nice. Retain your hand for 2 turns. Apply 3 vulnerable. Okay, so 223 plus 37 should be 260, right? I'm not bad at math. I mean, not that bad at math. Actually, the Twitch overlay that someone made for Slay Spire did it for a viewer. I have paused the stream 3 times so far trying to see what a card does. Fair enough. Anyways, yeah. So we're going to buy this. And then we're going to buy the Speedster. Don't know that that's really the best thing to do, but we're going to do that. Yeah, it's this thing. Yeah, not a bad time for us to have the Speedster, probably. 223 plus 37 is indeed 260. Yeah, it's just one of those moments of I really just wanted to make sure I'm not just fucking wrong. Okay, well, we'll do 20 damage with that. Unfortunately, we don't have the Predator this turn, but we're trying. Yeah, that is enough to just get the kill, so we'll do that. Although I think they get intense. Oh, no, they're days for a turn. Okay. No, we planned this out correctly. I do like the icon for Speedster. Oh, I do not like the infected cards. Yeah, they look rather uncomfortable. Okay. Could have just used Survivor to play Ricochet. Don't know if it would have made a big change. Yeah, I just spaced out that was an option. Anyways, there we go. Ta-da! That was an easy fight for us, which is good, because we were not in the best shape before that. Whenever you enter a rest site, start the next combat with additional energy. It's fine. It's not that exciting. It's whatever. Leading Strike. 7 damage. Apply, add a Shiv. Okay. Yeah, I'll take a Ricochet, even though I'm a little concerned. Okay, well, you at least got him in range where he dies. I was concerned for a moment that it wasn't going to do that, and I was going to be a little annoyed, but it's fine. Oh, that is unhelpful, Predator. Yeah, well, time to take a good chunk of damage, unfortunately. I would not go so far as to call myself happy about that turn of events. I mean, we should just win here. Would have been nice to have drawn that last turn. 5 damage for each skill in your hand. No. I do like Bouncing Flask in general, but this isn't the deck for it. 8 damage. 4 additional damage for each card discarded this turn. Yeah, I'll take it, I guess. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, we should be totally fine. Ta-da! And if that didn't kill, we would just finish them off with a Predator or whatever. 5 block, draw cards. We probably want that. 6 damage to all enemies. If the last card you played this turn was a skill, apply weak to all enemies. Deflect, also cool, but we want the backflip. Even if it's pretty weak block, the draw cards is quite useful. Yeah, so there are a variety of things I want, but making the other prepared do its job, I think, is important. And we are low on health, whatever. Oh, that's a cool looking enemy. I really like the look of that, I gotta say. Okay, well, here's that. And we do get the extra energy thanks to the Venerable Tea set. Unfortunately, I don't have extra strength. Obviously, I could have done the Flex Potion, which would have done a lot of damage this turn. But, like, maybe should have done that. I just didn't think it was necessary. But here we are. Anyways, we did shave off nearly 60 damage. Plow. First time Ceremonial Beast HP reaches 150 or below, becomes stunned, loses all its strength. Okay, so it's trying to mow me down, and it's just saying that if I weaken it enough, it'll reset that. Is this thing gonna air step midair like an Elden Ring? Yeah. Okay, unfortunately, I don't get to play out the Untouchable for free. Mostly doesn't matter, though. Yeah, it just keeps gaining strength. But as soon as it goes down to 150, it'll be stunned. So I don't have to worry too much. So if I play this, I can do 12 damage with that, which I think is, yeah, the correct thing to do. Again, really wish that I had, like, strength. That would be rather helpful. Also, it's a shame that Sling of Courage only works on elites. Like, still good for us, it just would be better if it also worked on bosses. Okay, don't mind if I do. I do like all the new Sly cards. It definitely feels like a sort of archetype that was missing for Silent. And so it is cool to see these new cards. Ring. You can only play one card this turn? Go fuck yourself. Yeah, okay, well that's annoying. I didn't love that, I gotta say. Well, I barely survived this, but I really wanted to get the extra card draw for next turn. Because, again, like, I need to be outpacing him. And my offense is not great. But anyways, whatever. We're doing what we can. Unfortunately, that rolled poorly, but the extra card draw is still good. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Such a lame turn. No, I'm gonna win regardless. It's just a matter of how I do it. So this hits 4 times, so we're currently at 12 damage. If I give myself +5 strength, that's another... should be another 20 damage. So yeah, that should be enough to kill. The alternative is we do the Dexterity Potion and then we do the Survivor, and that also survives. I think I'd rather give up the Flex Potion, though. There we go. Not great. The ringing really kind of fucked us. Had I known what that boss did, I probably would have taken one of the leg sweeps, because like, that would be good. I mean, not that we're guaranteed to draw it at the right time, but nonetheless. Murder! Deal 1 damage. Deal 1 additional damage for each card drawn this combat. That's pretty cute. Start your turn, draw 1 card, discard 1 card. It's cool, but I don't know that it's worth it. Like, it really depends on how long the battle is going to go on. I can't tell you the prize goes away. Yeah, don't spoil anything. I want to come in fresh. Like, that's part of the fun of this for me, is learning the game as I go. Can only be played if there are no cards in your draw pile. 50 damage to all enemies. Yeah, I don't really want that. We might be able to make it work, but it's just kind of a pain in the ass. I'll take Murder, even though it's a bit clunky for me. But it does work as a payoff card. Knowledge Demon. Okay. Fair enough. So I can hit 2 elites over on the right side. And that's it. Well, either way, let's visit whatever this is. I will say that looks substantially less cool in this picture than the icon on the map. Anyways, Pale, Melting Dragon. A puppet has arrived. Can you check on Father? I'm too tired. Yeah, I did get that impression. Pale's Tears. If you end your turn with unspent energy, gain an additional 2 energy next turn. Remove 5 cards from your deck. After each combat, randomly add 1 back upgraded. Doubles block gain from a card, then goes to sleep for 2 turns. I might do the remove and upgrade one. Because, like, the murder is kind of cumbersome for me right now. And so, like, I could pull that. I could also probably pull the Memento Mori pretty easily. And then probably... I mean, maybe I could do one of the slot... Or one of the ricochets. But probably it would just be, like, strikes or defends. Which isn't the most exciting, but... It's more or less some free upgrades. I will note, there's way less energy granting artifacts this time around, which is an interesting choice. Not what I was expecting them to do. Not sure how I feel about it currently. I will say, I at least appreciate that most of the ones that I've seen so far of the, like, boss artifacts have kind of ditched the, like, bonus but a curse design intent. And, like, thank God for that. Fucking hate that design sense. They're still really conditional, which is weird and interesting. But I appreciate that it's no longer that, like, every single one of them is... You have to, like, give up something core to be able to get extra energy. In exchange, you mostly just don't get extra energy, but, you know. How you doing, Glacier? I think we're going to do the Tooth. Okay, so Murder, Memento Mori... Okay, we'll do the backflip, and then we'll just do 2 strikes. There's so many shops. I don't actually have that much gold, though. Yeah, I think we're going this route. And then probably like that. And then, like, I could do a bunch of events, but I really want to get my cards back before the Elite. Yeah, so I think we want to go, like, here. Because I hit enough fights that I should be getting all of my cards back. Not that I, like, care about the strikes, but I do certainly care about other things. Okay, I'm now blocking enough. There's that. Here we are. Also need to keep in mind that I can get blocked from the Ornamental Fan. I still think it was correct to do what I did, though. Okay. And thus, we draw extra cards. He does burrow. Yeah, I didn't even read this last time. We just broke through his block and stunned him and then killed him. But unsurprisingly, it works the way that I would have expected it to work. Yeah, we shouldn't need to be too fancy here. We definitely have enough to just break through his block and then beat the shit out of him. So there we go. He's most of the way dead already. I was really hoping we'd get one of the discards, but we didn't. Doesn't matter, because that's enough damage on its own to just get the kill. All right, we got Memento Mori back, which is fine. Not the one that I really wanted, but it's okay. Block and a Shiv. Gain block equal to poison. And then there's Expose. Expose is cool. I'm not gonna take it. Probably should take it, but I didn't. Alright, I hadn't seen these before. These are exoskeletons, and they look awful. I will say, not a fan of a ton of fucking bugs. Especially the more horrifying ones. Reduce all damage taken and HP lost by exoskeleton to 9. As in, I assume that means if we're doing more than 9, it deals 9. If we're doing less than 9, it is unaffected. Yeah. Cool. Alright. So what are you doing? You're gaining strength. No great surprise. Yeah, I didn't want that to be the case. Yeah, unfortunately, the Memento Mori is not going to do as much damage as I want. Neither is that. Yeah, kind of mistake on that, but that's okay. Did take a hefty bit of damage for my choices, but whatever, fine, here we are. Not the end of the world. Didn't want the strike to be the one that we got back. 10 damage to all enemies. Okay. 8 damage for each attack played this turn. No, no, no. I should maybe take the deflect, but we didn't. Symbiote. Along your travels, you stumble upon a dark, amorphous polyp. You can sense that it is very old and very evil. Approach. Enchant attack with Corrupted. 50% more damage, lose 2 HP. Or kill with fire. I will say the Corrupted, sort of interesting on the murder, except that we don't have the murder right here. Similarly, we could do the Echoing Slash and give that Corrupted, which is kind of nice. I think we're just going to transform a strike, though. Fine. You torch the dark polyp as it screeches and burns into ashes. Your head pulses painfully, but you manage not to faint. What was that thing? How would that interact with Sly? So I believe Sly is worded as it just plays the card. So it would lose the HP, if that's what you're asking. These things. Already vaguely forgot what these things do. But that's okay. Unfortunately, we don't have the Speedster. Well, I have a bunch of block. That doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, they make the toxic. That's what they do. Okay. Alright, so I take 1 damage. Not that bad to just get rid of one of them altogether. I don't know that the Speedster is worth me doing right now. We'll discard that. And we'll do a big chunk of damage. I didn't really need to play the Toxic. I could have just played out like the Echoing Slash and done more damage, but here we are. We are in fairly good shape either way. Well, even with that costing extra, we get the kill. Okay, so we got the backflip back, which is fine. I'm probably most willing to get rid of the liquid bronze, so we'll do that. Another Predator. Another Backstab is maybe interesting. I do like more Sly cards, but I already am sort of struggling to play them all out. Yeah, I'll skip, I guess. It's pretty important that I don't too heavily, like, imbalance my deck, because I need to be drawing my discard cards constantly. Yeah, I still have no good idea of what all the different bullbugs do. Alright, unfortunately, we were taking some damage. I did forget that I have the fan, so at least we're not taking as much damage. Still bleeding out a little bit, but we did what we could. I kind of want to do that, but I think I'd rather do the Predator right now. Unfortunately, it just was not exactly how we wanted it to be, but that's fine. And sadly, I didn't play with the Speedster, but we're working on it. Okay, we'll just go ahead and daze him, and then we have a bunch of cards that don't do anything for us. Okay. Actually, we'll get rid of the Speedster because I'm not playing it this turn. Otherwise, I would have played it at the beginning. And that's fine. We just do a good chunk of damage to him. He's almost dead. We'll be able to finish him off pretty easily. Would really love the Predator not coming out at max cost. Anyway, so we get the murder back. Draw until you have 7 cards in hand. I mean, it's cool, but I often already have a bunch of cards in hand. Fine, I'll take it. We'll see what we can do. Going to 3 damage is nice. Upgrading the Predator is nice. The ricochets obviously are good, and they're especially much better in elite fight since I get the strength. Kind of just want to do the untouchable. Like, it's only 3 block, but like that matters for how often I use it. I think we'll still just do this though. What I would really love is to get another prepared. These are cute. Okay, so negates debuffs. They're doing their thing. That is not what I'd hoped to see. There we go. So now I can discard that and that. Sadly not playing the Predator this turn, but that's fine. That was largely what was expected. Anyway, so we do a good chunk of damage. We almost kill one of them. We have plenty of block. We don't know what garbage they're doing. They're just giving me daze. Okay, fine. It's not great, but it's far from the worst. Oh, fuck you. I mean, we'll just kill you. I can't apply weak to him anyways, so we may as well just use the weak attack to kill off the low health one. Okay, I will play this now, I guess. It's cool, though I haven't actually been using it to great effect most of the time. Yeah, you give me a bunch of dazes. We know. We all know how this goes. Yeah, not the most helpful, I gotta say. But I should have enough damage just doing Strike, Memento Mori, and Echoing Slash. There we go. Okay, so I've gotten everything back from the Tooth now. Do I want the Vulnerable Potion? Kind of. Seeing damage, less damage for each other card in your hand. Footwork is not unwelcome. Maybe. I think we're just taking the backflip. Alright, we'll take the Vulnerable Potion. I don't know that that's correct, but that is what we're doing. Alright, what do you have for me today? Stonecracker! Started boss combats, upgrade 3 random cards in your draw pile for the rest of the combat. I mean, that's fine. I would have preferred just, like, strength, but okay. Sure, we'll do the other Ricochet, I guess. So hold on one moment. Okay. Alright, it's everybody's favorite. Everybody's favorite millipede. Okay, we have a lot of cards in hand. Okay, so let's play the Speedster, especially because this is exactly the sort of situation where we want the Speedster. I think we're actually doing the backflip first, so that we're more likely to be getting the Sly cards. No, sadly, Predator is outside of a helpful range. Okay, so we should be fine on the blocking, so then we'll just knock you down to closer range. The Speedster does actually help me kill them all at the same time pretty nicely. It's not perfect. But here we are. Also, the Echoing Slash is good. Yeah, unfortunately you survive at fuck all. And I take 1 damage because I just am not quite blocking enough, but it's basically fine. Yeah, anyways, we draw and it immediately kills it, and if it didn't, then we discard the ricochets, and that kills it, and then yada yada yada, here we go. Pretty good overall. I happily will take the strength. It's not insane, but when some of my main attack cards are the ricochets, it ends up being a good chunk of extra damage. Pounce. 18 damage, next skill you play costs 0. Okay. Storm of Steel. Discard your hand, add 1 shift to your hand for each card discarded. I mean, it is rather cool. I don't think it's what we want. And then, yeah, we're fine without Sucker Punch. I do like Storm of Steel, though. But just don't think it's what we want right here, even if it could be cool. Ranwid the Elder. You are approached by the oldest person you have ever seen. We meet once more. It's me, Ranwid. You do not know this man. Give up a potion. Gain a relic. Obtain a random relic. Give the Venerable Tea Set. Gain 2 random relics. You know what? Yeah, I'm willing to give that up. Bag of Marbles. Start of each combat, apply vulnerable to all enemies. It's fine. It is sort of nice when I have the backstab, because, you know, it does decent damage and it's innate, so we're always going to have it turn 1 to use the vulnerable. Start of each boss combat, heal 25. Fine. Exemplary. Ranwid observes the relic studiously for several minutes, then eats the Venerable Tea Set. Well, man knows what he likes, at least. Okay, so I think we're doing another event rather than a fight. That's a cool picture. Infested Automaton. There's a chamber filled with dead robots. A lone automaton still has a faintly glowing core, but it's engulfed by a grotesque, organic growth and doesn't respond. Study. Obtain a random power. Touch the core. Obtain a random 0-cost card. Is that my boy Defect? So they used this picture for a long while before release. They hadn't said whether Defect was coming back or not. They showed off Ironclad and Silent and then the new character Necrobinder. And then they sort of teased images of the other new character who has some of the same design elements as Defect. So people weren't sure if that character was like a reimagined Defect. Or if Defect just wasn't returning. And they also showed off this picture, which is clearly, like, looks like one of the Defect automatons. And people are like, is Defect dead? Anyways, no, Defect is in the game. But maybe they weren't going to add him for a while. Who knows? Who knows? Anyways, I don't really want the random power. This is one of those times where I really wish I could just turn it down. Like, again, if this were Monster Train, I'd be able to just not take either of these. This is fine, I guess. Slightest touch of the core, you are jolted by electricity. You scamper away, feeling altered from the experience. I can respect a good dev troll. This is a bit off topic, but, it's a story worth hearing if you enjoy trolls. So, this is from a while ago now, but the anime, The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, which was very popular for a long time. It doesn't get talked about too much these days, but it's very popular. Off topic, on this stream? No. Yeah, fair enough. So anyways, Season 1 of Haruhi came out, was well-respected, well-loved. While later, they announced that they were going to do Season 2. No great surprise. So, I suppose as part of the preface for this, the basic idea of Haruhi, the basic premise of the show, is that Haruhi is a teenage girl, like average high school girl, She's kind of an oddball, but also she's secretly God, and she doesn't know it, but several other people around her do. And so they try to keep Haruhi happy and content because subconsciously she could erase the world or alter it in other ways if she's not happy with her day-to-day life. So, going into Season 2, the episode list had gotten leaked at some point. And so they had the names of all of the episodes for Season 2. And so, like, the third episode in it is called Endless 8. And in the episode Endless 8, it's summer break, and so they're all hanging out, they're doing summer things, and it's just like, you know, a summer break episode. They go to a festival, they have a good time, yada, yada, yada. And then the next week, instead of being episode 4, as had been leaked, it was Endless 8 again. And it was the same episode, except actually animated fully new, like didn't reuse any of the animation. It was fully reanimated and with like slight tweaks here and there. But it was the same episode. And so then, you know, week 3 of this rolls around and sure enough, it's Endless 8 again. And by this time, you know, I was watching this weekly as it came out. And it was, you know, setting in that like, no, they wouldn't really do this for 8 weeks, would they? Like, especially since they had already leaked what all the episode titles were. And it's like, they're surely going to do other things and not just do 8 weeks of Endless 8. They did. They did 8 weeks of basically the same episode, animated 8 different times with very minor changes. Basically just to troll people who are watching it weekly. It was quite an experience, but like, I don't actually recommend you waste your time watching Endless 8. It is, like, it's a fine episode to see once, not 8 times, but, you know. Anyways, I fully respect their willingness to do that. Anyways, that aside, Haruhi is also just a good series if you haven't seen it. It's a lot of fun. The first time, Infested Prism takes attack damage each turn. Attacker gains energy. That's cool. Yeah, but in response, it gets a bunch of attack. Okay, so. Yeah, I really want to not die, all things considered. Okay, yeah. We'll do that. I suppose I could have played this and I would have gotten almost the same amount of block and it would have dealt damage, but whatever, fine. Anyways, I'm taking damage, don't love it, and the vulnerable wears off. Yes, look at all my Sly cards doing their job. Unfortunately, I don't have more Sly cards. Really wish that I did. But anyways. We have enough block that does 28 damage. It's not bad. But yeah, it was interesting as a collective, you know, to kind of realize the slow dawning horror that Endless 8 was in fact going to last for the whole 8 weeks. Well, we're gonna take some damage, unfortunately, but hey, we're not dead yet. Yeah, why couldn't I have had this hand last turn? Probably should have played that earlier, but that's fine. Doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, we are going to heal going to the boss, so it does matter a lot less that I've taken so much damage. If you have 5 cards in your deck, heal 3 HP when you visit rest site. Fine, sounds great. I think I'm fine with one vulnerable potion. Yeah. These are both good. I'm definitely going to take the Prepared Plus. Okay, so I just naturally heal, so I don't need to worry about that. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of nice. It's probably the Untouchable or the Speedster. I guess I'll do Speedster. Just make it a little more appealing to actually play out. And, like, it does do good work for me when I play it. Okay, that's right. We get some upgraded cards off of one of these. Oh, this thing, yeah. Yes, 3 random cards. I just wanted to make sure if it was, like, specifically skills or something else. Anyway, so the Knowledge Demon. Interesting design. I really had no idea what to expect based on its icon. Okay, it has a lot of life, but I'm also basically fully healed, which is nice. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So I could do the Survivor to play the Ricochet. But I don't actually know if that does more damage than that. It's fine. I think the other one maybe would have. Choose a card. Disintegration. At the end of your turn, take 6 damage. Draw 1 fewer card each turn. Yeah, we'll take this. That's an interesting gimmick that we get to choose our poison. Yeah, this is not a good draw. Yeah, we'll just go for the damage. Partly on the knowledge that we get a full heal after winning. Okay, so we draw into the Predator and another Prepared. You're doing 24 damage. I do want to play this, but yeah, fine. I am taking a lot of damage here. Because take the 6 from that, and then he hits me for a full 24. Cool animation, by the way. And then he's doing a whole lot of things. Yeah, I really could have used the weak last turn. I really have not been using the expertise to good effect. No surprise. Okay. And then we're going to hit you for a chunk. I probably should just do the vulnerable potion and suck it up. I will say the one sort of... Oh, that's a weird animation. The one nice thing is that my murder is growing stronger all the time. Not a very helpful turn to be getting the extra energy on, but fine. Also, I probably should have held on to the Sixer Strike. Well, the Sloth is not acceptable, so we take this Disintegration, even though that's real bad. Oh, does this boss heal? Yep, it did. Okay. We are going to start doing some things. Okay. I'm not happy about this, but, like, I think I need the help. That was so very much not what I wanted. Alright, fine. Yeah, that's exactly what I needed to draw. Anyways, did not love burning all of my potions. Okay, just barely am blocking enough. Okay, the murder at least does a lot of fucking damage now. Yeah, that just does enough on its own. I keep being thrown off, and I knew it was the same way in Slay the Spire 1, but when an enemy has vulnerable on them, when I'm looking at the card in my hand, it doesn't take into account the vulnerable damage, and that makes sense because if, you know, you can fight multiple enemies in a fight, and so, like, if you are using the card on one that's not vulnerable rather than the one that is, it makes sense that it shows you the base damage instead of the increased damage. But still, sometimes when I am looking at my potential damage output for a turn, I am not mathing correctly because I'm just not taking that into account. Anyways, this turn, your next card play an additional time. Tools of the Trade is not bad for us. Double your block gain this turn. Okay. Alright, fine. I'll take Tools of the Trade. I think it's a bit slow and grindy, but that's fine. Test Subject. That is an interesting face. Yeah, this looks weird. Again, didn't love that I had to burn all my potions, but here we are. Okay, I kind of love this guy. Kind of silly name, but that's okay. So weak, but you have potential. Use this weapon. Crossbow. Start of your turn. Add a random attack into your hand. Costs 0 this turn. The problem is I assume that means that the added card will be, like, it's not going to exhaust after playing. If it exhausted, I would be very happy with that. But it does not, so, you know. You may cook at rest sites, remove 2 cards from your deck, gain 9 max HP at a rest site. Don't hate that. Start of your turn, gain 7 block. That's also pretty decent for me. So I could potentially visit 3 rest sites. I would do so by skipping some elites, though. But I mean, like, that's maybe worth it as much as I like fighting elites, because I could remove, like, I'd be getting 27 max HP. And I could be removing 6 cards. And being able to just remove... let him cook. But yeah, being able to remove just, like, the 2 strikes and multiple... It's weird that the strike pluses are separated, by the way. But yeah, being able to remove the strikes and either 4 defends or getting rid of, like, 2 defends and the strike pluses. Like, all that is pretty good for me. I think that's maybe what we're doing. 7 block every turn, also useful. But I think we'll do this. Though, again, it would be in exchange for not visiting the elites, basically. Which does hurt me. Strike plus are separated because they were temporarily removed from the deck. Yeah, that is the rationale. It still just looks weird to me. Like, I understand why it happens. It just seems incorrect. Okay. Fuck it. Fine. So, we are, I believe, going... That was very sloppy. Whatever, fine. Again, this is why I wish I could just highlight the nodes. That would be better. But for some reason, you cannot. Okay. So I get to visit 3 rest sites this way. I get to visit 2 merchants. That's fine. It's grand. It's great. Here we are. Could go leftmost, hit more event. I want to hit the merchants. Okay, so it's these guys, our favorite friends. Sadly, we don't have what I want. Okay, take a tiny bit of damage this way. I'm not that worried about it. Okay, whatever. We'll just go for the block. Because I wouldn't have had energy. Keep wanting to say Ember. Wouldn't have had energy to play out what I drew anyways. We'll do the Speedster. It doesn't really matter at this point. But, hey. Unfortunately, tools of the trade. Not helpful here. Which, again, is the sort of reason that I was a little hesitant to take it. But that's fine. I like the general effect of it. And again, we're this, like, monster train. I would be much happier to do it, but no, Slay the Spire doesn't believe in having a cool upgrade system. Anyways, this guy's super dead, because if that didn't kill him, we could play the other one, and then we could also play the Memento Mori, and yada yada. I will take another prepared, and we're going to really just hope that test subject, which I keep wanting to say test subject alpha, we're just going to really hope that he doesn't punish card draw. Dagger Throw is fine, but we're definitely taking this. I know it's dumb, but I kind of like the little shuffle of the possible numbers for this Neko card's cost. Yeah, I kind of like it too. I think it's cute. Block and damage, pinpoint, damage costs less for each skill played this turn. I do kind of like that, because I play a lot of skills, but I think we're not going to worry. Start of your turn, apply poison to all enemies. That is a very similar but different picture than Slay the Spire 1, which is interesting. Secret weapon. No. Start each combat with 1 dexterity is not bad. Yeah, fine. I'll do it. Test subject sounds like having quick and sweep. That it does. That it does. Oh boy, it's everyone's favorite scrolls. Which hopefully we draw well and it doesn't matter. Okay. Alright. Perfect. Ta-da! It's a little weird to me that it processes the attacks like all at once rather than showing it as like distinct slashes. And like it kind of does. I know the numbers pop up individually, but it processes them so quickly rather than doing like /1, /2, /3. It's not a big deal. It speeds it up, but it's just whatever. I mean, I do like Infinite Blades. I think we're not gonna worry about it, but I maybe could put it to good effect. Oh boy, it's these guys. So many axes, so many bots. Well, if they're not attacking, I guess I just do that and set up for the future. It just seems generally correct. Also, I'd love to get some more potions between now and the boss. Okay, didn't hate that, gotta say. There we go, just took a moment before it would allow me to do that. Okay, I'll just go ahead and nuke that one. And we'll nuke this one as well. And yeah. All things considered, pretty effective. Okay, I guess we start with discarding that one for free. Do wish that I had more Sly cards, but hey. I mean, there's multiple ways I can do this, but we'll do that, and if that didn't kill, then we just use the murder for big damage. Alright, I'll take a skill potion. It's fine, I guess. Another infinite blades. I feel a little sad that I didn't take the other one, but that's fine. Add 3 shivs into your hand. Reduce this card's cost by 1. I mean, cool. Not gonna take it. Oh boy, it's even more Scrolls of Biting. Well, so be it. Ooh, that is really not what I wanted to see. Well, I still lose some max HP. It's not the end of the world, but it just fills me with a little bit of despair, but it's not a big deal. Looks at clock, 5:17. Looks at sarcastic streaming already. Happy confusion. It is 8 for me, but yeah. Anyways, as I said, I was planning to stream early today because it's Slay the Spire Day. Either way, good to see you, Elix. How you doing? Okay. 5 dexterity. Okay, yeah. It's the temp dexterity one. We really don't need another expertise. I'm already not using that one as is. The Hunt. Kind of cool picture. 10 damage. If fatal, gain an additional card reward. Interesting. Either way, I'm not going to take it. I'm good wanting to get some good rest, but my brain decided to be awake 5 a.m. Oh, that is incredibly relatable. Yeah, okay. Let's get rid of those two. Upgrade 2 random skills. Of course. I mean, most of my other skills are already upgraded. And I am going to have some defend still, but it just feels a little silly. So why? Why is it the middle ones? Why does it organize things the way that it does? Okay, let's get rid of these, I guess. Well, let's just get rid of these ones. Okay. Like, the hand is cute, but it does get in the way of me evaluating what's on screen. Every 3 times you apply poison, deal damage to all enemies. Okay. Draw 3 cards, exhaust. I mean, I do like that. I think what we're doing is we're taking Bag of Preparation and then removing. I love the Temu version of the Venter. Yeah. Yeah, Master Strategy is also pretty good. But I think we're taking this. Also, what is this? Radiant Tincture, gain energy, gain additional energy to start. I mean, good, but not important. I may be going a bit overboard on removals, but so be it. What are you? You're a fabricator. Okay. Alright, so you intend to summon. I have a lot of cards in hand. That's not what I meant to do. Whoops. That's fine. Okay, and now this does 61 damage, which almost kills. Doesn't quite get there. We were close. High voltage, strength. Hey, Banhammer. How you doing? Thanks for the raid. So we have Zapbot and Noisebot. High voltage. Start a Zapbot's turn, gains 2 strength. Okay, well, I'm going to tell you right now that that doesn't matter. Hold on. Get him, guys! He's distracted by cars. Yep, pretty much. Oh, I didn't realize I could discard that. I mean, whatever. Who cares? Yeah, if I had planned this out slightly better, I could have done it in other ways. But it doesn't matter. We have the kill. Not a big deal. Having fun. Tried multiplayer. Glad to hear it. Any favorite characters so far yet? Another Ricochet is maybe worth it for us. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'll take another. I have often wanted more Sly cards. This is quite the thing. Punch Construct. Knuckler Steward. I knew I recognized you. Anyways, Cubex Construct. Also, they didn't get vulnerable because they started with Artifact, so it immediately ate that. Okay, well, here we are. How many times you discard, I don't see any downside to another Ricochet. It just, part of the point of doing the Cleaver is to make my deck a lot more consistent. And so, like, any card that I add does make it a little less consistent. But, yeah, I think the Ricochets are worth it, even if they're not doing, like, incredible damage. I've only played the first 3, and I have precisely 3 runs under my belt. Ran all the way with the Regent, which was fun. I'd be torn between Silence and Defect as my fave from number 1. Fair enough. We are only on our 2nd run so far since I talk a lot and play somewhat slowly. Yeah, fine. Sadly, we don't get the re-trigger, but that's okay. Wasn't expecting them to just stay open like that, but fair enough. Yeah, that's not incredibly helpful. Alright, I block a bunch, I guess, and then I still take a bunch of damage. Like, it's fine. I'm going to heal going into the boss fight and all that. It's not actually a big deal. It just mostly pissed me off in it being a dumb-looking turn. Alright, and then we draw a bunch of cards, and it kills them, and if it didn't, then we use the Memento Mori. We're just that good. God, Outbreak looks so silly. We don't need another Memento Mori. I'm barely using the one that I have. And the Blade Dance is cool, but no. I've seen new stuff every time I've looked at someone else's run, too, so there's a lot to see. Like, these monsters new to me. Yeah. I am enjoying it so far. Oh, it's these guys again. Well, as we learned, Spectral Knight is a bit concerning. But that's fine. I don't know the last time I played Predator. It keeps coming up in a bad situation for me. I was hoping to get the Speedster up and running immediately. But that didn't happen. Yeah, so I think we do this, and then this. Okay, and then the Echoing Slash is good. And there we go. I wasn't sure that it was going to cooperate and line up properly, but it did. If you do not play any attacks during your turn, I mean, that's never going to activate, basically, but that's fine. Don't think we need a Deflect Plus, though it might be fine. Okay, and then 2 more cards gone. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be a Strike and a Defend. Alright, on to the boss. So what is your deal? Test subject number C8. I wonder if that changes run to run. Adaptable. When test subject C8 would be defeated, it instead revives even stronger. As soon as I saw that it looked like this, similar to Awoken one, I figured it might have a revive mechanic. I kind of assume it's going to sprout more heads when it revives. Whenever you play a skill, gain 2 strength. Gotcha. That's really fucking bad. I mean, I think I just kind of got to burst it down. We cooked too hard. I mean, again, it's just one of those situations where I had no way to know what this boss did. And so I just have to accept that. And it's fine. I can probably burst it down anyways. And I do a lot of damage to him. Technically, I do make him stronger by doing the untouchable, whatever. Sure, we'll do this. The murder has been annoyingly difficult for me to play often. That is very good. I mean, I could knock him out. I do really want to set up the Speedster, though, so we'll set up the Speedster. Oh, whoops. I meant to do the duplicator with that. It's fine. Who cares? Well, we'll just double ricochet him. And then, yeah, I assume I have to wait till next turn, which is fine. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. Probably should have played the backflip so I could have done things. Anyways, yes. Look, he's got an extra head. And so he still has it, so I assume he's going to sprout another head. Painful stabs. Shovel 1 wound in your discard pile. Each time you receive unblocked damage. And yeah, he doesn't have the strength anymore, which does make him a lot less threatening. Sorry, Predator, but I really want to keep these cards in hand, so here we are. Sure, we'll do that so I get the extra block. Unfortunately, I can't discard those, and then we'll just do 48 damage with the murder, which is also, like, gearing it up for later in the fight if we need it, since it just keeps getting stronger and stronger every turn. Okay. Well, I was going to play out the Memento Mori, but it's looking a lot like we don't want to do that. Actually, I will do it this way, because we're killing him anyways this turn, so we may as well just draw more cards so that the murder will be stronger in the future. Also, it would have been nice if we could have played out the Predator, but alas. And yes, these only vaguely sort of matter, but that's fine. Oh, look, he's got a third head! Nemesis, at the end of every other turn. Intangible one. Yeah, okay. Well, it's annoying that he starts with the intangible. I get why they do that, but yeah. Interesting. And yeah, this should be his final form. So, he unfortunately wastes our time. We may as well weaken him, just because I've got the potions to do so. Yeah, unfortunately the murder just doesn't matter this turn. Oh, look, he's got even more weak. I draw so many cards. Oh, man. Sure. Alright, well, don't mind me. I'll just do another prepared on those, because why not? I mean, despite him only taking 1 damage per hit, we still got him down to 264, which is cute. Okay, and now we can actually hurt him. Yeah, I am very close to the kill already. Alright, don't mind if I do another of these. This deck is ship spamming in a trench coat. It does feel like that. Anyways, the Memento Mori is nice, but it ain't murder. And so we'll just dupe our murder and hit for, you know, basically 240 damage. That's a cool death animation. Woo! Not even an introduction. That was cute. And then he just wipes us out. What a jerk. Oh, man. Woo! Oh, boy. So many unlocks remaining. Alright, so. Chapter 2, Scribbles, Magnum Opus. On this quiet planet, beasts of imagination began to dot the world. They roamed the lands in this time of simple, gleeful violence. Countless ways to kill, to feed, and proliferate are suggested. Colonies, hives, groups, and schools ebb and flow into the nooks and crannies of Perion. Unsettling Lamp, each combat. First time you play a card that debuffs an enemy, double its effect. Intimidating Helmet. Whenever you play a card that costs 2 energy or more, gain 4 block. Reptile Trinket. Whenever you use a potion, gain 3 strength this turn. Okay. Chapter 2, Trophies, the Silent. Fantastic trophies occupied this forsaken place. All were defeated, one by one. Those marked by the Silent always fall. Poison Potion, Intangible Potion, and Shiv Potion, okay? Feels a little weird to have to unlock the potions, but fair enough. The Silent hungers for a greater challenge. Ascensions are now available. Chapter 4, Bigger Prey. The other sisters judge the fourth one in silence. They've not seen her for over 3 centuries, and she returns with an ugly, pulsating scrap. The Silent recollects the trials she endured for this trophy, but does not speak. To speak is weak. One can only prove herself with more impressive trophies. There's always bigger prey. Snake Bite. Retain, apply poison. Bubble Bubble. The enemy has a poison, apply more poison. Accelerant, poison is triggered 1 additional time. I mean, that's good. Anomalous Planet. The Regent. His Majesty barely even looked anymore and swiped through planet profiles in the current constellation. I demand to visit a more exciting planet. The Regent slammed his fist down on the space console. Beep, beep, beep. Anomalous planet detected. The Regent has arrived. His Majesty may now embark upon the Spire. Onwards! Well, I'm excited to play the Regent. Ill. A sickness carrying a familiar scent courses through the Silent's veins. The heart piece is slowly killing her. The grotesque trophy is hurled into the ocean, but the blight has no cure. She will die soon. Whenever you discard a card during your turn, gain 3 block. Certainly would have been helpful. Enemies of the weak deal less damage. Tingsha. Whenever you discard a card during your turn, deal 3 damage to a random enemy. Yep. Would have been nice as well. Okay. Ugh. Ooh. That's a fun picture. That's cute that I can hover over the constellations to see things. Anyways, Heir to the throne of stars. Wields cosmic powers, but his minions do the work. Divine right. At the start of each combat, gain whatever that is. I would assume it's energy, but it might not be. If I have to do 20 ascension levels with every character again, I'm gonna kill someone. Like, I am excited to play this game. I am not excited to grind ascension levels that are beneath me. Like, I've had devs try to justify locking the ascension levels per character, but it's indefensible. Like, it is a waste of my time. Because they try to make the argument of, like, oh, well, like, it's so that you can learn the character better rather than, like, jumping into max difficulty. It's like, okay, but if I am uncomfortable with the character, I can lower the ascension level myself. And if I am comfortable with the character, and especially if I have, I don't know, literally thousands of hours in deck builders, maybe I should be allowed to play at the level that is actually a meaningful challenge for me, is maybe a satisfying experience, and not a fucking waste of my time. Like, I don't mind playing at the low ascension levels right now, because I don't know the game yet. But when I'm actually doing the ascension levels, I shouldn't have to do 20 levels per character. It is not interesting. It's not like the crowns in Monster Train, because in Monster Train, every clan combo is meaningfully distinct. Like, yeah, there's a lot of similarities, but, like, there are a lot of, like, interesting, unique synergies for playing each clan combo. And even then, you still get to play those at max Covenant. Like, if I had to do every clan combo, like, level up the Covenant with every clan combo, that would be just mind-numbing and infuriating. Anyways. The regen is the character I'm most interested in. The idea of climbing the spiral, sitting down and looking down at everyone is really appealing. Yeah, fair enough. Anyways, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab more drink and stand up for a moment before we begin the next run. But I'll be back in a moment or two, and then we'll begin. Alright, I have returned, slightly less hungry than before, and we're gonna check out a new character, and I'm really excited for it. Also, how you doing, Tesseract? Good to see you. Okay, let's find out what the Regent is all about. Oversized blue creature. I am the future king. Cute. You will see me again. Alright, so we've seen the Booming Conch already. Start of Elite Combat, draw 2 additional cards. Don't hate that. Pomander, upgrade a card. Leafy Poultice, transform, strike, and defend. Well, he's got kind of cool looking strikes. I do like that his defend is just turning his chair to the enemy. Okay, so our only meaningful cards are Falling Star and Venerate. And so this is the special resource that he's generating, I guess. Anyway, so 7 damage, weak and vulnerable. And then that generates stars, I guess is what that's supposed to be. And then presumably we use stars to make constellations. And obviously to play out certain cards. I'm not wild about upgrading. I'll just take the Booming Conch. Like, that's fine. I don't really want to transform my cards into random things. So maybe that would yield something good. Who knows? Anyways, the Kin. Okay. No idea what to expect. I will say, the Ceremonial Beast is probably my favorite visual design of any of the enemies so far. I really go in for that. Okay. So I can definitely get 2 elites, and I think that's what we're gonna do. And I think from there we're gonna go up here so we can get an extra rest spot. I think we're probably going like here and then hooking up through here so we can also get the merchant. I don't like how wavy my line is, but well, here we are. Yeah, I won't really have any gold for this merchant, but that's fine. Excuse me. Okay, stars. Current star count. Regent's cards may require stars to play. Great, cool. Well, we are guaranteed to take damage on this turn. Great, love it. I will say that's a pretty cool effect. I do wish that... I mean, like, one thing I was hoping they were going to do this game that I was not really expecting them to do because, you know, reasons. But I was hoping that they were going to do more to increase the start of run deck variety. Since most deck builders these days have adopted some manner of system or another to give you not the same starting deck each run. Just because, you know, it's a lot more fun that way. It's better, yada, yada, yada. But nope. So the Spire decided not to do that. Yes, technically you can alter your deck a little bit with a Niao choice, but that's not the same. Well, I unfortunately can generate a bunch of extra block when I don't need it. I hadn't realized yet that these are actual minions down here. I thought it was just that his chair had, like, feet on it, but no, it's actually being carried. Okay, well, may as well gain stars and attack, and that's what we got. Alright. And there we go. We shoot him out of the sky. Alright. So now we get to actually see some cards. Know thy place. Apply weak and vulnerable. I mean, it's fine. Rot in War. Deal 5 damage. Forge 5. Forge. First time you forge each combat, add Sovereign Blade into your hand. Adds additional damage to Sovereign Blade. Okay, so Sovereign Blade retains and gains extra damage. So I assume that Forge 5 means that we'll create Sovereign Blade that has 15 attack on it. And so it's essentially just use it when you want it and leave it in your hand otherwise. Like, that's not terrible for us. I kind of like that. Knockout Blow. That's an interesting picture. 30 damage if this kills an enemy, gain 5 stars. I don't have a good idea yet of how important stars are. 3 mana for 30 damage is... like, it's really relevant right now. But I think Rot in War sounds more fun. 30 damage at Act 1 is huge. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I probably should take it, but I didn't. Guiding Star. 12 damage next turn, draw 2 cards. This feels familiar. 6 damage 3 times. Okay. Glow. Gain a star. Draw some cards. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of ways to generate stars, not a lot of ways to spend them. Whenever you spend stars, gain 2 block for each star spent. I mean, that's cool. Dramatic Entrance. Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst thing. I have a hard time justifying buying a card like that, but it's not bad. Like, it does help a pretty substantial amount versus a lot of enemies. Start your turn, 5 damage to all enemies, and increase this damage by 5. I mean, that's cool, but it's very expensive. Forge makes Sovereign with +5 the first time. Then Sovereign Blade is either retain or cycle in your deck. If you use it, and each future use of Forge will add Forge value to the Sovereign. Yeah. That is what I thought. Dramatic Entrance was great in 1, too. Yeah. Rainbow Ring. First time you play an attack skill and power each turn, gain 1 strength and 1 dexterity. Upon pickup, enchant up to 3 cards with Adroit. Adroit being gain block. I do like the enchants. I will say that's cool. Orobic Acid. Add a random attack skill and power into your hand. They're free to play this turn. Okay. I mean, the card removal's nice. I mean, I can't afford Rolling Boulder. It is cool, though. I mean, I think it's very slow, but I like the idea of it. I maybe should just take Dramatic Entrance. You know what? Fine. I don't love taking a card like that, but it is good. Fuzzy Wormcrawler. Again, I really wish that Innate was an extra card, though, not just, you know, guaranteed to be in your opening hand. It was cool that the Sovereign Blade chills out. Wasn't expecting that. A little weirded out by how much it just kind of flies around, but hey. You are Prince of the Stars, so you have to be dramatic. It's true. Anyways, we'll block, and then I think we're just going for the damage. I don't really need to generate stars. I have basically no ways to spend stars. Like, I've got the 1, but I don't need... like, I don't need to be generating extra stars right now. Summon forth! Forge 8. Put Sovereign Blade into your hand from anywhere. I mean, that's kind of cool. I think we're doing summon 4th. Almost accidentally click skip, which is fine. I could have fixed it, but still. Okay. This or that. Arms suddenly jut out from a nearby hole, clutching a suspicious bag of riches and a clearly cursed relic. This or that. A scratched-up voice whispers from below. This. Lose 6 HP, gain gold. That. Add clumsy to your deck. Obtain a random relic. So just unplayable and ethereal. Fine. Tuning fork. Every time you play 10 skills, gain 7 block. Okay. You grab the cursed relic as soon as you grasp it. Shackles materialize on your wrists. You hear a ghostly laughter and a bright plume of fire fills your vision. The hole and arms are gone. Okay, well. Okay, so that would be 15 damage. I'm pretty sure we're just doing the summon 4th here. Well, I feel good. I won my first run. Congrats. Good job, Glacier. Yeah, let's just do the summon 4th, I guess. Yeah, we're 1 damage off from it killing 2 of them, which feels a little silly, but whatever. Yeah, I'll just play that now while I've got the energy for it. As we have almost murdered them altogether. I've yet to see a large slime. I assume there's got to be a large slime if there's medium slimes and small slimes. 11 block. Next turn, gain 4 block. It's not bad. I do like this picture, by the way. Gain 6 vigor. Your next attack deals additional damage. I'm not wild about that. Although I assume that works with multi-hit things where, like, you know, 6 vigor on something that hits twice would be 6 on both hits. No, like, there are good colorless cards. I just really don't want to build into a random sort of effect like that. Whispering Hollow. I appreciate that I haven't seen any repeat events yet. Making your way through a hollow of dead trees, you happen upon a single bone-white tree. Clay baubles hang off its branches, which curve inward like protective ribs. Such a creepy tree. It whispers, "Make exchange." Once again, wish that you weren't required to make a choice here. It does annoy me that Slay the Spire often does this, where you have to choose something rather than being able to walk away. Hug the tree, transform basic cards, deal it out, take... Yeah, we're going to do that. The potions are nice. I'm not giving up my remaining 50 gold. We'll lose some HP, and I think just lose a strike. Cosmic Indifference. What a name for a card. Also, I would like to see what the card actually does. Thank you. Gain block. Put a card from your discard pile on top of your dropout. Not bad for us. The whispering compels you to give it gold, but you resist and give the tree a big hug instead. It thrashes about, scratching with its branches, but eventually calms down. The tree hugging experience transforms you. Make hug. Oh boy. It's the statue. Everyone's favorite. Unfortunately, not what I wanted. Alright, so we play that, and then we do these so we can do extra damage. Not the worst for turn 1. This guy is still scary. Honestly, maybe should have popped the strength potion. But we do have another turn to try not to die. Yep, and now he starts bodying me. Well, goodbye, a chunk of my health. Ow. Oh god, I'm so close to it being enough. Well. Fine. We block a little bit because I'm not killing him this turn, and so... Yeah, well, could have enjoyed that for sure. But alas. Anyways, there's the kill, but I took so much damage from him. Sarge combat with 10 block. Don't hate it. Interesting. 33 damage applied, 3 weak, 3 vulnerable, but I need a lot of stars, and I only start with 3. Photon cut. 10 damage, draw 1 card, put 1 card from your hand on top of your draw pile. Interesting. Oh, the death animations, they cut off the head. Neat. Yeah. I mean, goes fine. I kind of want the comet, but the problem is I can't actually use it, really. Okay, I'm gonna take it anyways. It's just a little awkward, but I can work on that. Yeah, that's not the worst for me at the moment. Okay, yeah. I'll get some free healing just by going there. It's maybe not gonna be enough. Yeah, annoyingly, not quite gonna kill. But that's fine, because I do start with 10 block, and so it's not, like, the worst thing. I have a very powerful Sovereign Blade that is more than enough to kill these guys. Anyways, I will say the dramatic entrance has been doing good work for me. Yeah, sadly can't do the comet, yada yada yada, that's fine. We'll just go ahead and use that to kill, and then that will also slice him dead. Hidden Cache, gain stars, next turn gain a lot more stars. Refined Blade, Forge 6, next turn gain energy. Cute picture. Fine, I guess I'll take parry. I'm not convinced that that's worth my time. But so be it. And then we go here. Ended up being a merchant. Except, yeah. Here we are. Okay. Kingly Punch. 8 damage. Whenever you draw this card, increase its damage by 3 this combat. Interesting. The Gather Light is more appealing now that I have the Comet. Whenever you create a card, gain block. Whenever you play a power, draw 1 card. Heal when you get to the boss. Start your first turn, lose energy at the start of all other turns, gain energy. Interesting. I think we're just taking the Gather Light. And then probably removing a thing. Yeah, may as well get rid of the clumsy. Okay, so I do heal a little bit. Not a ton bit, but fine. Okay, I guess I'm going to do the parry, though I think that's probably incorrect. Alright, this guy. I have seen this guy a lot. I don't know if there's another, like, Act 1 boss that I should be seeing instead. Or Act 1 Elite is what I mean. Alright, he gives me garbage. No one loves it. And that's what I'm gonna draw next turn. Okay, I'm gonna do it like this, I guess, question mark. Because I can use the Sovereign Blade to not quite do what I want. Yeah, it's just not quite as strong as I want it to be. If I could play the Falling Star, that would be nice. 7 damage to all enemies. All enemies lose 1 strength this turn. 6 damage, deal 2 additional damage for all cards that have a star cost. 17 damage, choose a colorless card in your hand. Add a copy of that card to your hand. Okay. Well, put that back into hand. And then I just barely block the damage. I get some more infections, which isn't great. I at least have the Sovereign Blade to kill another one of them. Very slow at what I'm doing. Alright, well, here we go. I could have done the Cosmic Indifference, put the blade back on top, which is probably what I should have done. Alright, well, I continue just barely not taking damage as they give me more and more infections, but we should probably be okay. Yep, there's the Sovereign Blade. We'll just go ahead and slash him to death with our mighty blade. Okay. Frozen egg. It's fine. At least we're getting it now. Conqueror. Forge 3. Sovereign Blade deals double damage to the enemy this turn. Yeah, that is worth it, I guess. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have gone here because I'm so out of cash. We could take another parry, though, which I maybe am going to do. Royal Stamp. Upon pickup, choose an attack or skill in your deck to enchant with Royally Approved. This card has Innate and Retain. I mean, it's cool. Deal 9 damage, added debris into your hand. Okay. I assume that has to do with some of the... like we've already seen some things that like give us bonuses whenever we create a card. And so I assume that's partly meant to synergize with that. Obviously, it's a 0-cost attack that Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, we'll take another parry, I guess. It's a little awkward, but fine. Okay, so I heal a little bit again. So we probably want to do either the Cosmic Indifference or the Gather Light. The Comet is also kind of cool. Yeah, I'll do this, I guess. Okay, yeah, I figured there'd probably be minions, because that's what the picture looked like. I just have no idea what to expect from these. Kin Follower, Kin Priest. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to use the Falling Star. I'd rather save the stars for the Comet. That's a fair bit of incoming damage. And I have Frail, of course. Yeah, it feels bad because that's like fucking nothing, but still. Should maybe work on killing these guys. Turns out they are actually kind of an issue. Oh, and I'm weakened this turn. Of course. Why would I not be? Okay, we'll do that, and we'll do that. And then I guess we'll just take a little less damage. And I got the extra armor from that, which I definitely didn't forget that I had. Didn't really need that extra armor right now, but so be it. Okay, and I'm not weakened this turn, which is important. Ish. Because that'll do 96 damage, which seems generally good. And I get enough block to not take damage from that. They are doing a non-trivial amount of damage to me, though. Yeah, so that will kill me at this rate. I mean, we survive this. I do take a chunk of damage, though. Okay, so I get my Sovereign Blade back, which I know is enough damage to kill there. And there we go. Not the cleanest fight by any means, but we got through there. Probably should have killed the minions. Again, Heirloom Hammer. Choose a colorless card in hand, add a copy of the card. Don't really want that. Foregone Conclusion. Next turn, put 2 cards from your draw pile into your hand. No, maybe. Monarch's Gaze. Whenever you attack an enemy, it loses 1 strength this turn. I mean, it's cool, but I'm not doing a lot of small attacks. The sword is a colorless card, right? It is. Fair point. Actually, is it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I hadn't really considered that. I don't know that we can actually dupe the Sovereign Blade, though. Either we'll skip these. I do like Monarch's Gaze, but it's just sort of a big ask. Alright, so this time we have a fucking crab. A very horrifying looking crab. And it also looks like it's a metallic crab. Kaiser crab. Okay. Fair enough. Alright. It's the candle person again. Oh my, what an exotic visitor. Who might you be, sweetie? I'm no sweetie. Address me with respect, giant thing person. Where are my manners? Tez Katara cackles with delight. Yeah, honestly, the nutritious soup might be good since I'm devoting so much of my energy towards other things. Brightest Flame is kind of cute. And, like, realistically, I can afford to lose a bunch of max HP. It's not the worst thing. Or Pumpkin Candle. Gain energy at the start of each turn, but extinguishes at the start of Act 3. So for just Act 2, I'd get extra energy per turn. I'm not wild about that. I mean, it would be helpful. Obviously, I'd just, like, have a way easier time through Act 2, but... Yeah, I mean, I think I'm going, like, this path. I think that's what we're doing. So, how do I feel about that? I mean, the difficulty spike of Act 3 will feel even more if you get used to playing with one more Ember, for sure. But the idea behind it would be that I use the extra strength now to play a little greedier, and then I transition into other things going to Act 3. I don't think I'm going to do that. Brightest Flame is a maybe. Like, especially with me trying to do things with the Sovereign Blade, an extra 2 energy is very useful. I think we're just doing Nutritious Soup, even though it fills me with a great deal of despair. But, like, realistically, I'm not going to be able to remove many cards from my deck anyways. And also, I'm sort of okay with just removing one of my star cards. Oh, I forgot that it doesn't work on the defense, just the strikes. Which is still fine. Nope, don't want you to steal the Conquer. That's definitely not what I was hoping you would take. Okay. Receive 50% less damage from attacks, deal attack damage 5 times to stunning. Go fuck yourself. I was excited to play the Comet on this turn. And then you go and do that shit. Well, still gonna do it. We'll get back the Sovereign Blade. The Vulnerable does cancel out the Flutter. So, like, we're still doing okay damage. It's just frustrating. But that's fine. We slice him down real good. Yep, we do want the Conquer. 6 damage 3 times. Again, that seems meant to work alongside, like, the Vigor and all that. Just got back from shopping. Who is this? This is the Regent! He has cards that have a secondary resource they pull from. He also has a theme of generating cards. Interesting how you can choose not to recover your stolen card if it's something you'd rather remove. Yeah, I was really hoping he was going to pull something I didn't want, so I could do that this time, but... Know thy place. Good advice for Quoto. You're right, Tom. How you doing, by the way, friend? You come upon a faintly glowing key and go to pick it up. Been looking all over for that key. Now, if you don't mind, this person looks like bad news, but maybe it's not good to be judgy. Return the key, gain 100 cold. I mean, we have to fight to keep the key. We all know that's going to happen. Stranger looks at you menacingly. Seems like only one of you is making out of here with the key. I suspect the stealing is based on rarity. Yeah, I mean, that seems plausible. Yeah, okay, fine. I'm doing okay, trying to fight the urge to just play Slay the Spire 2 all day. Yeah, I think we were all feeling that today. Don't really love that you're going to do 30 damage to me. Alright, I guess we block a tiny bit and cry. I'm just watching and waiting for now. Might get it later, might not. I mean, even with me not expecting it to be... Or expecting for it to not be my favorite, like, deck builder, I still really wanted to play it. I played a lot of Spire until it got me into Monster Train. I don't think I've touched it since the year after the Watcher update. Yeah, I mean, I play a lot of deck builders. I have missed out on a number of the ones recently since I spent, like, this entire year playing Monster Train 2. And I do kind of want to go back and play some of the ones that I skipped out on. But yeah, I still enjoy playing a variety of different ones, even if Monster Train is, you know, far and away my favorite. Yeah, I didn't really want to do this, but I do want to not take as much damage. I should have done it different, because I could have just done the Sovereign Blade this turn, and then gotten it back next turn. I mean, I could do the Fire Potions. This design reminds me of the Champ, just a different weapon type instead of the sword. Yeah, fair point. Yeah, I fucked it up. That's fine. We'll just burn the potions. I'm not going to let him hit me again. And unsurprisingly, the Comet has been difficult for me to play. Alright. Lantern Key unlocks a special event in the next act. Although I just have to lug it around until then, I guess. Cloak of Stars. Gain 7 block. Cool picture. Don't hate the card, although it doesn't mesh well with me trying to use the Comet. I think we'll just take another Gather Light. Not even totally certain that's what we want to do, but that is what has occurred. Kingly Kick. That's a great picture. 24 damage. Whenever you draw this card, reduce its cost by 1. Yeah, I can see how that is meant to combo with things like the Cosmic Indifference to put it back on top of my discard or my draw pile. Charge! Choose 2 cards in your draw pile to transform into minion strikes. 7 damage, draw a card, exhaust. Interesting. Again, and I know I keep repeating this, but it's just like, when I see cards like this, it really makes me want... It makes me wish this game had a more interesting upgrade system. It makes me wish that it had, like, Monster Train's upgrade system, or Vault of the Void's upgrade system, etc. Just, like, things that would allow me to customize this card to make more use out of it, and build my deck more heavily around it. But that's just not what Slay the Spire does. Whatever. 7 block, add a random colorless card to your hand. Oops. Orbit. Every 4 energy you spend, gain energy. I'm a little wary of taking another power, but, like, that is appealing. I'd also like to remove something. I think Monster Train's upgrade system does come with the downside that's very breakable. Monster Train mostly leans into that since it's designed around scaling up the numbers. Yeah, I don't think that's a downside so much as it's you know, by design. And again, that's why I mentioned also things like Vault of the Void, which has a similar but more restrictive version of that same sort of upgrade system. Kind of. But Monster Train can almost never offer instant draw since instant draw plus customizable upgrades means easy infinites. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's just a quirk of the system. Yeah, I maybe want Orbit. I guess I'll take it. I won't be able to remove a card, though. And again, I'm skewing pretty heavily towards setup stuff, and that's a bit concerning. Don't really want the Venerate. Okay, so he gets stunned. I do take 1 damage, but mostly not too big a deal. Fear we may as well just kill him. Yeah, I'll just wait. If we draw the Comet, we just blow him up, and if not, it's fine. Not necessarily a downside, but you can see deck builder design avoiding letting the cards be customized too much due to that. Spire 2 does have a few non-standard card upgrades from Relics at least. Yeah, but it's different. And yeah, no, I get it. Like, customizability of upgrades definitely informs other design decisions about the game. But I still will basically always prefer a game that gives me more control and more interesting things to do. And Slay the Spire, by far, just has the least exciting upgrade system. 2 energy. Cute. But I don't really want that right now, I don't think. Especially because I'm very bad at generating stars. 17 block. Blocked attack damage is reflected to your attacker this turn. I mean, that's cool. I think I've seen a deck builder that mostly had Spire's upgrade system, but had a variety of upgrades to the strike equivalent. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of different takes on things. And there are a lot of ways to do something similar to Slay the Spire. Like, still have it be fairly, like, reined in, but still have it be more interesting. For instance, like, beneath Oresa, instead of having one specific upgrade per card, has 2 different variants per card. Usually, like, taking it in, like, one direction or the other. Like, as a very basic example, one might have higher base stats, while the other one has, like, lower base stats but higher scaling. Yada, yada, yada. But, it just, like, almost all of the upgrades in Slay the Spire are just, like, small number tweaks. And, obviously, like, there's no, like, customization to them either. Like, again, compare that to something like Vaults of the Void, which both has the customizable stones that you can slot into cards, but even just, like, on their upgrades, they're more willing to have an upgrade, like, change the functionality of a card. Like, there are plenty of cards that will add an additional effect. Like, you know, they'll have it that it also applies vulnerable or also applies weak to the enemy, where the base card didn't do that at all. Or it adds scaling onto the card, or it turns a single target attack into an AoE attack, or into multi-hitting, yada, 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 yada. Slay the Spire basically doesn't do that. It basically always is just minimal number changes, which is fine. It works from a balance perspective. It's just not very exciting or interesting. Anyways, I kind of want to reflect. Again, it does have the problem of I suck at generating stars. We're getting a little better at it, but I think it's still just not what we want to be building towards. But it does seem like a cool card. That is quite the picture. Potion Courier. There's a sour smell in the air, and shortly after you find a Potion Courier collapsed on the ground. Unmoving, lifeless, dead? While their belongings have been ransacked, there is a batch of foul-smelling potions with a note. Receipt. Merchant. Or recipient, excuse me. Procure 3 foul potions. Deal 12 damage to everyone. Can be thrown at the merchant for 100 gold instead. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Like, I could route here. And then just, like, give him all 3 potions for 300 gold. But I have to give up the potions that I've got. And I'd be missing out on the elites. And I just don't really want to do that. Retain your hand for 2 turns. Nah, I'm not going to worry about it. Only a single potion was intact. Okay. Kind of want to do the Comet. Pretty sure we're just going to do the Gather Light. Because, like, I do need to play it semi-regularly, and I'm playing a somewhat slow, grindy deck. So just having slightly better defense is helpful. Yeah, I'll just hold on to the Sovereign Blade for now. Not wildly happy about it, but we're gonna do that. He's still gonna hurt me, but fine. Unfortunately, the strikes that I play, since they cost 0, don't actually generate us anything. This is disappointing. I will use my block potion, I guess, to take less damage, and then I'm not going to do that. Stupid lantern key. Yeah, give yourself all that, you jerk. So I could just blow that up, but I think I want to hit him. Okay, and then I get the extra block from the tuning fork. So I do actually end up blocking it all, even though I thought I wasn't going to, because I forgot about the tuning fork. Yeah, I need my stupid blade back. I mean, at least I have good block right now. Sounds like this is sort of by design. Unfortunately, the Conqueror doesn't matter, since I don't have the blade in hand. Okay, but there's my blade, which I can do some damage, and then also buffs the blade, and then we just wipe him out. Alright, gain block next turn. I don't hate it. Seeking Edge, Forge 11, Sovereign Blade now deals damage to all enemies. Yeah. Choose 2 cards in your draw. Yeah, we'll take Seeking Edge, that's fine. Yep, don't hate Beggar Preparation. It might cause some awkwardness to us at some points, but for the most part, it's not bad. Out of curiosity, by the way, what was the non-upgraded version of this? Just less Forge. Okay. Probably just doing the other Gather Light. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, well, good time for us to have more AoE damage, I gotta say. Okay, we definitely want to do the Orbit first, so then we can start stacking up. So we have 10 block. Unfortunately, I've only got my shitty defense. That's an interesting icon. I think we're just going for the block here. Like, I'm not really going to need the parry. I need the block now. I was going to say, if there's a power card you really need to make your Sovereign Sword better, but didn't want to spoil it until you found it. I appreciate it. I'm enjoying discovering things on my own. Okay. Unfortunately, I am weakened right now. I wonder if Sovereign Blade can be upgraded. Anyways, unfortunately, I take some damage because I was weakened this turn, and therefore I can't kill them, and then I just have to suck it up and take a bunch of damage. And I'm weakened again, which feels bad, but whatever, fine, here we are. Okay. I don't quite kill, but I can kill with that. And then I just need to deal 7 damage to you next turn. As a reminder, what do these guys revive at? 25 HP, so about half their normal. There we go. I do really like his like swords from the sky animation. Centennial Puzzle, not bad. Another Seeking Edge. It's not really necessary, but it is 11 Forge. Does Sovereign Blade have a plus version? That's what I was just curious about, but I have no way to actually check. Do I just want another one for 11 Forge and to like draw it more reliably? I don't think so. It'd be nice if the game had a card library visible mid-run. Yeah. I mean, you can go to the compendium. Or Sovereign. I do not like the way that it animates that. I just want them to appear on screen immediately. I know this is, again, a me being picky thing, but just like, it's way less enjoyable to have it be dipping in and out. Whatever. What does the soup bowl do? The nutritious soup, upon pickup, enchant all strikes in my deck to cost 0 but be unremovable. I think it auto-filtered by regent cards. Let's take a look again then. Oh yeah, it totally did. Do I need to select colorless cards? There we go. I was like, I expected it to search all of them. Well, definitely is not showing up under any of those, so. Same, I think filtering for none should filter for all. Yeah, so we found Sovereign Blade, not at all where I was expecting it to be. Okay, so the upgrade is that it is 1 cost instead of 2, which is good, but yeah, that was a weird ordeal to find out. Anyways, I don't think I need a second Seeking Edge. That's a pretty nice Forge Potion effect, yeah. Louse Progenitor, look at his mighty form. 14 block upon first being hit. And it's not ideal for us, but fine. I can see that being useful against bosses, battles that last long enough to play it several times. Yep, agreed. Yeah, oh, I did fuck this up. Never mind, I will do that and waste it. That's fine, it still forges it, and it wouldn't have been that impressive either way. So woolly that it looks extra combustible. That it does. Okay, so we do that, so now the Comet can do that, which is pretty appealing. We'll do that on top, I guess. I don't know, I'm not that excited, but it's probably strong enough to get the kill. Yeah, this is, I guess, fine. Because that mostly kills. And then we just put this back in hand. And it's stronger than before. We have a bunch of block from the parries. He tries to hurt us. It doesn't matter. We didn't quite kill him this turn, but we have a guaranteed kill on the coming turn. Poor guy. Alright, Stardust. 7 damage to random enemy X times. That's really cute. I like that it has X stars. Cool effect. 13 damage applied to weak to vulnerable. Yeah, it's the smaller version of the Comet we're using. It's a cool picture. Not using it. Alright, it's the Entomancer, as we have seen before. Okay, so... yeah, we're gonna do this so we can do the Comet on you. There's a lot of damage. Are you doing 2 times 7 now? I thought you were attacking 3 times. Oh, yeah, never mind. I just misinterpret. Can't math. Yeah, I think it's better that we forge the blade. I do take some damage, but whatever, fine. Region seems to have a space theme and flavor, which is fitting, even with the sword rain animation for it. Yeah, for sure. They are a being from the stars. 100%, that is their theme. Okay, we'll put the summon forth back on top. And block. I do appreciate the bee emotes. I really do want to make more emotes at some point, but here we are. Okay, unfortunately we haven't played the orbit yet, but we'll at least go ahead and do that now. And then get back our Sovereign Blade. And then shoot a little bit. Unfortunately, it's going to wear... The vulnerable is going to wear off. But that's okay. Great, and it gives us more days now. Anyways, we're going to do a bunch of damage and generate 18 block. It's still not enough block, but it's not terrible. Unfortunately, hitting him more... he adds them to the draw pile, so if I play anything more now, I will be forced to draw those on the coming turn, which is just not good. Like, I'm already drawing 2 garbage cards, so... okay. Basically, we just wanted to draw the Sovereign Blade so we could finish him off. Started combat with additional energy. Sure. Don't hate it. Void Form Plus. Okay, end your turn. First 3 cards you play each turn are free to play. Interesting. Uh, 8 damage 3 times. Astral Pulse, 14 damage to all enemies. I mean, Void Form is cool. I don't know that I can justify it. I mean, there's some cool things I can do with it, but I think it's just too difficult for me to use right now. I'm assuming they kept the tradition of giving every character a 3-cost form power, or at least a form power of some kind. Yeah, I would assume so. So far, that seems to be the case. But obviously I haven't seen the other new character yet. Stupid Lantern Key is consistently causing me some grief. Alright. You know, I didn't realize until now that the Toxic is forming the biohazard symbol. Just wasn't paying enough attention. Also, the fact that this counts down has been throwing me off. Because every 4 energy I spend, I gain extra energy, but I expect it to tick up to 4, not tick down from 4. They're fine either way, but just not what I expect. Yeah, I'm going to take some damage, though, because of my choices. I guess I may as well play... This is every 10. Okay, well, whatever. Alright, I take some damage. I am low on health. That's not great. The Seeking Edge is good to draw. Yeah, I guess we're going to do it on you. I would like to kill the higher health one, but he does a lot less damage to me this turn. And I'm not able to play out the Toxics, so I figure I may as well kill the one who's actually hurting me for real amounts of damage. I mean, so far I've seen a 3-cost power for Silent. Ironclad has Demon Form. And just now we saw Void Form for the regen. Yeah, so in Slay the Spire 1, the form for Silent was Wraith Form, which we didn't see in my run, but I assume it still exists. Alright, there's our big, beautiful Sovereign Blade. It was a bad fight for us, but fine. When you would die, instead this potion is discarded, and you heal to 30% of your max HP. Alright, well... God, maybe we want the weak. But I have ways to apply weak, so we'll take that, I guess. Draw 3 cards. Put 1 card from your hand on top of your drop pile. Don't hate that. Another Cosmic Indifference is sort of nice. I keep drawing it at not the time that I want it, but I will take that, I guess. Wraith Form wasn't what I saw for Silent, so if it still exists, Silent have 2 3-cost powers. Yeah, I mean, it's not insane for them to have multiple 3-cost powers. It's just that the forms specifically have the name Form in them, and so I would assume that Silent still has a Form card. Because for Ironclad, it's Demon Form. For Silent, it was Wraith Form. For Defect, I think it was Echo Form is what it was called. And then Watcher had Deva Form. And now we've seen whatever the new one was for Regent that I'm blanking on its name already. Okay, let us heal a tiny bit, and then we're going to greedily smith, because what is life without smithing? I mean, it would be nice to increase you. I think we're doing the Cosmic Indifference, though. Because, again, I do find myself needing to block somewhat often, and yada yada. Okay, that's admittedly a cool take on a boss. Definitely not what I was expecting. Alright, back attack deals 50% more damage when it's attacking from behind. Crab Rage! When an ally dies, Crusher gains 5 strength and 99 block. Okay. When an ally dies, Rocket gains 5 strength and 99 block. Okay. So you're doing dramatically more damage. I've heard the name Pincer Attack for this boss, which is appropriate. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So we have created a blade. Okay, we're gonna do that even though the Conqueror is wasted. We basically just want to make sure that I'm getting the extra forge. Alright, taking some damage. I could do the Falling Star, but I'd much rather wait for the Comet. Alright, fine. Makes me wonder where the name Pincer Attack came from. I have no idea. God, why are those what is remaining? Okay. I'd like to do the summon 4th, but... guess we'll do that. Not great. Oh, great. And he made me weak and frail, which I really didn't want to be the case. Cool. That's really bad. I mean, we're not dead because we have the fairy in a bottle, but, like, it's really bad. Fine, we'll do that. Yeah, I mean, we do block it all thanks to the parry. Unfortunately, I did a lot less damage than I'd like to on this turn, but still. Oh, and then it's just gone for a turn. I mean, that makes sense, because he did fire off the hand. Okay, we're definitely getting the Sovereign Blade back. Fortunately, I have extra energy on a turn where I can't use it. Fucking Lantern Key. Ow. Yeah, I mean, this is something. Unfortunately, I'm not buffing the Sovereign Blade nearly as much as I would like to be. Alright, fine. We're popping the other potion. I should have popped it earlier. I don't think this is enough regardless, but it's at least going to help. Okay, I do get a ton of block for doing that. I hope the Lantern Key's payoff is worth carrying a curse around for that long. Me too, because boy is it actually causing problems. Okay, we'll just put the Sovereign Blade on top instead of doing the Summon 4th, I think. Okay, we're not quite dead. Okay, this does enough to just wipe them both out, which is great. And if not, I could have done things a little differently, but we got there. Oh shit, it was real fucking bad for us. But we got there. And again, I did have the fairy in a bottle if I needed to, but really didn't want to have to do that. Neutron Aegis. Gain plating. I mean, that's cool. It's hard to play still, but, you know, 11 plating is maybe worth it. With how slow and grindy my deck is. Draw 3 cards, choose a skill in your hand, and play it 3 times. Ooh. Big Bang, draw 1 card, gain 1 energy, gain 1 star, forge 5. I mean, it's not bad. I think we're taking the Aegis. Yeah, I don't know. Just like, even though it degrades, 11 block per turn is nice. Well, that is new. The Door Maker. Okay. Okay, I don't know if I have to, like, visit an event to use the key. I don't know. Aegis costs you 6-star, which you don't have the best generation. Yes, it basically means that I just don't play the Comet on the first go-around. I am doing a lot better on stars now that I have the 2 Gather Lights. But yes, you are right that it is a concern. Orange? How is this being orange? All know that orange is the most regal color. Factually untrue. Incredible. So mighty. You are my favorite of the ancients so far, my dude. Anyways, Tanks' Whistle. Add 1 whistle to your deck. 33 damage. Stun the enemy. I mean, I do like stunning enemies. Throwing Axe. First card you play each combat is played an extra time. Well, I kind of wish that I had the Big Bang now. Yeah, I'll just take the Throwing Axe. That's fine, I guess. So I could visit 3 elites if I hang to the right, but I wouldn't go to any events, and I feel like I have to go to an event to use up the key. So I think we're going to go through the center route here. Yeah, I think we're going to do this. And we're going to hope that this event has the thing, and if not, we'll, I guess, alter our strategy. Oh, that's right. I did forget that I have Dramatic Entrance, which does make for a very good Throwing Axe target. Oh, and I already have 10 block, don't I? Sure, we'll just get that back. Maybe should have done the orbit. I was thinking that I needed to block, but then turns out I didn't need to block. Either way, it's fine. It was overall pretty decent to our needs, kind of. Well, I can't quite do it this time. Well, I am just not quite blocking, so I lose 1 max HP. Oh, I guess 2 max HP. Go fuck yourself, you son of a bitch. And yes, I did do this in the wrong order, that's fine. One thing I would love, an undo button. Yeah, fair enough. It would be nice, but I'm okay without it. Start your turn, add 1 random colorless card into your hand. No. Rot in War is cool, but I am gonna skip. Glow is a maybe, but I think I'm gonna skip. Oh my god, it's a devoted sculptor. I will miss the cultist, whose power is unmatched. Kind of want to do this because it would cast twice, and so then he'd have the Conqueror on for next turn. I don't think it's actually that helpful, though. So we'll do this instead. So that gets buffed up pretty heavily. Okay. Feels like the bird cult has grown between the 2 games. So many cultist enemy variants. I haven't seen too many of them yet, but fair enough. I don't actually want to take damage from you. So I guess let's not take damage from you. Maybe they're just more noticeable to me. I mean, I also could have just not encountered them yet. Like, there's a lot of things I haven't encountered yet. At the end of its turn, gains 9 strength. Jeez, I didn't realize it was that much. Well, I mean, I'm not dead yet, but boy, are you growing in strength real fucking fast. Yeah, I'm going to take a chunk of damage, I think, no matter what I do. Okay, but I can do 82 damage with that now. Unfortunately, I can't do the summon forth, but it's most of the way. Yep, I let you get out of control, unfortunately. Fortunately, I can't do the comet. Like, I just am not anywhere close. Stupid lantern key. All my homies hate lantern key. Alright, well, we're only taking 2 damage there. It's still not great. But we got the Sovereign Blade back, and that kills. Yeah, did not play that well. Really underestimated him. Gain 10 block, I kind of like. Quasar. Seems to basically be Spire 1 Cultist, but scaled up to 9 strength return. Yes. That is exactly the case. I mean, the Cloak of Stars. You know what? I'll take it, I guess. That's an impressive looking bird. Owl Magistrate. Yeah, sure. I'll dupe the parry, I guess. Yeah, not perfect, but that's fine. Okay. You know what? I'll put that back on top, I guess. And then I am going to take some damage because you're a spooky fellow. Wasn't too bad, but I am bleeding out somewhat, which is, you know, concerning. Yeah, had I thought about the fact that I was going to draw that, I might have done this differently. Though I guess since he's not attacking this turn, I can hold the Sovereign Blade for now. Well, I should have played that earlier if I was going to do it, but I didn't think I was going to do it. Anyways, we'll do the Comet, give him the weak and the vulnerable, and so we can start hitting for more in a moment. Soar! You son of a bitch! Yeah, I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting him to fucking fly. And there's no indication of when he's going to land. Well, fine, we do that. Because that is how I get defense. Although I should have done that first, because I totally didn't realize I could. Okay. Unsurprisingly, he lands, but I kind of had to play out my blade last turn. And then, of course, I don't draw it again. Oh, and I'm vulnerable. Great. Oh, how I would love to remove some cards. Again, it's one of those things where I just, like, really would appreciate if Slay the Spire gave me more control over my deck. It's just something I really appreciate from Monster Train and Vaults of the Void and other games where they accept that it's okay for a player to have some control over their deck. Unfortunately, ran out of vulnerable because I did. But we'll at least do this. Generate a bunch of block. And we'll just put the Sovereign Blade back on top. Rather than trying to fuck around with the Summon Forth. Die, you foul creature. I mean, Duplicator's not terrible for us. Particle Wall. 9 block, return this card to your hand. I mean, that's a really cool design since it plays off of the stars, which are a limited resource, kind of. Yeah, Refined Blade, kind of cool, but we're definitely just going to skip. So what's the Cross Blades buff you're stacking up? Don't recognize it at a glance. That is from Parry. Here. Whenever I play Sovereign Blade, I gain block. So when I play 2 of them, it goes to 18 and yada, yada, yada. So it's every time I play the Sovereign Blade, I get to block some. Feels like a pseudo X-cost block, but with more control so you can stop playing it early. Yeah, kind of. I mean, there's a lot of other things that it works with. I wonder if Duplicator on the Axe card will play 3 times or 4 times. I would assume 3 times. War Historian Reppy. An academic is trapped in a hanging cage next to a treasure chest. The academic is muttering about one-time use keys while furiously writing something. Looks like you can unlock the cage or the chest. Unlock the cage, lose the lantern key, obtain history course. At the start of your turn, play a copy of your last played attack or skill. That's appealing. Unlock the chest. Procure 2 random potions, obtain 2 random relics. I mean, I think we just want this. Reppy bows in appreciation as you open the cage. He hands you a thick leather tome. Those who know naught of history are doomed to repeat it, but you seem to know a thing or two about repeats, don't you? Congrats, no more key. Yeah, same. Feels good. To finally be rid of it. That's appealing, especially since your last card is often Sovereign Blade. Yep, that was my thought. Alright, so we do heal a bit for free thanks to the Eternal Feather. I just like his pose. Maybe the Rot in War. The Comet is also pretty appealing, kind of. How do you smith the blade? Every time something says forge, it summons the blade for the first time if we haven't already made the blade. And then forge after that just adds damage onto the blade wherever it is in my deck. Smith as an upgrade. Oh, gotcha. How do you upgrade the blade? You have to upgrade mid-combat. So, like, there are cards or potions that can do that. I don't use Rotten World that often. Not wild about it. We'll still do this. That's fine. Oh boy, it's the Axe Bots. We've seen these a number of times already. Unfortunately, can't do the Aegis, so we'll just go ahead and do this. Okay, we're gonna play this first. Oh, if I had thought about it, I would have waited on the fork, but that's fine. How you doing, Sally? I'd love to do the Sovereign Blade, but because I'm weakened, I wouldn't be killing one of them. But I think I still just take less damage doing that. I mean, maybe I want to wait. I don't know. Fine. We'll just do that and suffer. The making me frail is causing me grief. Okay. So let's do that. Let's blow you up. Yeah, fine. We'll just go ahead and do that. Okay, so starting on the next turn, we'll then play the Sovereign Blade again. They are blocking a lot of it, but hey, whatever. Not the worst all told. We'll put this up. Unfortunately, can't get anything back with the Cosmic Indifference. So we'll just leave it there so that they will so we'll copy a strike. Okay, if your last card was the power, it does replay the card before that as opposed to replay nothing. Yeah. I assumed that's how it's going to work because it does say specifically copy of your last played attacker skill, not copy of your last card if it was an attacker skill. Okay. I'm just gonna do this to get back the Sovereign Blade instead of letting it free cast. And replay attacks seem to be random target. The strike hit the other enemy. That'd be the same target if possible. Apparently not. I'm not surprised if it's random target. Fine, whatever. I definitely have not been getting the best draws, I will say. Yeah, I don't really want to do this, but it does work out. Should have done that slightly differently for reasons, but hey. Okay. Yeah, I was hoping that I was going to get the summon forth. We didn't, but that's fine. We'll just get back Sovereign Blade, although had I thought about it, I would have done those in reverse order so that I would have gotten to replay the attack card, whatever it's called. Rot in War. I knew it had something to do with rot. Couldn't think of the name. That's fine. We got there. You're dead. It was a bit of a struggle since they kept weakening me. Yada, yada, yada. Solar Strike. Damage and stars. Prophesize. Draw 6 cards. I mean, that's nice. Draw 9 cards. Jeez. We'll skip. Fine. It doesn't really help us all that much. Like, I mean, strength is strength, don't get me wrong, but in the grand scheme of things, it's like, we're not doing a lot of individual attacks. Okay, I think we want to do the parry. I'm so used to it free targeting now that I was like, why am I doing this? I'm going to take 1 damage, although I could have done... That's fine. I'll take the 1 damage. Okay, now I get 18 free block to start things off with. Don't hate that. Unfortunately, I can't do the Comet. But we'll do this so we can get the Sovereign Blade back on top. I think actually maybe just do the Summon Forth, because I do need to buff the Blade for it to, like, really be impressive. And yes, I did do this wrong. That's fine. yeah, this should gain me more energy. I would love to do the Conquer plus the Conqueror. But I kind of need to play this. And even then, I'm still taking some damage. Oh, so I forgot to do the strike, but we can't do the strike now. Yeah, I'd really appreciate you not debuffing me, all things considered. Okay. So we're going to end on that. Still take some damage, but it's not the end of the world. And then we get to do the Conqueror again, which means that he has the Conqueror debuff on him right now. Okay, so now that hits for 118. All enemies lose 7 strength this turn. Okay, Gorge it, start with some plating. Honestly, not that bad. Another Orbit is kind of cute. I'm not sure I can really afford it, but it is kind of nice. 3 random colorless cards in your hands. That's a cute picture. I'm definitely not into the, like, random colorless cards archetype. I mean, like, I'll play it at some point for sure, but it's definitely not my sort of thing. I will say I am enjoying this character so far, though obviously we are only playing a tiny part of their mechanics currently. Gain 1 strength. All enemies lose 1 strength, and that is permanent, which is pretty cool. I'm not going to worry, but it is a cool card. I'm going to greedily take another Orbit. Seems like colorless cards are one of Regen's thing. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Oh, it's this guy. Who makes his buddies. Power that adds a random colorless card every turn, a pseudo draw at least. I'm not sure what the colorless pool is like in this game. Yeah, I mean, they're not necessarily bad. It's more of just a personal, not my sort of thing. Okay, we'll dupe the parry. Just because I don't know how quickly I'll actually finish this. So let's make it as good as we can. Yeah, I don't actually want the Venerate, but I do want to block, so I guess we're getting the Venerate back. I mean, I was getting a ton of plating regardless. Fine. Oh, let's do this in the right order, where we do that, and that. Yeah, I can't play the Comet, unfortunately, but that's fine. We get a bunch of free block. Eventually, we'll make a sword. Oh, we haven't seen Stabbot yet. Gotta say, not what I was hoping to draw. Well, we're up to 38 block anyways. Which is not quite enough, unfortunately, but we're close. We at least get to draw extra cards off of that, which is helpful. Okay. So we can finally make our blade. Yeah, I'm blocking plenty as is. So we'll just do that on you. Oh, I did get one energy back. That's fine. I'll just leave it on that so that we get that cast again next turn. Okay, so you start by Conquering. Oh, except hit the wrong target because I forgot that that was going to be random target. Well, fine. Alright, we'll get back to Sovereign Blade. I do have extra energy now. That's fine. Doesn't matter. Yes, he makes his buddies. No, it doesn't matter. Fine, who cares? I mean, we can do that, but we're already going to kill him anyways, but this way we'll just do this. Okay. Bit of shenanigans. I do think I... Do I want the Shackling Potion or do I want the Weak Potion? I guess I'll take the Shackling for now. Conquer Plus. Radiate's kind of cool. Cool picture. I'm not going to do that. And we get to heal a little bit, which is appreciated. Should maybe upgrade the Venerate so I have a little bit easier time with stars, but fine. Rolling Boulder. Do I want to copy a card in my deck? What card would I copy? Probably the Summon Fourth. Either that or like the parry. Probably Summon Fourth. Sure. And then let's get rid of a Defend because they're bad. Oh, that's actually not what I wanted to get rid of. Totally forgot that there was another target. Well, too late now. Okay, I guess I'll dupe that, though doing the dramatic entrance would have been sort of nice against these guys, just because, you know, obviously there are three of them. Okay, let's put that back on top, and then we'll end on that. And so somebody's going to get double damage from the Sovereign Blade next turn. Okay, well, I get extra energy. Oh, I kind of fucked. No, that's fine. I get extra energy this way. And so I can still play this out again. Alright, it feels a little bit weird, but so be it. I do just generate a lot of extra energy with the 3 orbits now. What was Dampen? Well, Magic Knight is live. All your cards are downgraded. Go fuck yourself, you son of a bitch. Yeah, may as well just do it like this. We do a lot of damage, and we'll get it back next turn. And we have tons of block. It is a little interesting to see what these guys actually do, since I haven't let them do their thing on the prior runs. Sure, start with vulnerable. It's not that good for us. It's fine, but it's not great. And we'll skip those. I don't need to heal 12, I don't think. On the other hand, is there anything I actually want to do here? If this increased the weaker vulnerable, maybe. And Falling Star, by the way, is what I meant to get rid of, because I never use it in exchange for the Comet, basically. You know what? I'm just gonna heal. It feels like a waste, but we'll do it nonetheless. Because, like, again, we're a bit slow and grindy, but we do become rather strong over time. And so, just having a little bit more HP to buy myself a little bit more time seems useful. Door. Okay, sure. Let's dupe the orbit. Yeah, I'll just take the damage. I don't want to spend my stars. It's not that much damage. I feel something's got to happen once we bring him down to 0. But maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, unfortunately don't have a way to generate stars. No, I have the Venerate, I guess. Hello, how you doing? Sure, let's do that. And then get that back, and that. And then we can do the Comet. And then I maybe should have done the plating. Again, I'm not that worried about the whole situation. Anyways, we summon the Comet again. So that's pretty cool. Okay, yeah. Unsurprisingly, there's the real boss. Horrifying. Kind of cute. And that explains the whole portal thing. And we are getting another summon forth, so I will do the Sovereign Blade. That's how I look in the morning. Fair enough. What? You again? Okay, we'll Sovereign Blade his ass. He's attacking for a not small amount. Yeah, I mean, whatever. We'll take the damage like a chump. I'm unfortunately 1 energy away from triggering the orbit. Cowardly. This enemy intends to escape. I assume then he puts up a new door, and then I have to kill the door, and then yada yada yada. Here we are. Okay. Alright, look, we have a Sovereign Blade back again. How exciting. Alright, and then we'll just go ahead and duplicate that. and hit him for, 280 damage. And there we go. Kind of wish that I had seen more of what he did, but that's okay. We exploded him real good. I've arrived! You there, commoner! Is this the top? I just realized that the heart is in the background here. Somehow it occurred to me what is actually in here. Also, his the heart blueprints. Anyways, I need quiet. I'll teach you some manners. Kablamo. And then he just kills us. It's weird that there's no sound effect as he shoots us. I assume because it's early access. But anyways, there we go. And thus, we have completed yet another run. This is probably a prequel. I'm pretty sure it's not. Because they do reference the Spire reopening. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. But I don't think it is a prequel. But maybe it is. Chapter 4, Seeds, Magnum Opus. Enamored by the growth and stability of flora and fauna, the architect spends decades researching and refining them. And so, at last, the penultimate creation, the ancient seeds are complete. Seeds which turned out to be failures. The mistakes were placed in a heavy coffer and hurled into the ocean's depths. You can now climb the spire through customizable runs and seeds. Oh boy. Chapter 4, Opening! The Reopening! The clouds churn maliciously as the capital trembles beneath a storm so violent that none dare to leave their homes. 12 days later, the rain stops. The clouds remain, but the flame has gone out. The spire opens its doors once more. Beetlejuice! Enemy attacks deal 30% less damage for the next 4 turns. Mazaleth's Gift. Gain 1 ritual. Gain strength at the end of your turn. Droplet of Precognition. Choose a card in your draw pile and add it into your hand. The heart is dead. Someone seems to be trying to revive it. Silence is referred to returning upon hearing the spires open again. Not a prequel. Yeah. Reminds me when I wake up and want to look at my phone. It's just a reflection of my face before I light up the screen. These chapter numbers are all over the place. I guess they form a story when all unlocks are complete. Yes. That is the assumption. And also it looks like... So each of these has a... not just a chapter, but like a tag. And so that's chapter 2 of The Silent. And so there are multiple chapter 1s and chapter 2s and all that because they're of different things just arranged on the timeline. Chapter 4, Underdocks, Tales from the Spire. Once a source of clean water for all the Spire, the Underdocks falls into disrepair. Aggressive sea creatures emerge from its depths, making a home in the maze-like passages. A fetid stench emanates from the grate leading to the Underdocks. The slimy waters call to you. Okay, so now we can go to the Underdocks as well. Is what it sounds like. Which I'm excited for. Chapter 4, I Arrive. Kaboom! A fantastic explosion marks the arrival of the Regent. His Majesty's spaceship shattered beyond repair. Finally, I arrive. It is a little weird to me that they very explicitly have an alien as a character. But whatever. Sword Sage. Increase the cost of Sovereign Blade by 1. Sovereign Blade now hits an additional time. That's sort of cool. At the start of your turn, Forge 4. Again, really wish I could check what the upgrades do on this screen. What a crazy concept that would be. We need a hero. Deadly monsters had begun to trickle out of the spire at an increasing pace ever since the doors have reopened. Brave warriors, explorers, and mercenaries have been sent in, but few make progress. Even fewer make it back alive. The Regent learns of this dismay and takes it upon himself to become the hero that Prion needs. I enter. I do like his boundless confidence. Fencing manual. Start of each combat, forge 10. Galactic dust for every 10 stars spent, gain 10 block. Lunar pastry. At the end of your turn, gain a star. Chapter 6, Grand Strategy. Defeat? Me? The Regent of Stars does not know defeat. The strange man at the top of this tower must be defeated by me and only me. The Regent devises a royally brilliant plan to become stronger. To immortalize this, it is etched into a nearby stone. Try harder. Alright, gain stars. Add three upgraded colorless cards to your hand. Forge 15. Okay. No surprise. The Regent must keep going. His Majesty may now access Ascensions. Exciting stuff. Life and Death, the Necrobinder. That is quite the picture. A young explorer unlatched the forbidden grimoire. Magics from another time and place explode outward as weightless dark smoke overwhelms this curious one. She gains the understandings of life and death, but at a cost. Her skin, hair, and organs rapidly rot away as her soul is forcefully bound into the locket in her pocket. The grimoire whispers, "If I die, you die." The Necrobinder emerges. She seeks revenge! Alright, we can now play as the Necrobinder. Exciting stuff. I do appreciate that while the characters are locked, they have very simple unlock conditions of just play the prior character. So, like, as I'm winning these runs, I still always have something fresh to play next. The Necrobinder! A Spire-born Lich who seeks revenge. Calls upon her trusty left hand, Osti, in combat. Bound Phylactery at the start of your turn. Summon 1. Okay. Alright, well, let's bind some Necros. We share the same goal. He killed all that I love. My power is yours. Golden Pearl. Upon pickup, 150 gold. Start of elite combats, draw 2 cards. Transformer strikes and defends. Okay. That is quite the picture for defend. Bodyguard. Summon 5. Summon Osti with 5 HP. If already summoned, raise his max HP by 5 for this combat. Okay. Unleash. Osti deals 6 damage. Deals additional damage equal to Osti's current HP. Okay. Well. Sure enough. We'll see what happens. We'll just take the conch. That's fine. Act 1, the Underdogs. Alright, so we have the Underdogs now, which is an alternate Act 1, it looks like. Waterfall Giant. Fair enough. So I can do 2 on the left, or 2 through the center, or 2 by hanging to the right. It's mostly... I think I want to go to the right. I get a lot of extra rest spots, kind of. Middle path hits 5 events, 2 elites. Yeah, I don't know that I care that much about the events. And I'm still hitting most of them by going the path that I'm going to take. Yeah, that's fine. We'll go this way. Toadpole! Die for you. Osti absorbs all unblocked attack damage. Fair enough. I don't know if that means that he'll block 1 damage or if he'll block a full attack. I would assume it's only 1 because otherwise we'll have like a free hit every turn, which seems weird. Also doing the idle hand we all do while he's sitting and waiting. I actually don't do that. I do other things, though. Okay, let's take the hit, even though we're going to take a little bit of damage. Thorns. Yep, goodbye, Osty, and then welcome back. Yeah. Fine, I'll do it, even though I have to take the 2 from the Thorns. Don't love it. Alright, we'll just block some and try to prevent taking damage. Oh, the Thorns wear off. I assumed they would be around, which is why I chose to attack when I did. Either way, not a big deal. Putrefy. Weak and vulnerable. I mean, not bad. Deal damage to all enemies. Deal 8 damage. Apply Doom equal to damage dealt. Doom. End of the enemy turn if it has at least as much Doom as HP it dies. Gotcha. Yeah, not surprised. There have been a lot of different takes on that sort of mechanic in deck builders somewhat recently. Yeah, I don't know what I want here. The 2 from the Thorns went to Osty as well. Didn't even realize, but don't hate that. I mean, I should probably take the Putrefy. Yeah, I don't know. I typically don't put as much value on those as I should, I think, so we'll take it. I do like this guy's look. Sludge Spinner. Alright, we'll just block some. Which also means that then Osty isn't going to die, which is nice. Yeah, I probably should have protected. Because if I keep his HP higher, then the Unleash also does more damage. Not that it really matters. We'll just go for the kill here. And there we are. Bottled Potential. Shuffle all your cards into draw pile. Draw 5 cards. Okay. Defile. Ethereal. Deal damage. Yeah, I mean, like, it's fine. It's not bad. I'm not that excited. Defy. Ethereal. Gain 6 block. Apply. Weak. So I get the sense that Ethereal is one of her gimmicks. Unstable at home? Yeah. Although, like, I think Unstable and Wild Frost version of it is more exciting. Defile does not match the text. What are we talking about? Grave Warden, 8 block at a soul enter draw pile. Thematically, in my mind, gotcha. Yeah, admittedly, other card games like Magic have trained me to think of Defile as more of like a debuff thing. Namely, putting like -1/-1 counters on things, or giving like -2/-2 to all creatures for a turn or something like that. That's what I would more expect Defile to be, rather than just a straight-up attack, but whatever. Anyways, add a soul into your draw pile, or soul plus, and so it draws cards. Okay. Interesting. I think I'll take Grave Warden, I guess. I'll go here, even though I don't have a ton of gold. That's, I don't know, something about the pose here amuses me. I think it's mostly because we see her floating around everywhere, and so to see her just kind of casually standing here, hands on her hips, just looks a little silly to me. Pull from below. 5 damage for each ethereal card played this combat. Gotcha. Yeah, there's the Blight Strike, Enfeebling Touch. Ethereal, enemy loses 8 strength this turn. Gain energy. Yeah, I definitely misread this as, I misread the exhaust as ethereal, and I'm like, why does retain make sense in that instance? I was like, because if you leave it in your hand, it's just going to disappear anyways. It's because I didn't read it right. Dance Macabre. Whenever you play a card that costs 2 or more, gain block. That's kind of cool. Obviously not relevant to our current needs, but interesting. It's also a very weird picture. Lots of ethereal cards in the pool. I'm guessing she'll have synergy with playing and or exhausting ethereal cards. Yeah, for sure. That's, I mean, like, pull from below is already that sort of thing. Like, it's very clear that that's one of her themes. I was really curious what they were going to do with Necrobinder. I mean, the summoning is unique and cool, but yeah, didn't occur to me that they would want to build upon ethereal cards. Start your turn, put the top card to your draw pile. I mean, that's good. Can't afford it. Kyria, you can now gain strength at rest sites. Dingy Rug. And we probably just remove a card. It's kind of debating if I want to grab pull from below. What I would like to do is to build into the summoning, because that sounds cool. But obviously, like, we build into what we're offered. And so if I'm offered something more along the lines of ethereal stuff, it's not bad to build into ethereal stuff. That said, at the moment, yeah, we'll just remove a card. And we'll just get rid of a strike to start, I guess. Corpse Slug. When an enemy dies, Corpse Slug immediately eats it, becoming stunned, gaining 4 strength. Okay, yep. I would say I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised. Kind of want to do the Putrefy. Also kind of feels like a waste. So, we're not going to yet. The way this is written is kind of weird. Because it says deals damage and then deals additional damage equal to Aussie's current HP. And what that actually means is it does 1 hit that is empowered by Aussie's current HP. But it doesn't show them as separate values, which is fine. It just looks a little weird to me that they're lumped in together. Anyways, we can kill one of them. Specifically, we can kill this one. Which I think is what we're going to do, even though then he becomes stronger, which is a little concerning, but that's fine. Ideally, I would have been able to weaken them ahead of time, but I didn't. Either way, that's fine. We can do this and just do a whole bunch of damage and then murder. It's basically what I hoped was going to happen, and it did. Yeah, I mean, Defy isn't bad. I will take another Grave Warden, though. I like that she's got Asti chilling with her, too. Okay, so the Unleash just goes up in damage. I think we want to do either the Bodyguard or one of the Grave Wardens, or maybe the Putrefy. Yeah, I'll do the Grave Warden. I hold out hope that we'll see like a better summon card, and getting the block up isn't bad. It's interesting how this alternate Act 1 Received 7 undead theming unlocks at the same time as the undead character. Yes, agreed. Phantasmal Gardener. Okay. First time Phantasmal Gardeners hit each turn to gain 6 block. Okay. Fine. Great. They have a not small amount of HP. Alright, well, I'm trying to keep Asti alive, but... There he goes. And yeah, he comes back with 1 max HP, which is not ideal. Okay, but we can kill you outright, which is nice. And we have enough block, so I think we start chipping away at these guys. Multi-enemy elite with an ability that discourages focusing down one at a time. Yeah. Yeah, they just have a lot of HP, and I don't have any AoE damage, which is concerning. Maybe we should do the Flex Potion, actually. But yeah, I'm having trouble keeping Asti alive, and that is a problem for me. But I've almost killed a second one. Unfortunately, the others are also gaining strength, which makes them just very scary. I was trying to draw into the Grave Warden. Because now I have enough block, and I'm still able to buff Asti. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to make them vulnerable again. Yeah, I guess we focus on you since you have the higher strength. Well, just kind of keep doing the same thing. Alright, unfortunately he's buffing up, but we're working on it. We rounded the curve where we are now the superior fighter. Okay, so it started chipping away at you. Especially now that I'm able to, like, actually keep Asti alive, it means that every time I draw the Unleash, it's a lot stronger. Okay, we're gonna do that so that there's a chance we draw back into that. Nope. Okay. No great surprise. And there we go. Okay, bit of a trial, but we got there. Potion Belt is fine. Not actually helpful at the moment, but potentially good later. 6 block. If you play Doom this turn, gain block 2 additional times. Does that mean you gain the 6 block 2 additional times, or just 2 block total? Don't know. Either way, we don't have any Doom. Obviously, I could build into Doom, but still. So damage and add a soul. Enfeebling touch. I mean, losing 11 strength is a lot. I mean, it is sort of just like a block card, but... I don't know, I'll take the Enfeebling Touch. The problem is, like, we are drawing extra cards off of the souls. And so there's a very real possibility that we draw it and then are unable to play it. Calcified Cultist. Damp Cultist. Our power is unmatched! Excellent. Okay, so they start gaining strength. So you have more strength, but start with less damage, it looks like. Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and do a good chunk of damage to you. How you doing, cat, please? They did not age well. Yeah, more or less. I'll get a chunk of damage on you, and at least Asti is growing in strength for the moment, but, like, these guys really do concern me. So I could just kill you. Yeah, I mean, we lose the Enfeebling Touch, and Asti dies. Which is fine, it's just not ideal. Because he's growing strong, and not having the Ethereal Touch now is a concern. I really need my better block cards. Okay, we're doing what we can. But he's getting gross. Okay, well, we'll do that, I guess. unfortunately, that's going to kill Austie again. I'm having a real hard time with this, and I think I needed to have just committed earlier to just murdering his ass. At least he doesn't gain strength nearly as fast as the other one did. Which is why we killed the other one, but still. Just slowly grinding our way through. Alright, whatever. We take some damage, but I can just kill you with 2 strikes on the coming turn. Don't need to do anything too fancy. That's not the card I'm trying to play, but we would have had enough energy either way. Okay, holy shit, was that a bad fight. But here we are. Grave Blast. 4 damage, put a card from your discard pile into your hand. Kind of cool picture. Drain power, 10 damage, upgrade 3 random cards in your discard pile. Hey, Enkidu, how you doing? Yeah, drain power is kind of cool. Apply 10 Doom plus an additional 5 Doom for every 10 Doom already on this enemy. Yeah. Yeah, that feels like she. She being a mechanic in Vault of the Void. Essentially, it's Doom. But a little more interesting because she splits 2 remaining enemies. Yeah, anyways, turns out Vault of the Void, cool game, has a lot of fun mechanics. Really enjoy that game. I still need to play the new character, which feels bad that I haven't done yet, but here we are. Those 2 cards would combo nicely if only they were both takeable. Yeah. I've had my daughter all day, so I just got free enough to play a quick run and died to the last boss by literally 10 HP. Yep. Well, I hope you're having fun regardless. I don't know. I don't know if I really actually want drain power, especially when I'm generating. Yeah, fine. I'll take it. It's okay. I need better offense than I've currently got. Okay, we're going to start by upgrading the Grave Warden. Like, there's other things I'd like to do. That's what we're doing regardless. I have gotten the Ornamental Fan so often. I don't think it's going to be super pertinent to my needs right now. But here we are. Nope. No. 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 I can't keep losing HP, so goodbye, Putrefy, I guess. Like, that's frustrating, but fine. Well, here we go. It was a blast, although I wasn't playing the best for sure. I took that card that turns Ironclad into giant rocks. Admittedly terrible, but God, was it fun? Fair enough. Doors of light and dark. A doorway existed where none existed moments before. You entered to find 2 shimmering doorways and a well-dressed doorman. Finally! A visitor. Please, please, go choose a door. Any door. Are we still in the Spire? How is this place so clean? Upgrade 2 random cards. Remove 1 card from your deck. Yeah, I probably need to just do the 2 upgrades. Yeah, I mean, whatever, who cares? Into the light, it's blinding, but the light strengthens you. You're back in the Underdogs. How did you? Huh? Yeah, I am in bad shape. Skulking Colony. Cannot lose more than 20 HP each turn, so minimum 4 turns to kill. Okay. Well, I don't have any cards to upgrade because the only cards in there were already upgraded, but still. Oof. Alright, we'll just weaken you by 8, so then you don't pierce us. How you doing, Pasky? Find this character the most difficult so far. Enjoying the game, though. I like what I've seen of this character so far. Not that I'm playing them particularly well. Okay, so that's the most we can do. So then we set up the Grave Warden again. Okay, that's what I was hoping for, and that's why we took that card, basically, for exactly moments like this. Unfortunately, they block the damage, but hey, at least we're not taking meaningful damage for the turn. Well, we block a little bit. Unfortunately, Osty's still losing a bunch of health, but we're doing what we can. And we didn't draw what we need, so we just chill out doing this. Okay. We have a bunch of souls, so we should be able to get the kill. There we go. Upgrade 2 random attacks, fine. I mean, those are the ones we wanted to upgrade. Should have looked at this first, I guess. God, I just wish that I had taken the Doom stuff that was offered earlier. Osty deals 12 damage. Causes 0 if Osty has attacked this turn. Yeah, so Defy is not bad. Probably should have taken, but we'll take the Flatten. Endless Conveyor. You lumber into a shack with a bright but crooked sign that reads, Endless Feast, pay what you hunger. Inside, a willowy, multi-armed chef is deftly preparing bites of food and placing them onto a winding, chitinous belt. One of the chef's arms points to a sign. 35 gold each. Grab clam roll off the belt. 35 gold, heal 10, continue feasting. Observe the chef. Create a random card. How do you feel like Osty builds would be snowbally within particular combats? Depends on what the other Osty cards are. Since if you ever take enough damage to lose HP, it means Osty died first. Yeah. I'm really curious what the other Osty-centric cards are like. I don't really want to have to heal. I'm running out of cards to upgrade that I care about. Though, like, hitting the Enfeebling Touch or the Flatten would be okay. I don't know. It's maybe wrong, but let's go for the greed. I kind of want to do this, though, and see what the other options, though. Because, like, I don't know if it's going to be something like the Arcus event in Monster Train, where after you buy it enough times, you get something special. I don't think we're going to pay enough gold either way to find out. But I'm intrigued. I don't know. Fuck it. Fine. Grab Jelly Liver off the belt. 35 gold. Transformer card. Continue feasting. Cleanse. Summon 3. God, just let me see the card, please. Exhaust 1 card from your draw pile. Interesting. I don't love that, but fine. Grab Spicy Snappy off the belt. 35 gold. Upgrade a random card. Okay. Yeah, so it just keeps doing random stuff. Fine. Yeah, the problem is I don't have cards that cost 2, because like I've got the flatten, but I assume it counts the current cost of it, not the base cost. Grant Sea Punk Salad, 35 gold. Add Feeding Frenzy to your deck. 5 strength this turn. Nah, I'll stop there. I spent a lot, but now that you've had your fill, you continue on your way. I mean, wasn't bad. The problem is, like, that doesn't do anything for me. Like, it's cool, but I don't have cards that cost 2 or more. Alright, so let's get rid of that because it doesn't actually do anything for me. We do that because I just don't want it to get rid of it. And I guess I'm going to attack, though it would be nice to generate the soul for later. Steam Eruption! When killed, deal 15 damage at the end of your next turn. Interesting, I guess? Okay, so we're going to lose a little bit of Austie power, but fine. I guess we're gonna block, question mark. Do need to remember that I have an Ornamental Fan. Yeah, I don't really want to lose the Enfeebling Touch. The Grave Wardens are good, but I think we're just gonna get some damage in while we can. It's a shame that we didn't get that to cost 0, but whatever. Yeah, I so far wish the game had a confirmation click on the transformed cards as well. Like, it'll matter less once I know the game better, and so I can better tell at a glance what it's doing, but currently, just kind of annoying. Steam Eruption is somewhat concerning, but, you know, as long as we can keep Austie with a bunch of life, we should be fine no matter what. Since we're essentially banking defense with him. Okay, not my favorite, but we'll use this to get rid of a defend. And I probably shouldn't have done that. Well, I still lose a little bit of Austie, but better than it could have been. This boss has an interesting visual design. The area seems to have a toad theme, and this is a stone toad raining water. Fair? I didn't really consider this area as having a toad theme, but fair enough. Well, we're blocking the 10. I kind of want to get the soul from the other Grave Warden, but this is good enough. Alright, we have to keep playing that if we don't want to lose it. Which, admittedly, maybe now is the time to lose it, but still. Sure, we'll do that. We lose one of these, but we gained 5 summon, we lost 5 summon. Not really Toad theme, but a few Toad enemies appeared, I think, unless they're just a trend in the new Spire in general, or of an undead theme. Okay. So 42 damage at the end of the next turn. Which, like, sounds really awful if we weren't playing Necrobinder. Because I just block what I can block. And then, yeah. Not sure how I feel about that gimmick. Because it punishes you for being slow. Obviously, like, that's more fine once I know that that's the boss's gimmick, so that across Act 1 I can get... You know, I can put more emphasis on being more aggressive, but still. Or, you know, super defensive, I guess, so you can withstand the Steam Eruption. Call of the Void. Start of your turn, add 1 random card into your hand. It gains Ethereal. It's a large mystery box, is what it is. Ethereal, transform a card in your draw pile into Soul or Soul Plus. Okay. Which is interesting. Hang. Deal damage. Double the damage all hang cards deal to this enemy. Gotcha. Random cards that don't clog the deck and may have Ethereal synergy. Yeah. Kind of. So they do clog the deck if you play them. Well, the point is, they stick around if you play them. They don't if you let them go. Self-scaling synergy on a rare card, but exponential. Yeah. Yeah, it's something. I kind of want to take it. I think it's incorrect. But I do kind of want to take it. I really want to try a hang deck. That card seems so fun. Usually cards that synergize with other copies of themselves are common. Yeah, it is weird, but it is, like, heavy scaling. And there is the possibility that you could be generating more of them with the, like, random ethereal cards and all that. I'm still a little weirded out by Dance Macabre, since I have seen only, like, a single 2-cost card. And again, I'm pretty sure that it doesn't work when this is getting the cost reduction. Maybe it does, but I assume it doesn't. I guess as a rare, it might be more of a thin deck card with effects like exhausting, transforming your drop out. Yeah, that was my thought. Because, like, there are ways to, like, exhaust cards with Necrobinder, and you can turn things into, like, draw cards, like the souls. I kind of want to take Hang. I don't think it's actually great for me. It just seems like really slow for most situations. I don't know. Like, what's life without trying to do something fun? I did kind of want to build into Asti. We also have found essentially no Asti cards. Like, we got one, but... Such malice paints your heart. We would share the same paint if you knew what's befallen me. There is no peace on your path. Take a part of me to ease your burdens. Pale's Flesh. Gain additional energy at the start of your third turn, and every turn after that. Yeah, probably. Enchant a card with Clone. This card can be duplicated at rest sites. Well, you don't say. So return, draw one additional card. Seems good, but... you don't say. Sure, fine. Okay, where are rest sites? There's a lot of them. Okay, I think we're just going... like that? Yeah, that's what it looks like. Okay, fine. It's the Thieving Hopper. Well, we might actually let him just take it. Yeah, that's fine. I don't want that card. Oh, I should have played out the flatten. And I didn't. Okay, we'll go ahead and make you weaker. Oh, I should have done that differently and played out the hang first. Well, you're dealing 0 damage. That's something. Okay, well, we're not doing a whole good job at stopping him. He's trying to escape this turn. Though I believe we stun him if I hit him one more time. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna let the Enfeebling Touch exhaust so that I have another soul in here. Okay, so we kill him. It's fine, I don't need the card back, but I do still want the rewards for killing him. We're not gonna take that back. Gain energy exhaust. Aussie deals 7 damage, hits an additional time for each other time he's attacked this turn. Like, that's cool. But we've made choices. Yeah, anyways, fine. Like, we're doing something different with our life now. Right hand. Asti deals 4 damage. Whenever you play a card that costs 2 or more, return this to your hand from the discard pile. Okay. I mean, cool. Again, I'm not seeing a whole lot of, like, 2-cost cards, though. 9 damage, add a soul into your discard pile, or into your draw pile. Undeath, 7 block, add a copy of this card into your discard pile. Interesting. Lose 2 strength. Gain energy at the start of each turn. Minter 10. You may choose any number of options at rest sites. God, I would love to have that. 20% additional golds. Raise max HP. worth on the friendship. Yeah, I was debating buying it. I think we're definitely removing a card is what we're doing. But beyond that... You gonna suck extra for any attack that's not hang? Yes. But I think that's fine. Okay, I'm a little dubious of that, but we'll do it anyways. Alright, so you should get stunned, and we have just enough block that everything's fine. Every single thing is fine. No, once again, probably should have played out the hang first. That is a lot of damage. Didn't realize that the power of friendship icon is a rainbow. Oh, the energy power updates to -3 to -4. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so you got stunned. Alright. Alright, so you're just dead. And then we'll double damage that and do some things. Here we are. It does suck a little bit for the hang to be doing less damage, but I think just the extra energy is still probably worth it, or at least will be worth it in the future. Nope. Actually, what was the summon for 7 block? I mean, that's cool, but not what we're doing currently, so. Spire 1 only updated that with actual energy rogues, but I guess the lack of energy rogues in Spire 2 changed how the energy display was designed. Makes sense. Increase the block gain from this card by 2. First thing you play this card, draw 2 cards. Oh, I didn't mean for that to happen. I was just curious. I didn't expect it to not... Whatever. Here we are. What an engrossing read. Some choice quotes remain fresh in your mind. Avoid big monsters. Take every card. Blocking is for cowards. Your hands are covered in blood. Alright, well, fine. Yep. I'm sorry, did that say duplicate all cards with clone? Interesting. Also, I maybe should have upgraded first had I realized. That's fine. I mean, I'm not that worried about upgrading it. Like, yes, it would be better, but... Field of man-sized holes. The sudden sight of a massive field gouged with large outlines of bodies stops you in your tracks. One of these outlines matches your own. It's perfect. Yeah, this is a Junji Ito reference, by the way. The moment I saw something called Field of Man-Sized Holes, I was like, pretty confident this is Junji Ito, but reading that description, 100%. If you like horror, especially body horror, it's pretty good. Remove 2 cards from your deck. Add normality to your deck. You cannot play more than 3 cards this turn. No. Enchant a card with perfect fix. Whenever this would be shuffled into your draw pile, place it on top instead. Okay, so... Yeah, can't enchant something more than once. Yeah, I know that one, unfortunately. Yeah. Like, I'm not big on horror, but I have read some Junji Ito because I have a number of friends who are like really into it, and so you know, I like to keep up on my friends' interests. Okay, so cards can't be enchanted multiple times, not even to replace it. Yeah, I was really curious. I guess we'd probably do the Grave Warden, especially because I can't back out. I have to pick something. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. It's a snug fit, but you squeeze yourself into the hole. Further you go, the darker it becomes. Eventually, you see a faint light grow brighter and reveal the other side. Step out unchanged, but now understand the intimate secrets of life. Very different ending. Okay. I'll be honest, I was really not expecting it to be like that. Which is to say, I wasn't expecting it to dupe everyone with Clone, but here we are. Well, we're going to take some damage, but I kind of need to do this. Well, we're still taking a little bit of damage. Don't weaken me, you son of a bitch. And actually, we didn't take any damage, but... Yeah, this is the sort of fight I didn't want. Oops, I didn't quite mean to do that. Well, this is a very bad fight for us. Well, I'm sorry, Enfeebling Touch, but you're gone now. Which is okay. I don't think I was really going to get to play it much anyways. Oh, this is so bad. Can't see their health while I'm hovering that. Yeah, this is not good. Stop weakening me, you sons of bitches. Okay, not the draw that I wanted, but we're working on it. Ugh. Yeah, I'm just bleeding out because I can't. Spire-ing doesn't double the card damage, it leaves a debuff which causes an enemy to take double. Yes, correct. Yuck. I mean, I thought you knew that's how it worked, but yeah, that's what it does. Ugh. Oh, I still have more. For some reason, I thought that was it. Well. Okay. The debuff should stay then after centipede regen. I would not believe that to be the case. But it doesn't matter because we staggered the kills so that I can just kill this one this turn. Still took a lot of damage, but hey. Petrified Toad. Start of each combat, procure a potion-shaped rock. Deal 15 damage. Okay. Interesting. Deal damage equal to their doom. Sentry mode. At the start of your turn, add 1 sweeping gaze into your hand. I do not like the art for sweeping gaze. Ethereal also deals 10 damage to a random enemy. Yeah, I can see how that would be good for other things. Retain and just deal a bunch of damage. Okay. Yeah, we're not doing sentry mode, though it could have been good if we'd done something different. Okay. Probably should have healed. I didn't. So be it. But single target enemies, that is where we're happiest. It has the weird hang time. Anyways, there he goes. He's dead. So, if I don't use up a potion, we won't get the potion-shaped rock. I think that's maybe fine. Severance. 18 damage. Add a soul into your draw pile, hand, and discard. No. Yeah, I'll just leave this as is. Okay. Well. Would have been nice to do the unleash into the flatten, but the hangs are just so much more important to us. Anyway, so we exactly block it by using up Osti's life. And that's sort of fine. And there we go. Ta-da! Heart of Iron. 7 plating. Yeah, I'll actually get rid of you. Every time you play 3 skills in a single turn, 5 damage to all enemies. That's not gonna be applicable. Osti deals 9 damage. Yeah, now we get all the Osti stuff, but still. Never mind, ignore the yuck, I take it back. Yeah, no, it's just very particular in how it functions, but yeah. Well, there he goes. The Scythe. 13 damage. Permanently increases cards damage by 3. I mean, that's cool. I like that. Even with it being an exhaust card. I think it's less cool being an exhaust card, of course. But, you know. Either way, it's not applicable to our current needs. Pull aggro pick, should have used the middle finger. Okay. Do I want to dupe more? I think so, maybe. The problem is, like, there are some matchups that could be just really bad for us, but we'll do this. It's basically just we draw essentially only things. And that's fine. I can use potions to make up the difference if I need to. You're an absolute madman. Yeah. I'm glad I found out these games are not for me. Fair enough. I'm enjoying it so far. But I'm a big fan of deck builders, so I'm not at all surprised by this knowledge. Okay, so that's up to 160, and then that one is 320. Ta-da! Well, that was much smoother than the last time we fought him. Squeeze! Asti deals 25 damage, deals 25 additional damage for all your other Asti attacks. I mean, cool. Again, not what we're doing now. Add replay to a card in your hand to cost an extra energy. Nope. Nope. Looks like plenty of synergy for Asti builds for future runs. Yep. That is what's been made clear. Yeah, and here's the queen. Okay, well, let's see what you give us first. Your guards are dead. Rumors say that you can bestow blessings for those who wish the architect dead. I appreciate someone capable and shall grant a measure of my power. Next time, don't kill my guards. Alright, fur coat. Mark 7 random combats. Enemies in those rooms have 1 HP. Don't really give a shit. I mean, it kind of, but not really. Jewelry box. Add 1 apotheosis to your deck. Innate. Upgrade all your cards. Not really. Like, it is vaguely relevant in that it increased their damage, but it doesn't matter. Choose 3 cards in your deck and chain those Swift 3. Fine. I don't know, whatever. It's unlikely that I care, but definitely not what I wanted. I basically wanted literally anything that gave energy. Or anything that gave defense. I don't remember what the elites of this zone are, and that's maybe a concern. I think we're just going to the left. I feel a little bad, by the way, that we're not leaving a slot open for our potion-shaped rock, but these seem just so much better for me to carry in as, you know, safety. Yeah, that ain't great. Most other potions seem better than deal 15 damage. Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying it's a little sad that I'm not utilizing them regardless. Okay, let's gain block just so I don't have to lose the max health. It's not a big deal, but so be it. I don't know. Alright, there's another dead enemy. I do really like these guys' design. I think it's cute. Okay, and then you're super dead. Fruit juice, 5 max HP. Sure. Done. Death March. 8 damage, 3 additional damage for each card drawn during your turn. Okay. I mean, that combos with the souls. I was wondering what some of the payoff for the souls was. Doing alright, Constant Tom. How you doing, friend? That thing's cute. It looks like half of Umbra units. I wouldn't agree with that. Yeah, again, Gold Axe is cool, but not at all applicable to our needs. Mind Blast. I do like the art on that. Yeah, Haunt, again, seems cool. Not at all applicable to our current needs, but again, I see why there are so many, like, add soul cards now. I knew there had to be things like this, just we hadn't encountered those cards yet. If you end a turn with at least 10 block, deal 6 damage to a random enemy. No. Honestly, the Cure-All is pretty good for me. Yeah, I don't really like buying potions, but we'll do that. Oh, fuck it, fine. Doing not so good, felt sick and had troubles to sleep due to headache. Unfortunately, I hope my sickness is not a punishment for joking about hiccups. Yeah, me too. I hope you feel better. Yeah, I don't really want the clumsy, but also maybe it's fine. You know what? Fuck it. What do we get? Raise max HP. Okay, it's fine. Okay, well, this is going to go a lot better than last time. Alright, we're up to 40 damage already. We may as well throw the potion because we get another one for free. Or we get a different potion in its place. Not that it mattered, we just kind of blew him up. Aussie deals 3 damage. If this is the first time this card has been played this turn, draw 1 card. Yep. Yeah. Again, we're seeing some cool cards. Doesn't matter, though, because we turned our deck into fetch.deck. Again, these are kind of like the worst enemies for us, but hey. I forget what your gimmick was. But whatever. If this is the first time this card's been played this turn, obvious anti-infinite, yep. And unfortunately, we are taking some damage. But not the end of the world. Alright, I know you do another debuff, but I don't remember what the debuff is. Oh, yeah, the minus upgrades, which doesn't actually bother me. Yeah, unfortunately, you're at just above 15, so I can't kill you with the rock. Fine. Annoying. Unleash plus rock would have killed. Yeah, fair, but things happened. Here we are. We're alright. Even if I take some damage, I'll be fine. Not happy about it, but I will be fine. Okay, well, you do fuck all damage now. Okay. There we go. Yeah, not the cleanest fight. That's fine. Whenever you play a power, random card in your hand is free to play that turn. Okay, well, so be it. So the hand always auto-resurrect itself? Yes, sort of. So our starting artifact has a summon 1 at the beginning of each turn, and summon means either create Asti if they're dead, or increase their HP by 1 if they're already there. So, yes. Start of every turn, we'll get Asti one way or another. Sure. Yeah, if we didn't get the clone for Hang, this would have been very different. Start your second turn, gain energy. Sure, don't hate it. So if there's a way to lose the starting relic, it might not happen. Yeah, correct. It looks like there's also a an upgraded version of all the starting artifacts. Though I don't know how one gets those. In the first game, you could get them off of Niao, I think. Alright, well, we're going to lose a little bit of max HP. It's not a big deal. And I do get extra energy this turn. Unfortunately, you survive at almost nothing. So I still do take a hit and lose a little bit of life, which is not ideal, but not the worst. Oh, and you're not actually dead. Just kind of assumed you would be. I mean, it's fine. I took a lot of damage, and that's not great, but I should still win. Probably. I'm reasonably confident I will win. Whenever you play an ethereal card, gain block. Yeah, that makes sense. Again, still not seeing the, like, 2-cost cards. Maybe we just haven't unlocked some of them yet. Vulnerable and weak are twice as effective against the enemy for the next couple turns. That's kind of cute. Yeah, I think we're just going to heal as much as I don't want to. But we don't really need to clone, so... The upgrade versions in Spire 1 were boss rogues. That's right. I couldn't remember exactly what the deal was. And only attainable if you haven't lost the original by another means. Yes. Yeah, because you had to swap them out. Oh no, he punishes us for using powers. I mean, I am going to take some damage just because I can't block him. But at least I get to generate a little bit of block off the fan. And then we're going to fucking murder him. Well, this potion is better than that potion, so... First attack each turn deals 50% additional damage. It's kind of cool. Not applicable to our needs. So I could go through 2 events. We're going to go to the Elite, although maybe that's a bad idea. Yeah, we want that for sure. Well, you have no potions. You have 2 additional dexterity. God, I really do want the bag of marbles, though, kind of. Well, I don't really need it. It's an interesting picture. 6 damage, choose 1 of 3 cards and draw a pile to add to your hand. Berry, deal 52 damage. Okay. Oh yeah, I have the clumsy. May as well get rid of that while I'm here. Well, here we are. Seems to be a mixture of old and new cards. A lot more new cards than Monster Train 1 to Monster Train 2. I mean, not really, kind of. Well, okay. Depends on what you're talking about. I probably missed something that somebody else said, but... I mean, Monster Train 2 added 5 new clans worth of cards. But yes, for the returning clans, wasn't that much. Mecha Knight. That's a lot more damage than I want to see. Oh, that's right. I can't actually stop you. This is an interesting looking enemy. Well, I'm gonna take a beating, but we should survive. Oof. Yeah, all we need to do is hang out. Burns. At the end of your turn, if this is in your hand, take 2 damage. Okay, well, that's fine, because that's up to 160 damage, and just fucking slaughters him. And he blasts off. Okay. Start of each combat, heal 2 HP. Not helpful at this moment, basically. There's a replacement for that Putrefy we lost forever ago. Alright. Well, you ready? I'm ready. Yeah, it's a little annoying, but it should be fine. Alright, well, the next one kills either way, but we play that twice, and so it does 240, and then the next one would have done 480, and then the one after that, which we also would have been able to play, would have done more, plus we also had this potion to draw more if we needed to. Anyways, unsurprisingly, we were real well set up to just murder the boss. Architect! You killed my parents! You killed my friends! You killed my life! And now I will kill you. Vengeance, is it? No, thank you. Goodbye. It's always the same amount. I don't know how we're getting the exact same amount, but whatever. Well, that's quite a speech compared to the other characters. Yeah, I mean, they've all got their own thing. I think score is bugged right now. It might be. Because it has been exactly the same number every time. Chapter 1, The 12! Who is worthy to enter the Exalted Spire? The capital gathers the most brilliant, formidable, and courageous from all the lands. 12 explorers formed an expedition and advanced inside to make history. None made it back. One of them's got a drill. Scourge, apply 13 Doom, draw a card. Oblivion, whenever you play a card this turn, apply 3 Doom to the enemy. Again, God forbid they allow me to actually see the upgrades. At the start of your turn, apply 6 Doom to a random enemy. Okay. Seems a bit slow, but fair enough. Futility. Instant report. Date 2771 -- whatever. No! Accidentally entered a conflict between a boulder-throwing individual and flying automatons. Jack Topher Groots, fighter, crushed by a boulder. Jose Paxo, fighter, fell in a hole. Big Ed, bard, shot by a construct. Garbo Doby, healer, touched grass. Temi Mondes, arcanist, whereabouts unknown. Okay. Bone Flute, whenever Aussie attacks, gain 2 block. That's appreciated. That's a horrifying mask. Funerary Mask, at the start of each combat, add 3 souls into your draw pile. Book Repair Knife, whenever a non-minion enemy dies to Doom, heal 3 HP. Not touching grass, horrible way to go. Saw someone unlock dailies and check the results and everyone had 1240. Yeah, that would point towards score being bugged. Chapter 5, Booting Up, The Defect. The Defect reboots, surrounded by wreckage of molten metal, ash, and thousands of dead bugs? Data log, corrupt. Its core barely held together, limbs barely responsive. The Defect scavenges broken panels and pieces from other constructs to patch itself together. I will say, I don't like how chunky he looks in this. I liked his more lithe appearance in Slay the Spire 1. But that's fine. It'll grow on me. So what do you think of the 2 new classes so far? And I'm going to lean on so far. I don't know what you mean by that second sentence. They're cool. I definitely need more time with both of them. I will say I'm not into the like generate colorless cards mechanic super tons. It'll probably still be good, it'll probably still be fun, it's just not what appeals to me. But I did like what I saw of Regent. I thought the sword crafting was cool. Bit clunky, but we made it work, obviously. And it was pretty solid once we built into it. I'm really intrigued by the stars. I like the idea of having a secondary resource to build and play around with. And we saw a number of like cool star cost cards, so I'm intrigued by that. Necrobinder seems interesting. I'm not sure how engaging like ethereal as a like character focus is going to be. And Doom seems maybe a little underwhelming. Like, obviously, again, haven't seen all the cards, haven't even unlocked all the stuff. So maybe there's more cool Doom stuff out there. But, like, the Asti build seems cool. Although, you know, we pivoted off of it. But all the cards that I saw seemed really cool. So, yeah. Anyways, I'm intrigued so far. Chapter 3, Spireborn. We were but meant to survey the preliminary floors, but it proved nothing like we expected. Such wondrous wildlife, curious artifacts, and even wandering traders. From whence have these marvels arrived? Our team seems intent on hoarding riches, but at least my enthusiasm is shared by Giovanni. We have fallen madly in love, and soon shall welcome a child into our lives. So she was born in the Spire. Potions unlocked. Apply 33 Doom. Add 2 souls into your hand. Summon 15. Okay. The Necrobinder transcends mortality. Ascensions are available. I get the feeling you've seen the equivalent of 1 poison card. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely things left to be seen that I've not experienced. Soup. I was not expecting that. I just saw, like, Little King, my face, and then soup. Well, more epochs to unlock. Gotcha. Unlock all other characters to play as a random character. I mean, I did unlock all other characters. I assume they want me to play as a random character? Well, play as the defect first? Whatever. Weird. Either way. Here we are. Defect. An automaton, eternally modifying itself to survive, deploys orb technology when it must fight. Cracked core, start of each combat, channel 1 lightning. No surprise, it is like it was before. Anyways, I will be back in a moment. I just gotta stand up, grab some more water and all that, and I'll be right back. Alright. I have returned, and thus we'll begin our life as a defect. Okay. Construct, what have you become? Great question. Okay. New leaf, transform 1 card. Lead paperweight. Choose 1 of 2 colorless cards to add to your deck. I wonder if they can be colorless cards of any rarity or if there's any like hidden restriction on them. Scroll boxes. Lose all gold. Choose 1 of 2 packs to add. Choose 1 of 2 packs of cards to add to your deck. I mean, I kind of just wish that were like standard, but given that I have the choice here, we're probably not going to take that. New leaf probably best value. I mean, that's what I'm leaning towards taking right now. Right. Anyways, yeah, we'll just take new leaf. That's fine. Not very exciting, but that's fine. Goodbye, strike. What have you become? Gunk up. 4 damage 3 times. Add a slimed into your discard pile. Don't love it. Is good right now. Like, it's not the end of the world to get 1 slime. That is new. I appreciate that we've seen only new bosses so far. Mostly. Like, we saw Queen twice, but other than that. 2 packs of cards, as in you're offered groups of cards to take all the cards in that group. That's my assumption. Is that a sunfish? Yeah, I don't know what we're looking at. It looks like a horrifying monstrosity. But it does look closest to a sunfish. Spire 1 had a mechanic where bosses would always appear in a set order until you defeat them all. I get the impression Spire 2 is the same mechanic. Yeah, I was kind of assuming something of that nature might be in play. The repeats in Act 2 and 3 probably come from the second version to the Act still being locked. At least, if Act 1 has a second version, the other Acts probably do. I mean, I'm sure they're going to. I don't know if they're in currently. Soulfish. Okay. But yeah, I am excited for alternate acts. I think it's a good way to add more variety and replayability to the game. I do wish, though, that, you know, game would tell you things like what acts you're going to go to, what bosses you're going to go to. Especially if they end up doing, like, 3 to 5 acts per zone. I don't think they're going to do that much, at least not in the short term, but, you know, it's essentially a modular thing where, like, you can slot in a new alternate act for anything at any point. But the more, like, possibilities you add for bosses and enemies and things like that, the more you need to give players a fighting chance to, like, gear up against them. Anyways, I don't think they're going to do more than, like, 2 versions of each act, but a man can dream. Anyways, what am I actually deciding right here? I think we're going to go up through the center and then hang to the right. I think. Maybe not. I suddenly found myself unable to make decisions. Alternatively, I could go, like, over here and get a merchant slightly later on. Don't think I want to. I do think I want to go through the center. Okay, fine. We'll do this. He's so chunky. Okay, so defect, for those who are unaware, he can create orbs. He's got a couple slots for orbs. They do a passive effect every turn. And then they can also be evoked through cards or through... or if you generate too many orbs to fill up your slots, it will push out the oldest one and evoke it. In which case it does something different. So we have a lightning orb, deals 3 damage to a random enemy at the end of each turn. Or if we evoke it, deals 8 damage to a random enemy. I think I probably just want to do the damage while I can. Like, I'll take 1 damage. But these guys, I think, will get out of hand if I don't just commit to damage right now. Especially since they make me frail. Okay, so you're dead. We'll evoke this one, which does a lot of damage. That shoots him for 3 more. He's basically dead. And thus, I mean, he is dead already, because the moment we end our turn, the orb just kills him. But we're not even going to let that happen. Channel 1 Frost, draw 1 card. Or 2 cards. Okay. Charge battery, gain block next turn, gain energy. Might want the charge battery. Compile driver, 7 damage, draw 1 card for each unique orb you have. Claw spin hand for an attack. My boy has grown. Yep. And it's kind of cool. I think we'll take charge battery. He's just so chunky. I'm just not all into it. Sunder, 24 damage. If this kills an enemy, refund the cost. I mean, that's pretty big right now. Sweeping Beam is not bad to have. We've definitely seen the value of AoE more than once. Boost away. 6 block, add a dazed into your discard pile. Not my favorite, but hey. Channel X Lightning. I do like Tempest. I think that could be cool. I don't know that that's great, but I do like it. Capacitor, gain orb slots, also cool. Fish oil, 1 strength, 1 dexterity. And what is this dragon fruit? Whenever you gain gold, raise your max HP by 1. Can't afford it, would be cool. Sunder for best value. Yeah, unfortunately I can't afford both the Tempest and the Capacitor, or like the Tempest and the removal. I might just take Tempest though. You know what? Fuck it. I'll take Tempest. We'll live that lightning-shaped life. That's an interesting picture. Definitely, game has some good art. Particularly for the events. Anyways, Drowning Beacon. Crossing a dreamscape of rocks and still waters, you emerge to face a sinking lighthouse emitting anti-light. You can bottle up the eerily glowing water that's pooled here, or climb up the dilapidated structure to retrieve the lens. Bottle. Procure the glow water potion. Exhaust your hand. Draw 10 cards. Or obtain Fresnel Lens. Lose 13 max HP. Fresnel Lens. Whenever you add a card that gains block to your deck, enchant it with Nimble 2. Yeah. Sadly didn't get that earlier, but happily I'll take that. You climb to the top of the lighthouse, unnerved by its steady sinking. Upon reaching the lantern room, you start prying off the lens as the anti-light saps your vitality. Finally, you wring it free. The lighthouse stops sinking. I wish they shift away from events being awful in Slay the Spire 1. Most of these are positive value besides the bridge RNG. Yes, I have been pleased by that. As much as I as much as some of their design sense is still not exactly what I personally want, I have been pleased that it seems like they are more favorable RNG for events, and you know, there's less of the boss artifacts being like, you know, a boon with a curse. And more to the point, with so many less artifacts that are... So, like, it felt like the balance of Slay the Spire 1 expected you to, for the most part, be taking the energy artifacts. That's not entirely true. Like, I know, especially at a high-level play, there is a lot of value in other artifacts. But for the most part, it expected you to pick, like, one or more of the energy artifacts. And so it felt like that was kind of mandatory to take them. And it felt bad that they all had a downside. I definitely... Well, I find it a little weird, the choices that are available so far. I have been pleased that most of them are at least sort of interesting choices rather than mandatory curses. Anyway, so I could channel 3 lightning, which would then do 8 damage. Pretty sure we want to block at least some of this. I just don't know how scary you are. I kind of want to channel 2 and just take the 6 damage, but I think we'll just do this, channel 1. Okay, we get some slime, we shoot him. And then... would have loved to have gotten the charge battery before. Yeah, I mean, this is 12 damage, it's not bad. I mean, we're super winning already. But, there we go. And if that didn't kill him, we still had lightning orb shooting at the end of the turn. I could get another Tempest. Gain 5 block, put a card from your discard pile into your hand. Exhaust. And this is effectively block 7 thanks to the Nimble. I don't think I need a second Tempest, though. I do kind of want it. Fine, let's take Hologram, I guess. I don't know. Abyssal Baths. You discover a secluded chamber. Steam rises from bubbling pools of hot liquid that shifts colors with hypnotic rhythm. Barnacled growths hang from the ceiling, dripping viscous fluid that hisses and writhes when it touches the surface. The air feels heavy, laden with salt and something unmistakably organic. As you approach the edge of the largest pool, the liquid ripples. The waters bubble more intensely as if anticipating your entry. Immerse! Gain 2 max HP. Take 3 damage. Or heal 10 HP. We'll do that. The liquid burns against your skin, simultaneously freezing and scalding. Beneath the surface, something brushes into your legs. Tendrils? Currents with purpose? But when the pain subsides, you feel denser somehow. More substantial. The waters seem to hum with satisfaction. Linger. 2 more max HP, take damage? Sure. The temperature keeps rising. How long can you endure before the steam cooks you from within? 2 max HP, 5 damage? It keeps getting hotter. The pool's bubbling sounds like laughter. It's so hot! You wonder if this is what it's like to live in the village of demons. You've bathed so long, you've lost track of time in your mind. And yeah, I am kind of just curious how long it goes. It's nice in here. Really fantastic. I mean, I feel obligated, but I know this is wrong. You feel great. I'm suspending my disbelief to make sense of how Bath can give robots HP. Size of the 2 max HP also gives 2 current HP, so it's taking less damage than it seems. Yes. am gonna die, but I just am so curious how far it goes. Alright, fine. Like, he finally gets you hop out of the bath. Alright. Yeah. Okay. I don't want to do this, but we're gonna heal and get 24 HP back. Like, because we're going into an elite fight. I'm not particularly strong right now. Yeah, fuck these guys. I'm in bad shape. Oops, that's not the right one. I don't totally want to do that, but it's worth it. So we could just kill you. I think we want to do... Okay, we're going to do that to knock off your thing so it's more likely that you die. Nope. Well... Goodbye, some chunk of my health, but at least we have the 3 orbs now, which is useful. Yeah, we'll lose 5 more HP, but I really do want to get the orb replaced. Now, if the orbs had just cooperated last turn and killed the guy, it would have been great, but they didn't. Well, we're still bleeding out, unfortunately. Excuse me. Oh, that's not good. I did kind of forget that playing at the slime draws me a card, but whatever. Oh, and we exactly die. Yeah, alright, fine. We finally lost a run. I mean, we did it to ourselves. But that's fine. It does feel bad to finally die. We'll play an actual defect run. The Architect. Too many beasts of imagination began to populate Prion, and things aren't simple and fun anymore. The creatures didn't make sense. Monsters don't follow logic. Maybe there needs to be one which can create, destroy, and control this mess. An entity with its own imagination and will. Let's imagine such a being. Eternal Armor. Gain 7 plating. 25 damage. Add 3 random 0-cost cards into your hand. Start of your turn, gain 4 vigor. Attracted by the now burning spire, Ouroboros' curiosity was piqued. Blight gone. Why gone? Safe to enter. Ouroboros enters. Unlocked ancient Ouroboros. Living rainbow. Maybe swimming around in the second act. Okay. Alright, well, let's not get ourselves killed this time. Expected finding something interesting from the event. Yeah, I was hoping to get something cool from the event, but alas, we didn't. He can fix you everything. Add a colorless card, gain 1 card reward, and procure 1 random potion. Obtain 2 random relics, add additional strike and defend to your deck. Fine. Whenever you add a card to your deck, gain gold. Okay, fine. And a Happy Flower seems good enough. Oh, it's the Ceremonial Beast. Unfortunately, I didn't fight the fish because I died. Well, so be it. Yeah, in water, this update is kind of whale. Yeah. Alright, so we want that, especially because I think being made small is only going to affect our strike damage, not the lightning. Yep. Alright. Well, that's already a kill, so there we go. Unfortunately, we waste the Happy Flower on that turn. Sunder, again, pretty solid at this point. We don't really want it, though. Whenever you play a power, gain energy. I mean, it's kind of cute. I don't think I want it. Cool Head is solid. I mean, it is. It's just my favorite thing to do with Defect is focus on lightning orbs, which obviously I should play to what I'm offered, not to what I want, but we'll see. That's a nice idea, but might require a power-filled deck to actually be worth the draw / energy. Yeah, but if it's like Slay the Spire 1, he'll have ways to also generate powers and other things that will give him bonuses for playing powers. Either way, I'll skip for now. Like, it's interesting, but it doesn't actually do anything for us currently. Sure, we'll gain a random relic. Amethyst Aubergine. Enemies drop 10 additional gold. Okay. And I got extra gold for adding a curse to my deck. Am I wild about that? No, not really. Alright, low ascension, no need to be serious. I mean, do take note that I did just die, but yes. So I could do 16 damage with that, but we'll just do this. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to block, so I just take the damage like a chump. But here we are. And I do have extra energy this turn, though it does not matter. Such an ugly artifact. Anyways, he's super dead. Channel 1 random orb. Yeah, I do like that. And Cold Snap is cool. But we'll take Tempest. I probably should be taking Cold Snap. It just seems good, especially with the boss that we're going up against right now. Well, the runs were too easy, so you made it extra tough in the spirit of jank. I mean, yeah, we have been doing well so far. Fine. I did kind of want to do multiple orbs. We'll do that. We take a little bit of damage. That's fine. It's also arguably worth taking options like that to see if there's a surprise in a new game like this. Oh, for sure. I mean, that's definitely part of why I did it. Like, I'm not really mad that I lost. You better learn if there is / isn't a surprise in low ascension than high ascension. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, you know, I very much appreciate exploring things in these sorts of games, so I'm always down to do the unusual thing and try to make it work anyways. Channel 1 Frost for each enemy. Oh no, Under Legion has made their way into the Spire. Anyways, it's kind of cool. Overclock, draw 2 cards, add a burn to your discard pile. Lightning Rod, gain 4 block at the start of the next 2 turns, channel 1 lightning. Sure. Oh boy, we could do Claws! 5 damage twice, play a random attack from your draw pile. Gain block. Hologram, Storm. Whenever you play power, channel 1 lightning. I do like that. First time each combat you exhaust a skill, add a copy of it to your hand. Thrumming Hatchet. 11 damage at the start of your next turn. Return this to your hand. Okay. So it's like the Bolus, but costs more. I kind of want to take Rolling Boulder, but that would have made a lot more sense if I had taken Frost things. Obviously, I can pivot into taking Frost. I don't have to keep doing this, but... Claw plus a hologram on a silver plate? Yeah, we're not gonna do that. I mean, it would be kind of cute, but we're not gonna do that. Kind of want to take Storm, though I don't really have justification for it currently. Honestly, might take Rolling Boulder just because that sounds cute. Alright. I did not build properly for this yet, but we're going to take this. And then we're going to pivot into trying to use that and, like, Frost Orbs. Probably. I was really hoping we would draw the Rolling Boulder this turn. We did not. Okay. I guess I have 1 extra energy because of that. So I can reduce the damage taken a little bit. Still taking a fair chunk of damage, but oh well. That's not the animation I was expecting. Okay, so the boulder's gonna kill this turn. Alright, our beautiful, beautiful boulder's gonna do some work. Yeah. There we go. Well, we still took some damage, but for the most part, it wasn't too bad. And the plating isn't bad for us. Voltaic. Channel lightning equal to the lightning already channeled this combat. I mean, that's so cool. I do like that. I don't like that I can't see exactly what the numbers are for Frost Orbs. Which is to say, I don't remember how much they evoke for. I think it's like 5 block. I mean, Voltaic's cool. I really kind of want that, even though it doesn't work well with the whole Rolling Boulder. Fuck it. We're pivoting back to that. Okay, I probably should have just accepted the damage and channeled another orb Alright, well, I take a beating, but we're trying. Oh, I have more to spend. Okay. I mean, I guess I didn't need to block quite that much, but I didn't want to evoke the orb, but probably should have. Yeah, so this should be a kill regardless. Yeah. Because we had them low enough that it didn't matter what order they got shot in. Deal 3 damage. Trigger all lightning against the enemy. It's cute. First time you draw a status card each turn, draw extra cards. I will skip, I guess. Well, we haven't seen the Birdonis since the very beginning of the day. What is the upgrade on... That's not what I was trying to do. What is the upgrade on you anyways? Oh, it stops being exhaust. That's right. Okay, well, I take a chunk of damage, but we're trying. We're trying real hard here. Okay, we are blocking enough this time. Still fairly scary. I'd kind of really prefer you not murder my ass. It seems like I don't get a huge say in that. We're dying. My defense is real fucking poor. Well, I was really hoping we were gonna get the Voltaic. Because we could have just killed him that turn, and that would have been, you know, helpful. But here we are. Oh, I should have gotten that first, because I think that would have worked. Anyways, we get extra gold now. I don't want focus this turn. I want focus in general. Since focus increases the effectiveness of orbs. Well, there's another claw if we had gone the claw route. I don't think it would have been good for us, but still. Alright, I'll take the Tesla coil. Even though I have concerns. Start of your third turn, gain strength and dexterity. Okay, like, it's fine. It's not amazing for us, though. Yeah, much as it pains me, I think I have to heal. We're just pretty weak currently. That's quite the picture. Brain leech. Thunk. A sharp pain is felt at the top of your head, and a thought stabs into your mind. Share knowledge. You are unsure how to proceed. Share knowledge. Choose one of 5 random cards to add to your deck. Lose 5 HP. Gain a colorless card reward. Fine. Gain energy. Whenever you evoke lightning, deal 6 damage to each enemy hit. I'll take the lightning rod, I guess. How ostentatiously scholastic of a labyrinthine mind. A veritable cornucopia of cerebral sustenance to digest. Satisfied, the creature pops off and crawls away. You are flabbergasted. Ooh, yeah, that's not great. But we can at least do this. And get some damage on you. I mean, I should probably do the voltaic. Yeah, like, rolling boulders can be way too slow for this. He's low-ish, but he's gonna do a lot of damage to me, and I don't have a great outlet. Because that's gonna be 9 damage. Yeah, let's just block a little bit right here. I think I can kill him next turn, so let's minimize the damage that we're taking right now. Yeah, absolutely, especially with the Tesla coil. Yep. And there we go. Discarding a number of cards, draw that many. Strike cards deal extra damage. Fine, not really what we need. Apply vulnerable. Gain, block, channel, dark. And the dark orbs just gain power each turn. And then when evoked, they actually expend their power. And they deal that damage to the enemy with the least HP. I kind of want the block, but I'm not going to take that. Should probably take the cold snap. I'm also greedily not going to take that. I do think the boss is going to kill me, though. Vine Shambler. Well, I'll play that. I at least have the plating, so I take less damage. I'm still taking a little bit, though. What does that do? Tax costs additional energy. Well, it's not the worst thing for me. Fortunately, I don't have more block, but I'm at least taking a pretty minimal amount. Yep, and then he just gets bouldered to death. Rocket Punch. 13 damage, draw a card. When a stats card is created, reduce its cost to 0 this turn. Okay. I'll take another Tempest. I think that's wrong to do, but here we are. I have a lot of gold. Not a lot of anything else. Okay, we grade the boulder. I have enough block off the plating. And the boulder is going to do some solid work for us. Unfortunately, I get a bunch of slimes, but then the boulder starts bouldering. Not where I was hoping that would shoot, but fine. God, I'm dying. I have to heal after this. I'm sad that that's the case. it doesn't really matter. The boulder's going to kill him next turn anyways. Well, I'm displeased that I have to heal again, but it's what is required for me to survive. Go for the eyes! Deal 3 damage if the enemy intends to attack. Apply weak. I guess I'll take the charge battery, though I probably should have just gone for the higher block. Anyways, gotta rest. I'm in bad fucking shape, even with that. Especially with this enemy able to ring the bell. And also just get stronger each turn. Like, that's just not good for me. You know what? Fuck this. We're using the Gambler's Brew. Yeah, because I really want to get the rolling boulder up as soon as possible. Yeah, we'll do that so I'm not taking any damage this turn. I feel like maybe should have just gotten the lightning orbs generated, because the more I can do now, the better. And yet, here we are. Because I'm worried about once it starts ringing the bell and allows me to only play a single card. Okay, I don't really want to use this, but I also don't want to take damage, so... And then I guess we summon some lightning orbs and start setting up the Voltaic a little better. Alright, but our boulder is growing in strength. And so it now knocks him down into stun range. And then we're just going to make a bunch of lightning orbs. So, when we do the Voltaic, it will be a lot stronger. I like how the ethereal stuff appears in the background. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of hoping for the Voltaic, but we should be totally fine. Especially because the boulder is already up to 30 damage. Yep, and he gets bouldered. Alright, well. There we go. Went better than I was expecting. Alright, we get our potion back. Super critical. Gain energy and exhaust. Channel lightning, frost, dark, and exhaust. Adaptive strike, 18 damage. At a 0 cost, copy this card to your discard pile. Interesting. I'll take this, I guess. I don't know. Rainbow is good for his deck. It is, but I'm doing other things. Troubled automaton, looking for your friend. Let me help. I didn't know you were looking for a friend. Relax. Pale's Horn, add 2 relax to your deck. 15 block, next turn, draw 2 cards, gain 2 energy. Cost 3. Honestly, it's not the worst. There's the Tooth. I mean, it would be nice to get a bunch of upgrades. And then doubles block gain from a card, then goes to sleep for 2 turns. I'm not generating enough block per card for that to really be exciting. Do I want the relax? Kind of. I think we'll take the Tooth. That said, what am I giving him? I think Voltaic is one. I think charge battery's one. I think that's one. I think one of the Tempest goes. Do I think I can do the other lightning rod? Probably. Yeah, it's greedy because that's like a lot of my power, but fine. Okay, so there's 3 elites on the right. Don't know that I can really handle that. And more to the point, I think I want to prioritize merchants. But I can visit the merchants and still hit the elites. And actually, it's 4 elites on the right. But if I go here, I can also just, like, upgrade multiple times, which is appealing. Although, I do kind of need to hit fight to get my cards back. Sure. We'll just do this, I guess. Well, this is more or less what we wanted. We almost killed him. Either way, I take a bare minimum amount of damage. Not the worst. Okay, let's just ensure you're dead. And then we're blocking everything you're doing. And then the lightning orbs get us in range, basically. Okay. Yeah, so we've already won, but we'll just win with style. Alright, so we get back one of the lightning rods. Deal damage, gain focus. No, hailstorm. End of your turn, if you have frost, you deal 6 damage to all enemies. I mean, it's cute, but no. Okay, we're gonna go to the left so I can do more fights. Oh, we can just play out all the cards in our hand, so there's that. I mean, Tesla Coil wouldn't be the worst thing for me to lose. It's not what I want to do, but... Okay. Not a great time for the super critical. I am going to take a fair bit of damage, unfortunately. Ow. Well, he's dead at least. Do I want the Tesla coil back? Great question. Fight through! That's a cute picture. 13 block, add 2 wounds to your discard pile. I'm worried about that. 5 damage if you have played fewer than 3 cards this turn. Draw 1 card. I mean, I'm not, like, spamming 0-cost cards, so this is basically free for me to do. Yeah, I'll take that. Fine. I'm not sure that I actually should keep the Tesla coil, but I will. I think it maybe would have been worth me dropping it. Unfortunately, this is not what I want. Oh, recovering the stolen card, activate the fish. Didn't occur to me, but that doesn't surprise me. Sure, I'll just do this now. It's not amazing for us. Yeah. Okay, so we do want the rolling boulder. Unfortunately, I don't have any block. I mean, I get a tiny bit of block from that, but I'm still taking damage that it feels like I should be avoiding. Alright, now the boulder comes down. Yeah, let's just make sure you're dead rather than chancing it on the evokes. We don't need to live in that world. I appreciate that he revives before my boulder comes down. Alright, I still take 1 damage because I no longer have plating, but it's fine-ish. Okay, just kill you. And there we go. Alright, we got the Voltaic back finally. Fine, I'll take a second FTL, I guess. Okay. Well, we're gonna take some damage is what we're gonna do. Yeah, we are bleeding out a little bit. It's not the worst it could be, but certainly not the best either. I mean, I want to play the Rolling Boulder, but I think this is just better. Alright, well, once again, we're taking a non-trivial amount of damage since we just kind of are a person who bleeds out each and every day. We would not go so far as to call it incredibly pleasing, but here we are. Alright, well, now they're dead. Yeah, we'll take the real dexterity potion, I think. Nope. You don't believe in the heart of the frost. You deserve the bleed out. Yeah, I mean, I do wish that I had done frost things, but here we are. Another Voltaic is cute. Punch Dagger. Upon pickup, enchanted attack with momentum 5. Increases card's attack damage by 5 this combat when played. No. Every 10 cards you draw, gain energy. Hidden Gem. Random card in your draw pile gains replay 3 or 2. That's interesting. Gain 1 buffer. I'm gonna do that even though I don't love it. And I'm gonna buy that. Could do the punch dagger on the FTL. Hidden gem looks good. It does. When I tried Spire a year ago, before I even tried Monster Train 1, it was very irritating for me that there's basically no way to flawless fights for most decks. It seems like it will always bleed out until the boss fight. Yeah, again, that's a design sort of choice, and I agree that I generally lean towards being able to win fights without taking damage. But, yeah, there are games like Slay the Spire which are tuned more or less to be chipping you down constantly. Which is fine. It is a design decision. It's just not my favorite. But they're just very different experiences. I don't know. Hidden Gem is weird. I kind of think I should take it. Fine. And then we're gonna get rid of a strike, I guess. And then I spent so much gold. Admittedly, well, this is gonna be bad, but here we are. I was really hoping we were gonna get something to use the super critical with. You know what? That looks better. Okay. So we're going to channel some stuff, and then we're going to attack you. And then it gives us energy back, so we can do this. And there we go. We're blocking enough that we're not taking damage. I understand that it's by design, but it feels irritating when you come from ARPG background where not taking damage is quite important, mostly based on skill. Yeah, no, I agree. Like I said, it makes sense to me. Fine, we'll do this, and then do 8 of those. Oh, I forgot that I could get energy for attacking you. My bad. Because it's every turn, so I should always be doing it. So if I do 5 of these, that should be 40 damage, and then we're still doing another... I assume I already procced that, but I figured that would have gone away if that was the case. Anyways, 40 damage, and then another 12 should not be enough. Oh, I'm sorry. It's actually more than that because we have X plus 1. So it should be 48. Unfortunately, again... Also, that's not 12. That's 9. Strikes do more damage than Evoke Lightning. You are correct. And so if I do that, it's 24 damage and then another 9 on top. Yeah, it should be fine. Don't hate that, kind of. Channel 2 glass. That's new. Orb. Deals damage to all enemies. Decreases damage every turn. Gotcha. I wish it told me more specifically what its base thing is, rather than just giving me a general overview of it. Innate. Gain 10 block. Yeah, I'll take the boot sequence. Don't love it, but we gotta heal because we're really struggling, and boy, did we not build the best deck, and we're challenging a lot of elites. Not that we have to challenge all of them. Well, God, I see the ornamental fan all the time. Okay, we'll fight you now. We might skip the next one. Not the worst one to be hit. This is a pretty high elite count for Ascension 0. Seems like often the acts have only allowed pathing to 2 elites. We've seen 3 fairly often. But yeah, no, I mean, this is quite something. Alright, we'll just do the boulder, even though I'm going to take a chunk of damage. Assuming Ascension still gives more elites like Spire 1. Yeah, I believe that is true of Ascension 1. Okay, he's almost dead. Yep, there he goes. He got bouldered. Yeah, I could have used that strawberry earlier since all the heals are percentage based, but oh well. Channel 1 Dark, true to the passive abilities of all Dark Orbs. Pretty cool. We're not going to do it. Scrape. 7 damage. I don't like seeing the Mantis right here. Or whatever that bug is. 7 damage, draw 4 cards, discard all cards drawn this way that do not cost 0. Gotcha. It's that card, just different art. Nope. Well, this guy reminds me of one meme in Russian-speaking community, but not sure how to translate it. Fair enough. Right, it's the Silk Bowl Bug and our friend the Tunneler. Okay, well, thanks to getting the super critical, we can actually just play out all the things, which I appreciate. Feels like strike cards are more common in this game. I don't know what you mean by that. If you're talking about this run specifically, we actually do have more strike cards in our deck. Because that was part of our Niao bonus. Cards with names containing strike, as in compatible with strike dummy. I don't know if that's true. But I don't know. Yeah, that's not very impressive yet. I mean, I guess I could have still done it. It still would have been 1 orb. So I do need to remember that I have the ornamental fan. Okay, you're dead. And then we're 100% not blocking enough until we do this, and it blocks a lot of extra times. In Spire 1, they were mostly on Ironclad, who had perfected strike. Not sure if that still exists. It does. We saw it on our first run. Then the other characters in the colors pool had 1 each. Okay, so he is up and running now. Okay. Well, he's most of the way dead, especially since he then gets bouldered, but by that I mean he's all the way dead since we also evoke a card at the beginning of the turn thanks to the lightning rod. More claws. I mean the vulnerable is nice, but we're not gonna take it, even though I maybe should. Okay, let's go here. Alright, if we just get the boulder running, yep. It's one of those turns where I wish that I'd gotten more energy from the Happy Flower, but we didn't. Also, I should have used the skill potion, probably. Anyways, the boulder is quite good for us, is the net result of this. You know what? Sure. And in turn, increase this orb's damage by 6. Evoke. Deal 6 damage to the enemy with the lowest HP. Great. I just wanted to block more, because I'm sort of bleeding out. We are going to heal as soon as we go to the shop. But, still. I got the hotfix art shows a wrench on fire. Agreed. Yeah, I think we just kill you, because we should be able to kill them next turn. Since the boulder's already doing 15. Plus, we evoked an orb to start, and then yada yada yada, here we are. And so the lightning orbs would have been killing them anyways, but even if we did literally nothing else. Now, dig at rest sites to obtain a random relic. Well, interesting. Channel Plasma. Gains energy. Fine. I'll take another lightning rod, even though it's pretty weak in terms of actual block. Anyway, so by going here, we heal. 12 damage, next power you play costs 0. 6 block, channel 2 frost. That's not the worst thing. Lose an orb slot, gain strength and dexterity. Every time you play 10 attacks, gain energy. Random card in each card roars and changes swift. I'm gonna get the extra energy. I'm gonna get rid of a strike. I mean, Glacier seems good. Honestly, Bulk Up is a maybe. I don't like that it costs 2. But yeah, I'll just skip, I guess. For some reason, Trader Hand seems like a very funny feature. Agreed. It's weird that we can fight you again. Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna use the super critical, I guess. So many bees! They're always trying to give us the bees. Well. Let's take less damage. Though if I was gonna do that, I probably could have played one less defend and put more energy into that. And I didn't think about that at the time. But so be it. It would be a lot more impressive if I actually had, like, focus. But I don't. Either way, it's okay. We're just gonna kill his ass. Basically, the whole meme is that man is... I don't know how to pronounce that in slang, and B is so-and-so, so somebody somewhere posted picture of a statue with beehive instead of a head in the title, which became... Gotcha. Started combat with thorns, fine. Orb slots is kind of cute, not gonna worry about it. I do kind of want to upgrade the rolling boulder or the hidden gem. That's quite the picture, by the way. But I also just want to dig up relics. Play a very weird orb route. I mean, this is not the best deck it could be. Let's be very clear about that. But we're just trying to make it work for now. I don't know, fine. Give it to me. Yeah, bag of preparation I'm pretty happy with. Okay, so you're going to start trying to murder me. That was really not what we wanted to draw. I guess I'll just let the boot sequence cycle. That was very much not the turn we wanted. Okay, I am blocking enough. I probably should just use the dexterity potion. Not what I was hoping to see. Alright, well, let's take some damage. I have some health to spare, so it's not the end of the world. He is somewhat scaring us, though. Alright, we've delayed our inevitable death a little bit. He is getting stronger, but that's kind of okay. Oh boy, we've got the boulder. And this replays a couple times. It's not the most helpful thing. It's sort of fine, but it's not the greatest. Regardless, we are in good shape overall. Like, we should be totally fine. Especially since this now does 17 lightning orbs. And then we still had the Tesla coil and yada yada yada. Here we go. Trash to treasure. Whenever you create a status card, channel one random orb. I mean, that's a very cool power that is not appropriate to our current needs. Start of your turn, add a random power into your hand. I do like that. I don't think that's what we want right now. But again, my deck is generously could be called a mishmash of despair. Construct. No weapons. Have this. First card you play each combat is played an extra time. Every 4 cards you play, draw 1 card. Gain energy at the start of each turn. Powers cost 1 more. I mean, that is kind of cool. I think we want one of the others, though. Probably throwing axe. Yeah, especially with, like, bag of preparation, it's maybe more likely to hit what I want. Yeah, I think we're just going to the left. It might be nice to visit this final shop, though. But that's fine. We'll just deal. I wonder what happens if we play the Tempest. Like, does it copy the X value? Is throwing axe plus replay multiplicative? I don't know. Okay, yeah, so it did work correctly. Alright, well, we'll just shoot him to death. And then we take a tiny bit of damage from this guy. He also hurts himself against the thorns. So, not too bad. Well, he's super dead. I always Inspire one, all the play this card again effects are additive. Yeah, but I can see it being different with replay, because replay becomes part of the text of the card, and throwing axe says play that card again. And so I could imagine that it pulls the card, it plays out its entire text, and then triggers the replay again. Don't know though. White noise. Add a random power into your hands, free to play this turn. Maybe. I'm gonna skip. Probably worth it, but I just worry about bloating my deck too much. The future of potions. You feel faint rumbling as you round the corner to discover a gigantic spinning apparatus. There's several slots which appear to convert liquids into a highly compressed, digestible tablet. The idea of turning these health tonics into a tiny morsel is uncomfortable, but perhaps it's good to try new things. Insert a common potion. Lose Swift Potion, obtain an upgraded common skill. Or you get an upgrade common attack, or upgraded uncommon skill. I hate that we have to do one of these. Fine. Yeah, I'll take another boot sequence, I guess. Oh, I didn't read the text. Something about the tablet is disgusting. I think it was said there's no hope for the future. Anyway, so I could have skipped the card, but either way, I still had to go with one of my potions. Which felt a little bad. First time you play a power each combat, gain 6 block. Card is innate and retain. Could do Hidden Gem with that. That might be the right thing to do. Because, like, I could play as my first card if I don't have something more appealing. And then it hits 2 cards in my deck to get replay 2. And, like, that's not the worst thing. Sure, I guess. Or retain super critical. Yeah, that's also a valid point. I forgot that it has retain. I think I still want to do hidden gem. And then I guess we'll just get rid of a card. I kind of wanted to get a potion, but I think we'll get a potion between now and then, so you're rare. Okay, so I do want to dupe this. Also, I kind of forgot that I should maybe be routing for more rest spots. I mean, we're still hitting a lot of rest spots as is. It's just, yeah. Okay, we'll do that. They're not hurting me. And now we get 2 boulders. Alright, boulder 1, boulder 2. Not the most exciting target for it to hit, but hey. Unfortunately, I am gonna lose some health here, but not the worst. It would have been nice if they had cooperated correctly, but that's okay. Anyways, there's boulder number 2. Coolant. Start of your turn, gain 2 block for each unique orb you have. Nope. Okay. Alright, well, same as before. We're going to rolling boulder it. Honestly, keep forgetting that I have thorns because it just hasn't mattered most of the time, but that's okay. Yeah, I do need to block more. And then we should be fine on that, and so we'll just make some more lightning. And then next turn, we're getting 20 damage worth of bouldering. Who knew Echo Form the Relic is good? Yeah, it is quite something. Unfortunately, I'm not doing a great job of actually killing. Unhelpful. Should have done this earlier if I was going to do it. Oh, wow. Fine. I mean, I'm blocking a chunk of it. I just was hoping to block it all. And that definitely did not happen. Anyways, they get bouldered real hard now. Not quite dead, but now they're dead. Yeah, don't hate dexterity. Whenever you play power, channel lightning. We're not doing enough of that. I will take another charge battery, I guess, even though I don't totally want to do that. Okay, I do want to dig, but I think I also really want to buff this. Whenever you rest, heal additional HP. Fine. Not my favorite. Oh no! It's the owl! Okay. Well, I have a lot of extra energy this turn. And not my favorite picks, but fine. Well, we were blocking enough, and he does hurt himself on the thorn, so that's something. And then we have a turn where he's not hurting us, though he is going to hop into the sky, which I don't love that avenue of things, but we'll do what we can. Okay. Got a little bit of extra damage in for free. It could have been worse, I suppose. Alright, well, we blocked what we needed to block, I suppose. And we are just building up damage over time since we're doing some things. Well, channel 7 lightning, I guess. May as well use that since there's no downside to doing so. We are going to take some damage, unfortunately. And then he gets bouldered. "12 damage twice, channel 2 glass. No. Glasswork, game block, channel glass. Kind of want the white noise, but rock is super effective against flying. That didn't feel super effective, even if we did get the kill. Yes, give me that sweet, glorious boulder. Pump it right into my veins. Yeah, I don't need to use the boot sequences, I guess. Anyway, so we start with 20 damage to all of them. Not the worst. Yeah, now hopefully one of the orbs hits you and we at least take less damage. Well, fuck me. Alright, well, I'm taking some damage. A lot more damage than I'm happy about, but fine. I had hopes, I had dreams. They were crushed. Just like those enemies got crushed by some boulders. 13 damage, reduces the card's cost to 0. Nope. I'm not happy about this, but we were going to heal. It basically full heals me. But it's just like, I have decent stuff so long as I can stall out a battle, so It's fairly important that I do that. I don't want it to hit the FTL. Like... Yeah, it's not our favorite enemy. Did it hit the same card twice? I think it maybe did. Yeah, I think it did. Because I already had one of the FTLs in my hand, and I only have... Like, I only have 2 of them. Alright, well, we get a bunch of burns. Well, we should be protected from that, so we'll just go ahead and do the Tempest now. And, like, yes, the strikes do slightly more damage, but this builds up for the Voltaic for the future. That's a lot of damage, a lot more than I'm happy to see. Yeah, well, time to take a big chunk of damage. Ow. We're doing okay, but, like, certainly not my ideal situation. Fucking... Why? You son of a bitch. I forgot this one had to replay on it. I mean, that was definitely much better to do that then. Fucking stop giving me the burns, you son of a bitch. I don't know what activates first, the lightning or the burn. So let's not take a chance. Oh yeah, so it is the lightning first, which is what I thought, but I just didn't want to be wrong. Especially since it's not like we're going to have trouble killing him this turn. Since, you know, the boulder just comes down and murders him. Okay. Prevent the next time you would lose HP. Sure, I'm not sure how helpful that's actually going to be. But, so be it. Oh, you're new. Frog Knight. I don't love the frog, but I do like the beetle. Okay, you have a bunch of plating. Also, I totally didn't pay attention to what got hit by that. A strike. And the super critical. Okay. Alright, well, here we are. He made me frail. What a jerk. Fine. Go ahead and give ourselves a buffer and then just summon a bunch of orbs. Alright, well, let's charge battery and then summon 16 lightning orbs. And he's dead. Yeah, I probably want the colorless potion more than the fire potion. Again, the vulnerable from the beam cell might be nice, but it's just not what we're dealing with. Anyways, we get a free heal from the feather. I don't know what I would want to smith. Like, the hidden gem would be kind of the thing. But... or just get a relic. I think we just want to do the hidden gem. Okay. Now, I do think that given the choice, we still want to do the rolling boulder if we can. So let's try to draw. Okay. Didn't happen. So I guess we're going to do the hidden gem. Fair enough. Well, we do get a fair bit of damage on him, and we do still block everything. And once we do knock him down, he will lose the strength that he's built up. So it's not like the worst thing. I do want to do the voltaic, but we're going to do the rolling boulder because this is not a super short fight. And I would like to do that. I should also probably be using the colorless potion. Would have been great if Hidden Gem hits Rolling Boulder. I was hoping. It didn't happen, sadly. Okay, well, we're still going to do this. And then we generate a lot of orbs. Anyways, yeah, sad that we didn't get triple boulder. That would have been nice. Alright, so remind me what's your gimmick now. When you hit us, you stab us with wounds. Yeah. Well, let's see what we get off of this. If you have no attacks in your hand, draw 2 cards. Add 1 colorless card into your hand. Weak and vulnerable to all enemies. Sure. Alright. Alright, have a nice night and a nice weekend, Fury. Alright, we are bleeding out a bit, but we should be in increasingly good shape as time goes on. Kind of. I'm going to do that for the extra energy, though I suspect we don't need it currently. Alright, yeah. I could have killed you this turn, which would have been better. Because I think what's going to happen now is you're going to die at the beginning of my turn, and then I'm going to have to wait a full turn for you to respawn. Yeah, which is a waste of literally everyone's time. Alright, well, we spawned 21 of those. Unfortunately, can't do any damage to him. But here's this. Oh, yeah, and he has Nemesis anyways. Well, annoying. Or not Nemesis, but he has Intangible. From Nemesis, I guess, but... Oh, there's nothing in my drop. I was like, what are we waiting for it to hit? but turns out it was just disappointing. I could have just blocked it all and then I wouldn't have to lose my buffer, but oh well. He does hit rather hard. Like, it's very clear that they want me to just kill him at this point. Which is kind of doable. I do feel really bad that we whiffed on the hidden gem. Like, that felt really dumb. Okay, well, I need to draw well, because I am actually in sort of bad shape, but he's going to take 45 damage from the boulder. Please. We should still survive, but it's not great. Ow. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Yeah, see, we needed the Voltaic last turn. Yeah, I am annoyed that... Because, like, yeah, I can block, I just can't block nearly enough. I needed to have not lost the intangible on that one turn. Or not the intangible, the buffer. Which, again, I could have, had I just not played out the hidden gem, but I didn't realize that it was going to be a problem. Anyways, I can, like, do most of his health with that, but it's not enough. Yeah, unfortunately, I do lose because of bad choices on my part. And a little bit of bad luck. Again, if we had just drawn that last turn, he'd be super dead. But yeah, I played this fight poorly, and unfortunately, that means I lose. Yep. Oof. And it's super close. Like, even through the intangible, I almost kill him. Yeah. Yeah, that feels bad. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, that was disappointing. Got all the way there with my admittedly pretty shitty deck. And then I flubbed it. Hello, hello! In the scrapyard, the defect pondered its fate and purpose. Is being okay at a host of functions not desirable? Do we all need to excel at a distinct function? While processing these questions. Hello! Pops out another construct. Hello, defect responds. My name is Flaw. Alright, we now have data disk, start each combat with focus. Symbiotic virus, start of each combat, channel 1 dark. Metronome, first time you channel 7 orbs each combat, deal 30 damage to all enemies. Chapter 6, Tricked. Niao resurrected this defective construct. No simple feat, even for an ancient. Construct, what you lost, your creator abandoned you, hides at the top. The defect thanks Niao and heads for the top, seeking answers. Loop, start of your turn, trigger the passive ability of your rightmost orb. It is so weird to me, like, unlocking these cards that I'm just used to existing. Right. Anyways, null, 10 damage, 2 weak, channel 1 dark, or consuming shadow, channel 2 dark. At the end of your turn, evoke your leftmost orb. Gotcha. Well, feels bad that I lost with defect. Admittedly, based on the time, I should probably stop for the day. But I think I might do one more. Is that true? No, I really want to, but I have things I gotta do tomorrow because I'm gonna be busy all Saturday. So I should stop here rather than doing another run. Also, I'm very hungry and I really do need to eat. So there's also that. Anyways, game is a lot of fun so far. Looking forward to playing more of it. We're going to play more on Monday. Probably play it all next week. I do want to play more Monster Train. We do still have more to do. But I'm definitely going to be playing more Slay the Spire for a bit. So long as you guys enjoy it. If not, I'll play it off stream. But I'm having a good time so far. I like what I've seen. Obviously, they didn't change some things as much as I wanted. But there are a lot of cool things. I appreciate all the new enemies. The new bosses seem cool so far. New characters are intriguing. I really want to try more of them in particular. Yeah, there's just a lot. It's really cool. And then, of course, this is only first day of early access. I am certainly intrigued to see what else they add over time. But anyways, thanks for hanging out, everyone. Have a wonderful weekend. I will see you back on Monday. We might start early on Monday just because I'm eager to play more. Might even play on Sunday, but I doubt that's the case. I know, Kat, you want attention. Anyways, have a wonderful weekend. I will see you on Monday.